final 3 chances remain for Group 1 and 2 to make their mark in the top 6 and qualify towards the round 4. Welcome to BGIS 2026, where I'm going to be a host of Castanecro. John alongside with me is going to be Super Johnny. And Johnny, what we witnessed on the map of Rondo was historical. That iconic performance coming through from the side of Krafton has now left me craving for even more.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to have to wait for them to perform again today, though, because there is no Rondo for Godsend to dominate today. They're going to be playing 1 Erangel and 2 Miramars. But yesterday, as you mentioned, off to a great start, and they were able to maintain that pace as well in the upcoming matches. I remember the Erangel that they followed it up with was also quite a decent run for them. But then again, there are other teams in their group that have kind of tried their level best to outshine Godsend Esports in terms of the aggression, in terms of consistency, and they are kind of succeeding as well, to be honest. For example, Ultron Esports yesterday also having a phenomenal start on Rondo, a decent average, and then following it up with 2 nice Erangel wins.
Ultron Esports is a team that's currently sitting at the top of the board, doing really good for themselves. And let's not forget K47 making a comeback as well in that roster. It's looking really good for the man. But speaking of that game of Rondo, Godsend Esports was able to secure 23 points just off of the eliminations, which is absolutely iconic if you think about it. And now if you continue with that conversation towards Group 2, there can be anyone making that comeback in the overall standings.
Yeah, but we all know in Group 2 we have a lot of expectations from Phoenix Esports in particular, considering even during their journey in the grind, Rondo was the map that Phoenix used to dominate. And as we have a look at the schedule, this is why we are talking about Phoenix and Rondo, because Group 2 today, they start their journey on the map of Rondo, following up with 2 Erangels back-to-back, and then we have a reset. Group 2, their matches for round 3 will conclude, and then Group 1 will play their last 3 matches, Erangel and 2 Miramars.
Exactly. I mean, as we know, Group 2 is going to be the one to kick things off in the map of Rondo. As I mentioned, a big chance for Group 2 to make some major comebacks in the overall standings. And yeah, speaking of Phoenix Esports, Viper yesterday, this man was possessed. He was bringing in some good performances and also a lot of frags on the board. Viper was single-handedly able to dominate the lobby in a pretty good manner. Oracle, in my opinion, things could have been done a lot better from their side, but Phoenix Esports just ruled them out of the game.
Yeah, definitely. I think Phoenix has had a dominating run all the way from the grind till now. It seems like it's a simple game plan, at least in the early stages of the tournament. It is all about aggression. It's all about letting Viper lose and letting him do what he does best, which is go for those elimination points, get those frags in. Along with Phoenix Esports, though, Gods for Reason is another name from Group 2 that had a pretty phenomenal day yesterday. And apart from them, I think Onslaught Crew is a team that we need to talk about, because 2 chicken dinners, both the Miramars were conquered by them, and yet we see them on the 3rd position.
Yeah, that's the main concern for Onslaught Crew, right? Not really securing a lot of those elimination points, staying away from the fights as well, waiting for the circle to pop up on top of them. And that playstyle, yes, it's going to make sure that you will qualify towards the round 4, but are you really going to be the champion with that sort of a playstyle? That's the question. And in my opinion, playing so passive is not going to get you the maximum rewards. Just add on a little bit of that aggression too with that.
And I think when you talk about aggression, no one can forget the run that Hellmatrix have had yesterday. Quite a phenomenal performance. 30 finishes secured, just 9 elimination points by Hellmatrix. But man, oh man, I mean, I love the aggression, almost securing a clutch in that first Miramar that they played. But we have the overall leaderboard on our screens, and as we mentioned, Gods for Reason sitting on the 1st, Hellmatrix on the 3rd, Onslaught Crew Esports on the 2nd, Original Gangsters on the 4th, Phoenix Esports on the 5th, and Chakka Jam CKG is going to be on the 6th position. Top 6 get promoted to round 4. Let's not forget about that. That is where you need to be. That is the safety net for you.
23 points is the current cutoff right now for the top 6. And once again, it can be easily breached by anyone, even the team on the 16th spot. If they get a major game on the map of Rondo, they can instantly make that bounce back in the top 6. It's not even a question. Looking at the Blue Spartans as well, sitting with 16 points. Yes, a little bit of that dip, you can say, from the 6th to the 7th spot. But then you've also got another team that's going to be Oblivion Core. We did see quite a lot of good performances coming through from them as well. A few fights were converted in quite the great manner. But I still believe Oblivion Core, there's a lot lacking.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it sort of came down to their mid-game rotations during Miramar. I remember in particular that last game, they started off on a great note, a great fight, take control of Valle Del Mar. But then later on in the game, the timing was off. They got picked off very early. But we have the top 5 players talking about individuals. Krishna, George, this was the man that almost clutched out a chicken dinner in the first Miramar for Group 2 yesterday. That last fight taken against the players of Onslaught crew was phenomenal, but the numbers were stacked against him.
I know, right? 15 frags on the board from that man. Look at the damage number as well. It's stacked up. Then you move on towards Viper. And yeah, for Phoenix Esports' Viper, this man has been fragging on all cylinders, actually carrying his team on the back with 82% finish contribution, which is insane if you think about it. But if you look at it as an overall pack, Phoenix Esports is doing decent in the overall standings. And I guess as long as you qualify towards the upcoming rounds, that's all that's going to matter for Phoenix Esports.
Pretty much, man. I mean, Phoenix Esports, again, led by an IGL that lifted the trophy of BGIS last year. That is the one man that everyone is keeping an eye on. Along with him, Viper, of course, the star player for the team, the star fragger. It's quite surprising that he has been consistent in his top form, performing in every single tournament for the last 2 years, but hasn't really gotten that much of recognition. But I guess with this roster of Phoenix Esports, if they actually end up making it to the finals, I think he is going to be a key reason that they're going to stand on that stage and probably stand a very high chance of lifting that trophy.
Without a doubt. And at the start of the day, we also locked in our predictions. And looking at those predictions itself, I see Baby going with CJ. Of course, it's not even a surprise, but I went with the Blue Spartans. I do believe that we might see a little bit of that switcheroo inside of the top 6. The Blue Spartans, they might just pull a rabbit out of their hats.
Let's see. I think yesterday they were getting very aggressive, which I like. I think we all love aggression. Getting those finish points is the one thing that you can control inside of the game. And Blue Spartans, the confidence that they had in terms of picking off those fights, especially Miramar mid-game, trying to chase after teams mid-rotation and making sure they were gatekeeping if they were pushed towards the edge was something that I liked about them. So there is definitely hope for Blue Spartans. I went with the easy pick. As always, Phoenix Esports. Let's see how they do. Starting off on Rondo.
I mean, once again, look, speaking of Phoenix Esports, I do believe one fact, and that is that there is a bit of that communication gap going on between the boys. If you look at that game of Miramar where Smoker was all by himself, separated from the pack, and he got picked off in that spot, while the remaining 2 players were right underneath that cliff. I do not know what exactly was going on in the mind of Phoenix Esports, but whatever that play was, it did not work out that well.
I agree with you on that, and I think that is a problem with almost any team that just plays around the aggression that they have within their lineup, and I think Phoenix Esports is also one of those teams. They're completely focused on getting those finishes. We have seen that be their playstyle in the grind itself, and I think that is what we are seeing a repetition of during round 3. Now the question is, how far into this tournament are they going to stick to this playstyle? Because you can't play in the finals like this.
And I guess we also got to talk a little bit more about MDN Esports, a team that was dominating inside of the round 2, and now that transition towards this round, it's not been that smooth. MDN Esports on the latter half of the board in the overall standings, but once again, all it takes is that one game. The planes in the skies once again, and this is going to be the map Rondo booting up for Group 2, which also means that we might see some frag-heavy games coming through from some of these known names, or anyone from the latter half of the board can surprise us. And this time we've got 2 plane flat paths popping up on the screen, one starting all the way from the northern side towards the southern side, and one starting all the way from the top right towards Rinjian.
Necro, I have a feeling Rondo for Group 2 is going to be extremely fun and entertaining game, because we keep talking about this map giving you an opportunity to be aggressive in the early stages of the match. And you have gods for a reason, Hellmatrix and Phoenix Esports, teams that are just built around aggression. And of course, we can't forget Original Gangsters as well. Yesterday, they were also one of those rosters that were able to secure 25 eliminations in the 3 games that they played. And hence, there's going to be a lot of hope for early fights from these 4 names.
Hey, I mean, we've also got the powerhouses taking an exit from that plane fly path. And you can see Pew Pew actually heading all the way towards Jiaotin. Once again, the man's going to try to get his hands on the recall tower and make sure that his teammates, they're going to be back on track the moment they get eliminated from the game.
Pretty much, but I have to say just one thing. I do not agree with a man called Pew Pew going for the recall towers. He should be the one fighting it out.
I know, right? He's the one who's supposed to be the main shooter, the main gangster in the squad. But for some reason, he's playing from the back end. Oblivion Core, nade was tossed, but it's not going to find anything yet. And Oblivion Core, as of now, things taking a little bit slow. They know that they're being pushed on by the boys of CJ as well. Things need to be a little bit more cautious. They've got a few of those utilities to work with as well, but they do not have any frag grenades, and that's going to be off the concern.
It's definitely going to be a big concern. Oh no, Naruto spotted out by Sarthak. And an easy nade lobbed. Oblivion Core now facing Oblivion themselves, but Gods for a Reason, look at them, the most opportunistic team of the bunch. And they steal points as well, or at least try to. They've managed to secure 1 point. Now Sarthak could be potentially pinned on that first floor of the building. On the other side, Sidhu fighting for his life. Gods for a Reason just wrapping up elimination points one after the other.
Gods for a Reason, once again, pretty impressive. All the 3 players standing in this vicinity, it's looking pretty good for them. Maybe Mets is going to be a concern, but the way things are looking like for them, it seems like Gods for a Reason, they're just going to be tearing through anyone that stands against them. Oblivion Core right above. Hitman, Bisto, G, and then you've also got Spirit right there in the close proximity. While you move on towards Neox Factory, Phoenix Esports, they find themselves in a bit of a problem. Stranger, he gets knocked out and confirmed as well. Phoenix Esports not feeling too good after that one. Getting ripped to shreds. Even TBS, not in that good of a position as of now. Tiger, he came up close and personal, especially against the shock, and it's not going to find that much value, but he's still able to find that knock, and he's doing it so well as well. Hands out the confirmation too. Before getting taken down himself, he gets that frag. Beast is taken down real low, but he's still got that S12K to work with. That can be the X factor.
It can be, but no HP though, and the Blue Spartans, the resets are going to be there for them. AstraZeneca, they got to be cautious in this one. Beast now tries to take a fight, and again, no HP means not a lot of room for error. Redox finding an easy pick for his team. You had a lot of hope for Team Blue Spartan today, and I guess right off the bat on Rondo, they're delivering 5 eliminations secured, so they're off to a great start.
Yeah, for some reason I'm a positive force.
You are a positive force indeed.
Okay, buddy, I know where you're taking this. But anyways, the Blue Spartan, 5 frags already secured. They're feeling real good. Rudra is the only person that's really tagged up, but it's completely fine. Powerhouse is not looking so powerful after all. 3 players getting ripped apart. And that's going to be the Boys of Hell really just raining hellfire against him. Frozen getting the confirmations as well. And yes, a little bit of that salt on top of the wounds. Daggering those players to death. You love to see it.
Yeah, of course, man. Why waste ammunitions on players that aren't really going anywhere? And I think this is a learning lesson for Powerhouse. If you have a man called Pew Pew, he needs to be involved in those fights. Anyways, I mean, Powerhouse also did not have a great time yesterday, to be very honest. So no momentum, and Rondo also slipping out of their hands. I believe now the chances of them qualifying for the next round are going to be slim. But Sidhu, I love the confidence, but this man is done for. A pixel of HP, somehow still alive. But Gods for a Reason, they are going to be on the hunt.
How's he even alive?
He's just lucky, man.
I know, right? He's literally got the God with him. And now it's just going to keep on patching himself up, taping up. Unfortunately for the man, even the armor's not looking too good. On the opposite side, looking at the Boys of OC as well, it's not feeling too good for them as well. Another man gets knocked out and confirmed. That's going to be Gen of Miracle. A few more utilities tossed out from the side of the Blue Spartans. The Blue Spartans on the lower ground. It's going to be an uphill battle for them. Gen of Miracle, they've got the high ground inside of this entire proximity, so they're of course going to have a bit more of that intel. Sharan is the only person that's underneath, and he's going to be the initiator. Initiating this fight, the nade's going to be perfectly placed, but still, the man in the front from the Blue Spartan, he does a 200 IQ move.
Redox just remaining calm under pressure, finds an easy pick for his team, and Gen of Miracle now down a man in this fight, but the trade comes through. Mahavir from the rooftop finds the knock. It's all down to Redox now. He needs to be cautious about this. Tries to go for a peek. The swing is going to be good. He finds the knock on the player in the back lines, but Sook, now the frontliner for Gen of Miracles, needs to be the saving grace as well. And Redox, look at him. He's trying to put on the first aid, but Sook will have an opportunity to make the push, and a few pixels visible. The shots connect, and there they go. Gen of Miracle, they have an opportunity to reset.
Even for TBS, once again, those recall towers, they're now going to be triggered. Fallen players will be back up on their feet. But the concern is going to be the loot. They will need to loot up once again, restock up on the ammunition, on the supplies. Looking at TDR. Stuck out in the open. Runer, his game's ruined. Knocked out behind this rock. There's a Boys of Hell in the front, but I highly doubt they want to get the confirmation. CJ up against the Boys of Gods for a Reason. And Gods for Reason, 2 players next to each other, shots taken against him as well, and that's going to be a beautiful knock from Sarthak. Another man out in the open in the street as well, and how does Sarthak lose that fight? Messes up big time for Hitman, that's going to be free elimination point just secured. CJ, they messed up big.
But I love the confidence from the players of Gods for Reason as well. Sprint took a lot of damage, half his HP bar vanished when Sarthak took those shots, but instead of just running away and finding cover, he just stops and just starts to trade it out. Made sure that Sarthak was damaged for his teammate to pick him off, but TDR...
Oh my god.
TDR is... Yeah, Fragger is not going anywhere. He's going to get picked off.
How did he not spot him? He was out in the open right in front of him, and eventually, yes, there is Tiger to take care of that man. But to be honest, the way TDR is playing, they're really lost.
Yeah.
And the crazy part is all the 4 players are right next to each other. For the Blue Spartans, they've already found those 2 key important frags. Abhi's down as well. Mahavir right there close and personal, and I highly doubt he's going to be the difference maker as well. Looking at Runer, he does not have a proper kit to play with. The AUG up close and personal, it's not going to give you a lot of value. Mahavir, he does have that Uzi to play with, but we all know you got to be extremely precise. The magazine's too short.
For both the teams, this is a very important fight, having just recalled 3 individuals from both the sides, and again, very far away from the play zone right now, so they need to wrap things up and move out as quickly as possible. Look at Redox, just ADS towards Mahavir's position, does not want to allow an opportunity for him to lob a nade, which is quite brilliant. The Blue Spartans, the setup looks good, but still 2 players are going to be taken out. Thunder God Esports almost having an opportunity to reset in this fight, as the numbers are going to be equalized, and Redox is in trouble. What a nade! Mahavir, he finds a knock. And this could be the end for the Blue Spartans, Necro.
That's really good from the side of Thunder Gods. Flipping the odds, flipping the table in their own favor. The Blue Spartans, the start was so good. 8 elimination points already secured, 2 players knocked out right next to him. And Thunder Gods somehow surviving this onslaught. Runer, the only glimmer of hope left standing. He's also got the SMG to work with. But now the man in the front, he's starting to get a little desperate because he knows his teammate's knocked out. He wants to hand out that revival first. Time is running out as well. That's going to be off the essence. Tiger spamming those shots as well before that. And look at Runer, just backs away. Now it's starting to play a ring around the rosy, playing with the mindset off the opponent. But Tiger knows exactly where Runer is as well. Try to pop that first aid first, but that SMG, the movement, that's something that's really just benefits the player. And Runer is the one to come out on top in that duel.
Hey man, there are moments in life where you have to risk it for the biscuit, and I guess for Ruiner, that was that one opportunity. 5 eliminations secured by Thunder God Esports, but look at the amount of terrain now they have to cover to make it to the play zone. Of course, CJ will be there, I believe, blocking their way from the northeastern edge of the circle. On the other side of things, Hell Matrix on their journey, a long one as well. And one of these players is quite close to Powerhouse Esports. He's going to be forced to take that isolated fight. The rest of the team quite split from each other, to be honest. What is Hell Matrix doing? 2 players close to the center of the play zone amongst the cluster of teams, and 2 players outside of the play zone.
Circle shifting on top of that cluster. MDN Esports, all eyes on them as well. Have been playing a little bit passive. The previous round, it was spectacular. But this one starts being real bad. But once again, just the start's not going to dictate everything. Anything can happen in this map. Maybe they can be the one to get that nuclear performance down. Can be anyone's game. Hell Matrix yesterday, they were just popping off at a different level on the map of Miramar. Those high grounds really benefiting them. And the way they were just capitalizing on fights as well, it was really good. But now today, the transition needs to be the same on the map of Rondo. Terrains are different. That's definitely going to be a challenge. But looking at this fight, AstraZeneca and OG right in front. Original gangsters. They've already managed to thread that needle. First man's down. AstraZeneca now 2 boys in the back. Can they really make a difference?
Let's see how things are going to turn out between these 2 sides. But on that finish feed, a big fight breaking out between Joy Bangla and Gods for Reason. And Gods for Reason, they were phenomenal in their run yesterday, but today not really the best of starts. Getting eliminated very early in this match with just 6 points. And as you were talking about Hell Matrix, I think they're off to a great start to this game. 6 eliminations secured, just a single recall used, and it's just stage 3. So they have a little bit more time before they are going to be worried about not having used the opportunity to fire it out early. Decent control of the circle as well, avoiding the cluster considering they are in an isolated position with a 2-2 split. So just playing on the back foot, but Original Gangsters and Astra Sena, both the sides keeping their distance, and the fight is going to be at a standstill. There's no catalyst to force things out between these two.
I was having a look at the map feed, and Thunder Gods is still all the way back in the blue.
Yeah.
On the northern side. Hopefully they've got enough resources. Hopefully they've got enough meds, actually, to tank that damage. Because it's going to be amping up quite a bit. But the only concern for Thunder Gods is going to be that good position inside of the circle. Because already all the elite positions are taken away. And if you want to find yourself in that prime spot, now you need to go for those fights, no matter what.
Yeah, plus an added challenge is the fact that they are going to be on the eastern side of the Jadena River, figuring out where to cross, where the compounds are going to be towards the edge. Big opportunity to be gate kept. Still just close to Neo X Factory. That's a long way to go. And there are a few gatekeepers that were visible on the map. There's CJ, there's MT waiting for them close to the northern edge of the circle.
Phoenix Esports looking out in the front, trying to see what exactly they can lay their eyes on. And once again, with the way things have really kicked off for Phoenix, it's been a passive start. Gods for reason for them, things were really bad. Beast Doji was the only person standing till the late, but then later on even he was wrapped up in a sheet. So the map of Rondo, it's down the drain, but it's completely fine. They've got 48 points on the block. They're feeling and looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think for me, Gods for Reason has already made it through to round 4. They have had, as you mentioned, a phenomenal run yesterday. And I think today they needed about, let's just say, like 10 points to get a nice little safety cushion to work with as well. They have 6 already in the bag, and they can get the remaining 4 points in the upcoming 2 matches. Although Gods for Reason, I have to say, on the finish, we did notice that one of the players did end up nading himself out of existence. So, yeah, I guess using the opportunity to play a little lackluster earlier on in the day, but Team Joy Bangla picking a fight against the players of Phoenix Esports. And an instant punish coming through as Viper secures the opening knock.
Crowley's down. Ravi and Honeybee right next to each other. And Phoenix Esports, they're not going to be your regular contenders. Fighting them's going to be a tough opportunity. And as of now, Phoenix Esports just constantly tossing those utilities in the hopes of finding at least one connection. But no one's able to do so. Yeah, a little bit of that chip damage is definitely there, but it's not going to make a difference. Joy Bangla themselves, they're catching a bit of that hurt from the sidelines. One of the mans taken away to his death. It's not looking too good. Joy Bangla, another man gets knocked out. Problems knocking on the door as even Oblivion Corp from the back, they wrap up. This third party, it was deadly.
Yeah, and Oblivion Corp waited till the last moment to take shots on the players of Joy Bangla. Now, Ravi, he was on a run for his life, doesn't manage to get too far away. In fact, he's forced into the blue zone itself. And well, guess what? Recalls are gone now, so not a lot of opportunity for Ravi to bring his teammates back. I wonder if there's a recall tower to where he has run off to.
Oblivion Core's on the move. And the way Oblivion Core was playing yesterday, there's definitely a bit of that playstyle shift. Without a doubt. It seems like Oblivion Core, they still haven't really found a good spot inside of the circle that they really want to hunker down in. Joy Bangla, Ravi all the way back in the blue. Oblivion Core, they hit him hard. Vehicle exploded as well, so now the man does not have anything to work with, and the blue's going to be doing a lot of damage. No mercy. I feel like he's just really delaying the inevitable.
I kind of missed it, but apparently they don't even have any recalls left, so that was a desperate last-ditch effort from Ravi, running into the blue zone, just trying to get the players of Oblivion Crew off of him. And, yeah, I mean, he has the boosters running. This loss to first stage should be enough to help him move up a little bit. But, yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to make it to the blue zone as well. This was a brilliant punish coming through from Viper, though, from the side of Phoenix Esports. The timing of it all was perfect. And I guess Phoenix Esports, very good at gathering information about where they want to be, how much further they want to move. He finds 4 more first states. How lucky is this guy?
Viper's vicious. And yeah, that man is definitely lucky. Now he delays the inevitable even more. He's way too back in the blue, tanking a lot of damage. Hopefully he's going to make it, but the problem is that he does not have any vehicle to play with. And that's where the chances of him surviving goes down even more. CJ, next to Black Raven. Flanky's knocked out. Getting the confirmation's not going to be a challenge. One nade tossed out, and that should do the job. CJ, Sarthik gets knocked out. That's going to be the main playmaker. Spider shot from the sidelines. The Tigers really hungry. And they're just devouring the boys of CJ from all the different angles. They've got him surrounded. Nowhere to go. CJ's out in the open. The only possible covers is going to be the terrain and the smokes. But soon the smokes are going to dissipate. Deployable covers utilized as well. And even Black Raven, now they stack up right next to him. Up close and personal, Black Ravens are. They are really desperate to make that pounce. But still Sarthik, the man's back up on his feet. As he pops up, he's really punishing the boys of Black Raven. But now just one man standing, and that's going to be Devoti. And he's also taking a lot of damage from the back. CJ, not in that good of a comfortable position yet, but still Devoti, he's constantly hammering him down, and eventually CJ, they are the one to come out on top.
Horrible decision making from Black Raven Esports. What was that? You can't have a player going for a revive and cooking up a nade at the same time. Someone needs to have their weapon ready, but CJ, that reset is not going to last them long. Two more players shut down, and the man in the back lines just whiz. Now, he's going to be forced to try and pull off a miracle here. 3 first aids remaining on him. Not a lot of distance for him to travel to get himself inside of the play zone. But this is not going to be easy. What a nasty headshot over there. Enough damage on Karanjo. Just a bullet grazing him. Secures the knock, but Empty still find that last pick. And CJ eliminated from the match on the 12th spot.
What was that knock?
He was already taking damage from the other side.
Yeah, but still, I mean, just a quick burst and the man's done. We could not even see him on the big screen. And he was able to just pop his head like that. Impressive. Really impressive. The circle now taking a shift towards the top right. It's not a curveballing one, so that's a good thing. Even Oblivion Core, they can easily place themselves in a decent spot. Thunder Gods as well. It's not going to be a challenge for Phoenix Esports. Maybe Hell Matrix can definitely create a few issues. For Phoenix Esports, Smoker's knocked out once again. He's the first man to get knocked. But Stranger up close and personal, he wants to be the difference maker. And just like that, Phoenix Esports, you blink it and you miss it. They're already out of the game.
An early exit hand to the players of Phoenix Esports, and Hell Matrix just carrying forward the momentum from yesterday. 9 eliminations secured so far in this map of Rondo. And from where they are, it should be an easy move forward. There's a cluster waiting for them, starting off with the players of MDN. The direction the players of Hell Matrix are moving towards, and there's Oblivion Core in the backlines. It's going to be a tricky fight, but Hell Matrix, I believe we have seen them in worse situations than this and come out on top as well.
I mean, those games of Miramar, they were iconic as well. So let's not forget that. We're able to secure a lot of points just off of those games. Now as well, they've got all the 4 men standing. So that's just going to be the added bonus. 9 points already secured just off of the finishes. So it's looking real impressive. But this is how Phoenix Esports really met their end. One of the men got sprayed down, Smoker. It's quite unfortunate. The man did not even stand a single chance. And Hell Matrix, the conversion was flawless.
Impressive as always. As of now, averaging about 10 eliminations per game. And
that's insane, right?
Yeah. In this game, they just need 1 more to keep that average going.
MDN.
Xenon is too close. I mean, if those nades connect, then maybe there's going to be trouble for Hell Matrix. And, well, Blaze is going to be the first man hitting the floor from their side.
And I'm pretty sure they just want to press on the charge even more. We're up to Salt on top of the runes. The utility's really landing on the mark. Final 2 men standing for Hell Matrix. And now it seems like they've found themselves in hell. And within the blink of an eye, you will already see Hell Matrix done and dusted. Crazy stuff from MDN.
Yeah.
What a clean fight that was.
That was a very clean fight, but I feel bad for Hell Matrix. It happened as we were talking about the 10 finish per game average. And they end this game with just 9 finishes on the board.
You cursed him, straight up. You just cursed him.
Yeah, but they, I believe, have 48 points on the board now, so they are in a good position. Yeah, they are pretty much safe. Looking quite nice moving forward to the next round of this BGIS 2026. But MDN, hey, if there was an opportunity for MDN to shine, this is it. But the only problem is you look at their position, where they are. And there's so many teams waiting for them towards the southern edge of the circle. There's going to be Oblivion Core. There's going to be Powerhouse. There is Gen of Miracle as well on the flank. Timing of charging into fights from the side of MDN needs to be perfect. Well, they kick things off. The opening knock against the players of Oblivion Core is secured.
MDN is a team possessed right now. What are these knocks they're finding? That's some insane stuff. Another man getting knocked out just like that. The utilities as well. They're finding precise connections. Another man from the side of Oblivion Core. He was definitely a problem, but it's completely fine. MDN, the team play is looking spectacular. It's phenomenal. Instant coverage is right there as well, but now for MDN, they've actually lost out on the main man. Now MDN needs to put a little bit of those breaks in the strategy.
It was a team frag as well, quite unfortunate for the side, but this could be the opportunity for Gen of Miracles to chime in. Brilliant position, but taking two different fights at the same time. Sharan kicking things off against the players of Thunder Gods, has picked off Ruiner. But Mahavir is there, spotted out in the open, and oh my goodness, just late reaction coming through from the side of Gen of Miracle.
Oh, Ranveer. Sliver of HP, Johnny. And there we go, finally peeks out, wants to punish the players in the front, but punishing them is not going to be easy. Mahavir now just backing away towards the safety lines because he knows utilities, they're going to be detrimental. Gen of Miracle still in the front. They need a Miraculous play to actually stay alive as well, and what a knock that was. A shot to the skull, that's going to deal the damage, but it's completely fine. Thunder Gods, they still make a comeback in the fight, flipping the odds and flipping the table in their own favor.
Yeah, 6 finishes secured by Thunder Gods, and Gen of Miracle not really looking that solid anymore. Down players, but Thunder God Esports, man, oh man! They just look away for a second, and Gen of Miracle, their first instinct is to just charge forward. 11 eliminations secured. And again, bringing their ranking on the overall leaderboard to a decent spot so far. 14 points is going to be the total as of now. We're going to wait for the end of game to see exactly where they end up. And let's not forget that they started off with a team on the 6th position, which was CJ being there with 23 points. At the end of this game, let's just assume it's going to be about, well, it is 27 right now. So not a lot of distance that Gen of Miracle have to travel. They just need the chicken dinner as well.
One thing is for sure, after this game, the cutoff is definitely going to rise up by a lot. MDN is performing, Gen of Miracles is performing, then you've also got MT that's doing really good. Powerhouses, yeah, they have been a little lackluster. Trying to play that safe game, but let's see if that really does work out. Backs against the wall. The Blues going to be on the move anytime. Oblivion Core, they've got this compound to play with, but it's that safe. Utilities are constantly being tossed from the side of Powerhouses. And looking at this man, he does not even have any utilities left. He's only got one smoke. Original Gangsters, even they move up close and personal in the close proximity. And Oblivion Core, now they're just getting surrounded by too many foes. Powerhouses, they shift their focus on the boys of MDN. It's not going to be an easy pill to swallow.
It's surprising seeing Powerhouse make it into the top 7 of this game, considering this was one of the first team we saw taking a beating when the recalls were up in Stage 1 itself. But now standing 4-man strong. On the other side of things, MDN making a move on the players of Gen of Miracle, and the third party from the players of Powerhouse is going to make sure that Sook isn't going to be there to face that challenge with his teammates. Xenon taken extremely low, but this is going to be a bad play coming through. MDN, a player lost at the cost of nothing but a trade from Rage. Still quite incredible. How does Gen of Miracle play this out with Noxid being the last man standing for his side?
Man, oh man. Gen of Miracle. At least they want to get the revival done for the man who was knocked out, but no, instead. No exit. He just wants to run away from that spot, but Rage, he's there on the opposite side. Things under control for MD and Esports. 10 frags already contributed. And now looking at Mid-D Tigers, for them, that's going to be an easy confirmation. The man was too much in the open. Rage, he was too unraged. Mid-D Tiger now tossing out those utilities to get the confirmation as well. Spider-Jawed, this man has really been doing good today. Getting those elimination points as well racked up. Current, and he's got his hands on the utilities. It's just 2 men from the side of Mid-D Tigers bringing in some sort of an action. The remaining players in the back line just supporting them all. And now Xenon, he's all the way back in the blue, but before getting taken down, he wants to squeeze in a few more elimination points, and he's done his job.
That was just a finish given away to the players of MDN for no reason at all, for free basically. And MDN, they are going to be grateful for it anyways, but we're down to the top 5 of this match. Mitti Tigers, a phenomenal start to their day today, I have to say. 8 eliminations secured. They find themselves in the top 5. And it's quite interesting. This match has been a game of comebacks for a lot of these teams. Oblivion Core finally wiped out. Chief Jord moves in for that last shot taken on the players, going for a revive. The cleanup is good.
Powerhouses next to Original Gangsters. And the OGs, they've got a decent bit of ground to play. Onslaught Crew, once again, that passive gameplay does come into the picture. They're able to survive and place themselves in a good spot inside of the circle, but what if someone sends it against him? Are they good enough to defend that spot? Onslaught Crew, no ammunition left as well in the magazine, so that's really bad. Just 33 bullets in the mag, that's it. Concerns, they start to rise up. They start to stack up on top of each other. Mitti Tigers as well. They've got a big split going on. And that split, it's going to help them a lot.
They have a lot of control of the play zone itself. I mean, if you look at the radar, if Powerhouse at any point get over eager to try and take the fight against Original Gangsters, then there is potential for Mitti Tigers to find at least one knock to equalize the numbers between them and Powerhouse, and then maybe Original Gangsters will have an opportunity to lob a few nades. But I mean, Biswap, he did not have any utility on him when we saw him lost, so it's going to be down to Daddy OG. But the game brought to a standstill. 10 seconds remain before the blue zone collapse is going to be upon all of these players. Shabin, I believe, spotted out. Schwepp OG taking a few shots in the direction of the players of Powerhouse.
Oh, look at the man. Out in the open. I'm not a big fan of this positioning. He realizes it himself that he was too exposed. Now backs away towards that terrain. Powerhouses, it seems like they're the one to rule this entire game. But there's another team right next to him, and that's going to be Mitti Tigers. Even they've got a big split going on. But one thing is for sure, Powerhouses from this position can secure a lot of points. Those utilities now starting to force out the players in the open. Powerhouses really being forced to move out.
I think this is going to be a game for Mitti Tigers to secure for themselves. Look at this. Everyone else apart from them is pushed towards the edge of the blue. Mitti Tigers, all they have to do is wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. And well, this is going to be it as Original Gangsters, Powerhouse, and Onslaught Crew collide amongst themselves. Powerhouse down a couple of players. 2 men still left standing to take a fight, but it's going to be down to Pew Pew again. And he's going to get knocked out. Chief Jord in the back line's not moving. But look at Mitti Tigers moving in tandem. Onslaught, Original Gangsters are going to be there standing. Onslaught Crew eliminated from the game. And Karan, he's just moving forward to clean things up. Powerhouse, they are going to be done for, finishing third in this match. And now it's a 2 versus 1 situation for the next few minutes. But Original Gangsters, they're getting a revive for themselves.
Powerhouse is doing so good. Mitti Tigers taking those shots against the boys of OG. The fight's down to a 2-on-2. But luckily enough, Mitti Tigers, they actually do hand out the revival to the man who was knocked out before. So now even he's back upon the feet. Looking real good. Blue constantly shrinking. The circle, the playable area, that's getting limited. These teams are now going to be entering a massive chokehold. OG still behind those deployable cover, and now the back's going to be against the wall. They're going to be forced to move out in the open. Everything is being tossed from the side of Mitti Tigers. OG's out in the open. The shotgun's now starting to click as well, and just like that, it will be Mitti Tigers to come out on top. This is a massive comeback from the Mitti Tigers. A lot of elimination points there in the overall standings, and now getting these 10 placement points. That's a good start to the day.
I think they've made up for, more than made up, in fact, for the loss of points in the 3 matches they played yesterday. Because 3 games, 1 point. That was the story of day 1, round 3 for Mitti Tigers. Today, they've done phenomenal on Rondo. And now, the only thing that you can hope for is that they continue on this momentum into the next 2 maps of Wrangle.
The way they have now got the win in the sails, one thing is for sure, I think they will move on with the same momentum. It's not even a question, right? Moving towards the map of Wrangle, it should not be that tough of a transition. Now, since the dust is going to start to settle even more, we might see those passive games come through as well from these names. But to be honest, all the teams that were surviving in the final few moments, they were desperate for the points. Onslaught Crew, yes, they were still looking pretty decent in the overall standings, but this sort of a game is now going to give them the stability that's needed.
I think Onslaught Crew was pretty much safe after their journey yesterday. Those 2 chicken dinners on Miramars did help them out, and considering they all, again, made it to the top 4 of this particular match, this team has something about positioning inside of the mid-game figured out. They're able to survive to the late-game stages quite consistently, which is quite nice to look at. But for now, we have a look at the stats of Mitty Tigers in this game, and Kira OG, definitely a phenomenal run. 6 eliminations secured, followed by Karan and Spider Jordan, then Karan Jyoth with 2 eliminations for his name. This was, as I said during the match itself, a match of comebacks, and not just for Mitty Tigers, because even MDN, Gen of Miracles, these 2 teams had close to 9-10 eliminations each, and then Powerhouse as well was another team that made it to the top 3 of this particular game with a decent number of eliminations. So out of the bottom 5, it's just Joy Bangla that did not really perform in this game as well. Everyone else had a phenomenal run, and I think they are going to be inching closer to that top 6.
That's the crazy part, right? Even the bottom half now starting to make those waves, which also means that the cutoff might just rise even more, which is, of course, a good thing. The competition gets even more tight. It gets even more fierce. Teams like MDN Esports starting to wake up as well. And this was the performance that was really needed from the side of MDN Esports. They dominated the round 2, but now the transition towards round 3 at the start, it was a little bit shaky. But finally, we're seeing that fog now starting to settle down.
I mean, yeah, that was definitely quite exciting, because I personally heard a lot about MDN Esports and then their run in round 2, so it was quite surprising when the first day of round 3 did not really go their way. We did not really see them be as aggressive as they were in round 2, and of course, I guess momentum slipping away. They just let it go, let day 1 slip and refocus on day number 2. And I guess with all of these aggressive teams, Rondo is turning out to be the map that they like to play, and I guess the opportunity to go for the fights early are being utilized quite well.
Yeah, it's been the map where teams really do get that massive burst of performance. And looking at Mitty Tigers as well, look at Kira OG. 6 frags already accumulated from that, man. The damage number as well is pretty solid, 5 knockouts. The conversion rates, it's phenomenal from the side of this guy. But once again, the conversation should move on towards the top players as well of that previous game. Even Xenon's going to be right there from MTN Esports getting 6. Suk right there from Gen Miracles as well getting 4. You've also got Rage once again coming through from MTN Esports getting 4 frags, and even Aiden right there from Gen of Miracles getting 4.
And of course, a lot of teams outside of the top 6, I think one name that we forgot to mention because they were taken out early but they had a decent number of eliminations was Team Blue Spartan. They were off to a decent start, and I believe we are going to see them. There they are on the 8th position with 8 points secured just off of those finishes. And this might just be something that kind of helps them inch closer to CJ, who were the team gatekeeping the 6th position in the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, and speaking of those no names, CJ, Phoenix Esports, man, what happened to them? Performance pretty lackluster. That too on the map they're supposed to perform. That's going to give you the most amount of points. CJ and Phoenix Esports, they dropped the ball. Now, a good fact about CJ is that they're really good on the map of Miramars, but when it comes to playing the map of Rondo and Erangels, they have been a little bit shaky, and I hope the same thing's not going to happen to the boys of CJ.
Yeah, because the next 2 maps they're going to play today are going to be Erangel, and imagine you have a great start to your journey in round 3. Day 1, you're sitting on that 6th spot and hoping that when day number 2 begins, you're going to get yourself a safety cushion and qualify for round 4. But now I think there might just be an opportunity for everyone else to force CJ to vacate a spot inside of the top 6 and take their position away.
Look at Gen of Miracle, the biggest graph right there.
Yeah.
The most amount of elimination points secured from that team. Gen of Miracle was definitely popping off. And the fact that that team was there on the latter half of the board, not looking pretty good in the overall standings, that's going to give them a big catapult towards the overall standings and pretty much just boost them around the top 8 or even the top 9. You also look at a few more names like OG. OG was there surviving in the final few moments, but they did not have a lot of elimination points.
I think something needs to be done by the players of Onslaught Crew, though, because you see the amount of damage that has been dished out by them, and yet we do not see that finish conversion coming through. So it means attempts are being made to pick those fights, but they aren't really able to convert those finishes, which is the one thing that they are lacking on the overall leaderboard as well. Because 24 placement points for Onslaught Crew. which is 16 eliminations.
Look at that massive catapult from Mid-T Tigers.
Yeah.
They started the day off on the 15th spot in the overall standings, and now all the way up to the 7th. That is iconic. That is probably the biggest catapult we've seen so far. That's insane for Mid-T Tigers. That just proves our point. All it takes is one massive game for you to make that bounce back in the overall standings. And still, anyone can make it. Even MDN can make it. Even TDR can make it. Even the Blue Spartans can make it. And the crazy part is now that there's not a lot of points separating these teams to breach inside of that top 6.
Pretty much, because for me, I think even Black Raven Esports right now stand a chance. For them, they need 13 points to get to 25, and if you can get 13 eliminations, which I think we have seen teams secure multiple times inside of BGIS, well, every single edition of BGIS, to be honest, I think there will be an opportunity heading into that last angle that Black Raven Esports secure a direct spot into round 4. Apart from that, I think if you want a little bit of safety cushion, dropping a 15 finished chicken dinner, that is something that will definitely get you that safety cushion, because Mid-T Tigers, before this match, they had 1 point. They got 24 points in this game.
I know, right? That's been an insane run from the side of Mid-T Tigers. But once again, replicating the same sort of performance on the map of Wrangles just gets even tougher. Securing those elimination points, especially if they're in a big vacuum, it's really impossible. But for now, let's move on to a short break. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy with me on the panel. And after watching such a massive comeback, I'm pretty sure even you are a little bit starstruck.
Well, to be honest, there was a couple of teams that is in a situation where I wasn't expecting them to do well at all. Straight up. Like, I'm just going to be real. I wasn't expecting them to do well. One of them is going to be Mid-T Tigers, that's for sure. Unexpected comeback. One of the biggest leaps so far. And next one is actually MDN as well, because they only had like 6 points in 3 games yesterday, and now they're somewhere very, very close to actually breaking past the top 6 here. But again, there's 2 more maps available, and in this case, they need to be consistent in this remaining 2 matches.
The latter half of the board definitely showcasing a lot of moves, but if you want to move inside of the game pretty cool and look pretty nice, well, you got to get your hands on this Rebel Rogue Fox set, and all you need to do is buy that Royal Pass. And as we all know, once you buy that Royal Pass, if you keep on grinding the game, if you keep on grinding that Royal Pass, you will get all the UC back, so you can buy the Royal Pass next season as well.
Yep, and of course, when it comes to the Royal Pass as well, be sure to buy it. You know, very, very simple. Just one-time investment. It's a big bang value of money. You want to be safe, get the UC back, save it. Don't use it for the gold spin. and get your next Royal Pass.
I know, right? Well,
But
it's going to
of
make you
course,
feel good.
it's your choice. You know, if you want to get in on a gold spin, if you hope to get one tap and maybe get a Porsche, yeah, go ahead, man. If you want to tap and get a Royal Enfield, sure, go ahead, man. Like, not everybody's lucky, but yeah, go ahead. Just do it.
The best part is, even if you do not want to spend any sort of UC, and if you just want things for free, Discovery Island's out. All you need to do is just play your classic games, and you're going to keep on getting those rewards for free. So everything is right there available for you guys. But hey, speaking of the previous game, to be honest, it started off in a real weird manner, right? I mean, that utility utilization from the side of CJ, it was really good. CJ started things off in a decent way, but then in the mid-pack, yeah, they were lackluster.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a tricky spot as well here. But I think right now, a lot of the top teams were kind of struggling here. They got a little bit overconfident. But at the same time, it's to be expected, right? It is going to be their first Rondo map together. So there is a lot of uncertainty on where teams is going to be dropping. There's a lot of uncertainty on how things are going to be happening as well. We saw a lot of early aggressions, which again, 3-1 split is kind of a very, very common meta here, especially in BGIS, where they want to try and farm up as many finishes as they can, which again, it comes down to just those CQC combats that just makes or break you, whether or not can you win those fights or you just get completely shut down as well.
Jet of Miracle off the rip, they were really off to a good start. Then later on, we also did see the Blue Spartans. For some reason, I thought that Blue Spartans can actually stand a chance to win this fight. They started things off with the advantage, but Thunder Gods, they just flipped the odds, flipped the table. Just this one-man runer, he really saved the day for the entirety of the team. And for the Blue Spartans, they were off to a terrible start. The map Rondo is probably one of the most important maps if you want to establish that comeback, and if you're going to mess it up like that, it's not going to be good news. For Chakajam as well, expected a lot more. Just Wiz was the only person in the end all the way back in the blue, and even he did not stand a chance.
Yeah, they were just pretty much gate kept, stuck outside the zone. There's just nothing much they can really do about it as well. And considering that CJ, they were a lot of what-if situations, especially coming from Sagar, which again, I think he could have done so much more, which again, Sartak was the star that we kind of expected him to do well coming from round 2. This was a guy that popping off with finishes, you know, clutching off big times as well, but that game just now, he could have gotten so many easy frags, which again, was a little bit of a ego challenge situation, which cost him his entire game as well, which again, I think just Wiz kind of covered up a little bit. But again, it comes down to the situation where they need to be somewhat consistent. They're still in the borderline. They're not really out yet, which is great. A lot of these teams, especially Onslaught Crew Esports, had a pretty okay-ish game. And again, for Onslaught Crew, they're in a situation where they've been playing very consistent in getting position points, but in terms of finishes, has been a little bit lackluster in my opinion.
That's the only concern for Onslaught Crew. They're always there when it comes to the positioning points. They're always having those good positions in the final few moments as well, but it's just about participating in those fights. And for some reason, Onslaught Crew, they're just not having enough points to actually place themselves in a really comfortable spot in the overall standings. But if they keep on moving up with that same consistency, they're anyways going to qualify. It's not even a question. The conversation should move on towards the known names like Phoenix Esports and CJ, who really messed things up big. And if they're going to keep on playing the same way, moving on towards the map of Wrangle, then we all know what exactly is going to be the course of action. But hey, we've also got a substitution coming through from Black Ravens. Devotee's going to sit out, and actually the 5th man is now going to be back in action.
Okay, this is going to be interesting as well. Rizvi is going to be back in action, and I think this is an okay shot. I thought Devotee was doing pretty okay, considering the fact that they actually won a couple of fights there, coming from Black Raven, and I think this is a situation where it is going to be a pinch server situation, right? Like, sometimes if things are not really doing well, which, again, Sim yesterday wasn't doing too well here coming from Phoenix Esports. That's why they brought in Stranger to kind of sub him out. But again, it comes down to a situation where we thought Smoker was the one that was kind of a little bit of a mess up situation. But I don't know. Are they going to swap him out again, do you think?
That's a really good question, right? Are we going to see that swap once again here or no? In my opinion, first of all, just swapping at such a crucial stage, it's anyways going to catch you off guard. And I hope they're ready for these swaps as well, because if they're not ready for these swaps, then we all know problems will be there in the future. But for now, without wasting any more time, let's head on towards the second game of the day. The planes in the skies, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this time on the map of Wrangel, starting all the way from the military island and then heading all the way towards Severny. Now, this plane flight path is actually going to be interesting, heading all the way towards Lipovka. So, once again, plane flight path heavily tilted down south. If the teams do want to move on towards Severny, that's going to be a rough stretch, or actually impossible.
I think this is going to be one of the trickiest flag map to work with here. It is kind of skewed to a southeast corner, so teams heading to 70, Zarki, like you said as well, is going to be a little bit far off. And I think a curveball shift here is that the circle actually comes back down to military base, and that is going to be a big problem for at least half the teams in this lobby in particular, just because, number one, they have to drive out to get those loots and then come back and cross those bridges. So teams inside military base is going to be a little bit happier. Which in this case, I think the Blue Spartans are going to be hitting there as well. And they are going to be expecting company as well. I think Gen X of Miracle is going to be contesting them inside military base.
Gen of Miracle. This is going to be interesting. Blue Spartans right next to him. And I would love to see who's going to be the one to come out on top in this drop clash. Military base is quite a massive area. So, of course, both the teams can loot up if they want. But at the same time, I'm pretty sure they're going to be jealous of each other as well. They would not want anyone else to share that loot. On the opposite side of the spectrum, you will also see towards Norupnoi, AstraZeneca moving up. And then there's another team. That's going to be Hell Matrix right next to him.
Okay, this is going to be a little bit tricky as well, because we had one Erangel map yesterday as well in this particular situation. AstraZeneca did have a 3-1 split. They weren't contested in Novo before. One of the players actually dropped those Primos, but this time they are going to get contested, which is a bit weird. But I'm happy for Original Gangsters, considering that they were contested, they won that fight, and nobody is going to be challenging them now. So, and fortunately for them, the circle actually favors them in terms of rotation as well. So that's going to be a huge win for them. Meanwhile, Hell Matrix seems like they are here to spoil the games here for AstraZeneca. They're currently sitting on the second position with 48 points, and the expected cutoff is somewhere around, what? Just to be safe, 50, 55 points?
Pretty much. Should be. Then you've also got Onslaught Crew. This position they've got, once again, for the start, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to get their loot satisfied. But yeah, as of now, they do not really have that good of a loot. And there's also that one man from Detroy Bangla. Look at Honeybee. Oh my god, he's moving so cautious. He does not even want to give even a single sound cue away. And the problematic thing is for this guy that he's only got his hands on the double-barreled shotgun. He's going to have those 2 shots of life. And if he misses those shots, it's done for. Honeybee's not going to stand a single chance against the entirety of Onslaught Crew. And I like the fact that this time Onslaught Crew, they're being forced in an early fight. Let's see if they're really going to be the one to come out on top. There's only one man completely forced in a corner. He's not going to stand a single chance as he gets eliminated from the game as well.
This is not great here for OC. They did have 2 back-to-back winner chicken dinners, but their safety cushion is slowly dwindling away. They're barely on the qualification mark for now, at least to try and retain on the top 6. But Ninja OP has got to pull a big one right now. It's 1 versus 3 right in front of his face. And Honeybee's still stuck on top of there as well. And it seems like Ninja OP is going to get cut down as well as Joy Bangla comes in for the rescue. And not a great start here, at least for OC.
Joy Bangla handing out those death blows. And for Joy Bangla, it's a really good start. Date with Destiny. 2 finish points already accumulated. Actually looking pretty good.
I think the only way Joy Bangla actually qualifies now at this stage is that they have to get the final back-to-back chicken dinners in these last 2 games. They need a massive performance with 10 finishes per game. They should be able to qualify in the top 6 here. But again, you're asking for the last 2 matches of this respective group to do it right now. And what a better time to do it. It's now or never, at least for Joy Bangla.
Or maybe a 30 bomber.
Oh, great.
That can also be the day saver. What do you think?
Well, anything can happen at this stage. We saw a couple of potential comebacks, but Blue Spartan seems like was scouted out. One of the players getting knocked out in the open. That's going to be Rudra down for the count. And Gen X of Miracle is going to be looking to go in for the clutch right now. Gen of Miracle. Seems like they are going to get those confirmations on Rudra, but Team Blue Spartan, they are kind of underlooted right now. As you can see, Red Ox doesn't exactly have the long range to deal with this as well. Uzi's there. Rudra still stuck out in the open. Gen of Miracle, they really want to try and get those confirmations. But I think Team Blue Spartan, they may consider trying to bait this out, but nope, not happening. They are going to bail.
There we go. The man gets confirmed too. No exit in the close by proximity. For Gen of Miracle, just one finished point scooted up. It's not going to satisfy their egos. We've also got Oblivion Core on the screen, and for them, Mid-T Tigers is going to be the challenger. How do you convert this fight? Naruto, he wants to climb on top. He wants to have that high ground to play with. But is that really going to give him the benefit? That's my question. He's on top, getting shot at even from the sidelines. A spider shot from the far away. He's going to get the knockout as well.
Wow. The confidence coming from Mid-T Tiger is just unheard of as well. Like, with that chicken dinner coming from Rondo, they are running on morale right now, and I'm really liking this confidence coming from them. They send one guy in the back and front as well, 3 guys going for the push, which kind of forces them to lose a little bit of space if they decide to jump out and just takes him out. So nicely done coming from Mid-T Tigers. But the question here is, do they continue on their hunt? Because it seems like they are actually going to be challenging against OC now. That's tricky.
Mid-T Tigers. One thing is for sure, they can really feel it coursing through their veins. Adrenaline all-time high. They want to make that pounce against Oblivion Core. It does not matter who stands against them. Mid-T Tigers. They just want to make sure that the team in the front gets eliminated. And Oblivion Core now scared off the presence of Mid-T Tiger. Starting to fall back in tandem. You would see Igor. Oh no, is he stuck?
Okay.
Not looking too good. Oh, there we go. Finally makes it out. Oblivion Core. The way they're positioned to, especially the fight, is a 3-on-4. Man advantage is currently in the hands of Mid-T Tigers. And of course, there's going to be man in the sidelines, constantly watching them as well.
Yeah, tricky spot to be in here for Oblivion Core, considering that they just don't really have helmets to work with. One man down is another thing, but right now, they've got bigger objectives they need to focus on, and that's going to be position points right now. But as of yet, Oblivion Core, they can't afford to take a fight right now, especially when they need those points to actually score up to try and climb out of the top 6. And making the right call to kind of build early is great, but they need to find a way to restock here as well. Based on this circle, there's not a lot of places they can actually get a lot of decent amount of loots. But it seems like we do have Black Raven actually losing a couple of players mid-rotation here inside Gatka. That's a very awkward start here as well, coming from Black Raven. It seems like majority of teams are actually thinking about heading down south here for Quarry, expecting the circle actually shift down south.
Onslaught crew towards Gatka. Phoenix Esports underneath them. The Blue Spartans now spotting out Gen of Miracle. Shots were taken. And once again, even the knock is going to be in their favor. That's going to be Sook knocked out. I see from the back as well, just constantly peppering away. Proper connections not found yet, and IC's also lacking on utilities. He does not have any nades to play with. And even if you talk about the man-to-man situation, it's not looking too good. No first aids, no bandages. What was the Blue Spartans doing? That's my question. They found themselves in such an awkward fight, but luckily enough, they did kick things off in a positive manner. But now there's a chance the table might just be flipped against him. The Blue Spartans, they're trapped. The fight's down to a 3-on-4. They are lacking on utilities and meds. IC's moved up close and personal, and keep this thing in mind, IC does not have any shotgun ammo available as well. Or the shotgun extender. And eventually he also gets confirmed. The Blue Spartans, they mess up the fight big time.
Yeah, they just couldn't really do too much, right? There was drop clash right from the get-go. The resources was pretty much down for as well. But hold that thought for now. Seems like Phoenix, they're in a little bit of trouble as well. As OC goes in for a little bit of hunt, but seems like Oblivion Core, they are going to back out knowing that there's still one man down. They are going to go for those position points. But anyways, back towards the conversation inside military base as well. There was just too many drop clashes there. Resources was extremely scarce here, especially for Team Blue Spartans. They were just kicked off military base. They tried to restock down south. They tried to restock up top. There was just no place to go. But what's really interesting is that Joy Bangla is actually making an attempt to gatekeep the teams coming out of Military Island just because of the fact that they did see a lot of teams heading down south there. So this might be a big game for Joy Bangla if they are able to clean out everybody else. And that's about 4 teams that came in from the south side. Minus TBS means that there's 3 more teams that may come in from the south side.
Joy Bangla. Just bridge camping that. Astrosena is also going to move around that same proximity where TBS was eliminated. And Gen of Miracle, if you talk about the firepower, they're definitely feeling themselves. Especially when it comes to having S12K in your hands, you always got to make sure that you've got an extended mag. S12K without extended mag, honestly speaking, that is a tough weapon to use. You cannot even spam it. AstraZeneca, Devil, spawning out that man at the front. That's going to be No Exit. And No Exit's got no clue where exactly Devil is. Nate's going to be tossed to perfection. This should be a perfect knock. But no, actually, that man from Genif Miracle actually just backs away. Aiden from the sidelines getting the confirmations as well. And AstraZeneca, they just walk into a death trap. Genif Miracle, what is this team doing?
Yeah, they're just going full aggression mode right now. This is the kick that they need to actually make a bounce back here. If you want to start climbing towards the ladder here, this is the perfect time to do so. But the bigger question here is, cleaning out the teams itself is one thing. They've got 8 finishes in the pour. But the next one is going to be making inside the zone. And guess what? Crossing this bridge is going to be Joy Bangla waiting for them as well. And they're kind of lacking in terms of resources. And I'm pretty sure Joy Bangla actually heard all those commotions and gunshots. So this is going to be a big problem for them. As seems like Sook, he is going to be making the call to back out here, knowing that there is a team behind. And there is very, very limited resources on them as well. They need those meds. They need to find a way to get into zone. And this is a tough battle. And Joy Bangla, seems like they did spawn out a glimmer of what Gen of Miracle was trying to do now, but it seems like they're starting to starve here. Look at this. No meds on all the players coming from Gen of Miracle.
I know, right? Struggling on meds, struggling on utilities. They've got a few of those bandages to work with, but they know the bridge is being camped. And they will rotate all the way from the right side, which is going to be an extremely long rotation, but let's see if that's really going to work out.
Okay. Looks like they do find themselves hovercraft, which is great. Like, I think this is like a last-ditch effort. They have to make it to the zone as quickly as they can. And hopefully that they were able to survive and get some loots as well, because Mets all-time low. But look at the zone right now. It is going to shift all the way towards the outskirts of Gatka. And this is going to be a tricky spot to work with. Not a lot of compounds. You need those a lot of vehicles to kind of set up barricades to work around with as well. And I don't think Joy Bangla is going to be able to survive anything more than that.
Speaking of that hovercraft, though, it's literally smoking. A few of those shots from the bridge campers can actually just blow it up. And they're actually going to use that hovercraft to just walk away. Just straight up take that water route. Which makes a lot of sense. But are they thinking for the future? That's my question. Once you do make it to the surface, what is going to be the game plan? You still need to find a good position inside of the circle. Is that hovercraft good enough to last you till that good position? PH, Chief John gets knocked out. That's going to be an easy confirmation. MD and Esports. Xenon was way too exposed, but it's completely fine. The cover fire from the back, it's really good. Pew Pew gets knocked out as well. PH constantly just dipping down in bodies. It's not looking too good. And now the remaining players of PH, they're on the run. Powerhouse is once again the power. It's being stolen away from the side of MD and Esports.
This might be I would say this might be over coming from Powerhouse here if they don't start racking some serious points here. At least 10 points from this game would give them a shot, but aside from that, they're pretty much on the run. They're going to be completely picked apart here in this game. Seems like Original Gangsters is going to be chiming in as well as Powerhouse is slowly losing space to actually rotate in. But they will make a pounce inside the zone right now with Shabin, and also Atala is already trying to make way to out in the open here. But this is weird, considering that a majority of the teams are actually hugging onto the west side of this region itself in this zone. Just because they don't want to take those risks to be caught out in the open, especially on the east side.
There's also MD and Esports on the southern side, so this fight, it needs to be wrapped up soon. Or else MD and Esports will instantly go for that third party. Gen of Miracle finally now finding themselves a bit of that foothold. And what a way to kick things off as well. Getting their hands on the vehicles too, by the way. And that's what they exactly needed. The hovercraft, it was not going to last them for too long. But now getting their hands on the vehicles, that's going to be massive. For them, it's a second shot at life. Gen of Miracle spotting another team take an exit from that vicinity. And they just can't do anything about it. Thunder Gods Esports from the back lines, even they're taking those shots. Black Raven Esports just want to make it away safely. But they're actually going to run in the open arms of Thunder God Esports soon. That's not a good rotation.
This is rough. This is really rough as well. Thunder God Esports is going to gobble them all up. And Gen of Miracle, they desperately need all these supplies as well. And now Fragger with the nades. He's going to cook him to perfection. Gets the first knock. Now goes in for the hunt. And that is it. Black Raven is out.
Thunder Gods, impressive stuff. There was a man knocked out, but it's completely fine. Knocked out Matt's going to be back up on his feet. So it's all looking good and dandy. You've also got Gen of Miracle in the sidelines. And Gen of Miracle, they're just on the run towards a better spot in the circle. There's Mid-T Tigers. There's also Onslaught Crew right next to him, playing in tandem. And Gen of Miracle, all the 4 players in that one vehicle. Not a big fan of it, but they still do manage to at least find that one knock against the boys of OC. Oblivion Core now in a lot of problem, in a lot of trouble. There's Igor still standing up close and personal above, and now he's also pulled out that shotgun to play with. Igor does a lot of damage to the foe in the front, but now he's going to make that pounce as well, up close and personal. And what an impressive knock that was. The man in the front has also got his hands on the S12K, and the spam's going to deal the damage.
Nicely done there. But the Gen of Miracle, they're making a comeback. They desperately need all the supplies, and somehow they're able to get a restock, and they push inside the zone. But all this commotion here has drawn in attention here. Thunder Gods is going to be coming in to clean them all out. But again, Gen of Miracle, they're starved of resources. They barely found one. And again, desperation calls for desperate measure. And I'm really, really liking what I'm seeing here. They are looking for a miracle, and a miracle is actually happening in front of them. But can this miracle last even longer here? They're barely on the edge of the zone, and Thunder Gods needs to push in. And who knows, if Thunder Gods actually loses this and they survive this, they should be able to get enough loot to survive towards the endgame now.
What a game it's been from the side of Gen of Miracle. Aggression was there even on the previous map, and right now as well, the aggression is right there. Gen of Miracle is definitely going to go far with this sort of a performance. MD and Esports, looking at them, things have been off to a little bit of a slow start. There's BH in the front, and now for Gen of Miracle, Thunder Gods, they're going to make that pounce up close and personal right next to him. What? Utilities tossed to perfection. Gen of Miracle, yes, there is a bit of that team knock, but it's completely fine. They've still managed to handicap the entirety of Thunder Gods.
Oh my god.
And just like that, they wrap them all up in a sheet. What a flawless conversion it's been from the side of Gen of Miracles. What am I even watching? This is actually a big miracle.
Oh my goodness, it's not over yet. Here comes the third party as well. Gods for a Reason is going to be coming in as well. Gen of Miracle, they're trying their best to survive this year. They just got 50 finishes and the push out. They find Hitman. What is this insanity of play? Sook is down. They need more backup. No exit. It's pretty low. They've lost one, but it's still going to be a 3 versus 3. Ragnar is also down. No, actually make it a 3 versus 2. They need
oh my god, what?
It ain't dead. It does it. They clean them all out. Gen of Miracle, they're doing it. A miracle in the making. They're making the biggest jump of their careers of their life right now. What am I watching?
19 frags already secured. Gen of Miracle actually putting up a miraculous performance. And you know what? I'm going to say it. I'm already a fan. I'm a fan of Gen of Miracle. For CJ, it's not looking too good. The shack they've got, it's surrounded by too many foes. And CJ's soon going to be evacuated.
The desperation has finally pushed them to the edge. And now they're rising from the ashes. They've got full kitted items. They've got meds. They've got supplies. They've got everything that they could hope for. They were deprived from military base. They were hungry for finishes. And as of yet, they're now heading towards the end game. And this might be the comeback that they need. But they have to do it with 3 players left. This should be one of the highest finish possible record for them. But can they get even more is going to be the question here. 19 finishes on the board. Can we see a 30 bomb? Could we see a 30 bomb?
What has happened to Gen of Miracle? It's like they're just players possessed. A demon has taken over. And they're just having no mercy on top of the lobby. Eliminating anyone that stands in their way. And this is what I love. I really wanted to see a team like this. And Gen of Miracle, they're really showcasing a masterclass. Aggression to its maximum limits. And now Gen of Miracles, they're just going to make that pounce against the boys of OC. That's going to be Onslaught Crew in the front lines. We all know when it comes to taking fights, Onslaught Crew, they're not too good at it. You will see Gotti right there next to it, and just like that, they're straight up going to showcase that ruthless aggression on top of the house, eliminating Gotti as well from the game.
What is this badness? What is this push? Gen of Miracle, they're just doing it. I don't know what's gotten into them. It feels like a demon has just possessed them all the way through. They're just going full ham. And now Mid-T Tigers, they are going to chime in to try and stop them this time. Will they be able to hold on? It's going to be the question here as well. Sharan gets a trade here. 1-for-1 exchange. But Gen of Miracle, they're still stuck outside. But no exit. He finds another downstairs.
It can't be anyone's game. There's also Kushal from the backlines actually third-partying this entire fight. And somehow Gen of Miracle, they're on the verge of surviving this as well. No exit is knocked out. There's Aiden in the back. And Aiden, He's chipped up real low. Now he just needs to push up close and personal against the man above, and that's what he's exactly doing, but he still loses that fight, whiffing all those shots. But Jet of Miracle, what you've done in this game, no one has ever been able to replicate that performance in the past. 21 finished points secured. They have been eliminated in the mid-pack.
Oh my goodness, what a game. But at the same time, Phoenix, they're not too happy. They've heard all this commotion. They are going to be chiming in as well. Mitty Tigers, they just made a small little comeback, but they will get knocked here as Viper finds the opener here with the nades, as Phoenix will try and clean them all up. And just like that, Phoenix will take control of this compound here. Meanwhile, there is a loose straggler of solo lurker from the side of OC. Kushal is still stuck on the sides there, as Phoenix was able to clean out one compound, but the other one is open. And Mitty Tigers, we've had Spider-Jot playing the support from afar and has been doing a fantastic job supporting, but unfortunately, all his teammates are done for.
Honestly speaking, the way Jet of Miracle was playing, they really made this lobby look like a classic lobby. What was that? I felt like I was watching a team playing their in-game qualifier games. Boy, oh boy, an absolute masterclass of aggression, and I'm already a fan. But now there's still that one man of OC right in front. Do Phoenix Esports have a clue? Nate's being tossed in that shack, and they do not even know that the man is right next to him in the house. Smoker, he's probably going to be the first one to walk in.
I wasn't expecting this at all. It seems like they just woke up, and then out of nowhere, now they're on the 5th position. What a comeback. But all things considered here, let's talk about the team that is now going to be on the borderline of the top 6 here. Phoenix currently on 6th position with 34 points. And Mitty Tigers is also hungry for those points, which again, only one player remains for them. CKG laying low as well to try and play some sort of position points. It seems like after yesterday's performance coming from CKG, today has been a little bit slow for them. They have been very passive as well.
Maybe just overthinking all the scenarios and looking at the position that CJ has. They're out in the open, just that one shack to play with, and just like that, even Just gets knocked out. Oh no. They're in a real problematic spot. The moment they move out, they're constantly just facing the consequences. And right now, CJ, as I mentioned, all are just trapped in that one shack. One nade inside of that shack, and CJ's done. It's such a bad position to be in, but CJ's still trying their best to fight back. Look at that man legit. He's taken down to barely any sort of HP. He's not going to be surviving for too long. MDN Esports, they're right next to him. And MDN Esports as well, they're actually facing the brunt. CJ is returning that favor against him. A man knocked out from MDN Esports. That's going to be Rage, sent back packing. You've also got Phoenix Esports taking a completely different fight against the boys of Hell Matrix. And even Hell Matrix have been eliminated from the game.
Speaking of elimination here, CJ, they're trying to make a run for it as well, but MDN is able to scout them out through this one-way smoke. A little bit of an angle to work with, but Original Gangsters also going to be chiming in as well as in this three-way showdown. So CKG might be able to take advantage to get out, but no, MDN Esports still continues to pepper those shots, and CKG, they're not too happy about this, but a shot from HarshGod is able to push back. And just like that, MDN, they need to go in for the full resets. And look who is going to be coming to third party. It is going to be Joy Bangla. In this case, how did they survive the endgame?
Joy Bangla. Two dudes next to each other. Even they want to pull off a comeback, but it might just not be a monumental one. Phoenix Esports, 6 finish points acquired so far. Viper, the man's popping up once again. On the verge of shutting down all the 3 men. And that's what he does. Spraying down like a monster. Someone put a full stop to this man's story. Viper, he's been on fire from Phoenix Esports. The only person once again fragging out. He's the only person going absolutely ham. Now shift the focus on MDN. There's also one man from CJ still standing in the back. Viper needs to be cautious. But MDN Esports, that split they've got, it's massive.
Viper, he just found another one as well through the smoke, and MDN, they are crumbling. And Joy Bangla looking to chime in as well, but CKG, they're down. Viper cleans them out as well, alongside with Smoker. And just like that, they get themselves 11 finishes. Phoenix Esports looking to defend and qualify for the next phase. And here comes the push. Smoker pushes up forward, and Viper will clean up the rest. And just like that, Phoenix, they clean out another team with 13 finishes in the bag here for Phoenix Esports.
7 finishes from Viper. Once again, the man's a monster. Smoker is actually the other man to pop off from Phoenix Esports this time. After Wild Smoker's woken up and chose violence. Mitty Tigers once again looking to replicate the same sort of performance in the previous game, but with a little bit of less finish points. Just 4 eliminations on the board, and there's only Spider-Jaw still standing out in the open. The Blue's going to be on the move, and Spider-Jaw's going to be forced to move out. That's when the elimination point's going to be confirmed by Joy Bangla. Proby's position caught. Smoker, too aggressive. Should have looked out for the surroundings first. What was the man doing? Smoker knocked out and confirmed for Joy Bangla. That was a free elimination point that they just got. And now look at Joy Bangla. Moving out in the open themselves. Spider-Jaw, even he needs to move out, push out in the open.
Oh my goodness, he's only got 7 bullets in the back here. He's pretty much done for. He's stuck. Joy Bangla knows he's there. Phoenix knows he's there as well. And this is going to be a fight between Phoenix and Joy Bangla in a 3v3 showdown. But the question remains here, Joy Bangla, how did you guys survive being starved of dudes coming from Military Island? Somehow dodging every single fight? Just because I think, you know, the fiasco that came in from Gen of Miracle and found an opener, pushed into his endgame, and just like that, we're down to the final 2 teams, and in a 3v3.
That's really got to blow. Phoenix Esports now in a big standoff between themselves and Joy Bangla. And yeah, one thing is for sure, Joy Bangla really hoping for a miraculous comeback themselves. If they do end up getting a chicken dinner, that's going to be 8 points just off of the eliminations, which also means that's going to be 18 points in total. Are those points going to be enough? Yes, they will be enough to keep them around the close proximity of the top 6, but that's not going to be enough to directly catapult themselves in the top 6. In the last game as well, they need a chicken dinner.
Oh, tough spot to be in, but Phoenix Esports, they know exactly where it is, but Joy Bangla, they're looking for a slam here. A couple of chip damage from Viper is enough to scare him off. The return fire is there, and Viper now in a little bit of an awkward spot to be in here, but Joy Bangla, they're all focusing on Viper only. And just like that, Stranger from the sides finds 2, and that is it. Phoenix Esports clutches things out and takes the winner chicken dinner.
Phoenix Esports desperately needed this one. The sword was on top of their neck, heads were on the swivel, and now with this chicken dinner, Phoenix Esports, they're going to propel themselves around the safety net in the overall standings, which is a really good thing. Had a decent bit of elimination points, and now Phoenix Esports is going to be feeling and looking pretty good. For them, the qualification is pretty much done for, but looking at the boys of Joy Bangla, still a chance. In the last game, they need a 30 bomber to actually even stand a chance to make the comeback.
I do not know what is going on with this game. Just because of the fact that I'm still stunned by what Gen of Miracle did. Because when we talk about potential comebacks, Gen of Miracle has made one of the sickest comebacks. And I thought for a second that Joy Bangla is pretty much done for, considering the circumstances that both Gen of Miracle, AstraZeneca, even for Joy Bangla, they were all kind of stuck on the south side here. Even Team Blue Spotted, like, there was like 4 or 5 teams down towards this south island. And for them to actually survive this game and make it to the end game, especially coming from Joy Bangla, which again, they were kind of in the situation where they were the reasons why the teams in the south could not survive. But again, it felt like they needed more of a comeback, which I felt like this was a good start, but they need more points than just 5 points. And well, not the chicken dinner, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely. But as I mentioned, there's still a chance for them to make the comeback if they manage to get a 30 bomber in the upcoming game, which is honestly quite tough to pretty much get. But looking at the overall winner chicken dinner stats, you've also got Viper right there getting 8 frags on the board, Stranger right there as well, getting 3, Somraj getting 1, and even Smoker getting 4. Smoker, the only problem I really see in this man is that he overextends too much, and that's been the main concern for him. That's why he gets knocked out the first in Phoenix Esports. But moving the conversation on towards the teams in the latter half of the board, MD and Esports, even they should be a part of the conversation. What a comeback it's been from their side too.
Yeah, that was from Rondo in particular, but this game MDN kind of fell a little bit short, but they still got placement points.
They were in the
they
top
still
5,
had placement points, which is a good thing, but they still need more if they want to try and push up as well, because Phoenix has just pushed it up even higher as well. That means the new gatekeepers is going to be CKG again. And I think CKG has fell a little bit short here, especially in these last 2 games, considering that they didn't barely got enough points as well. And that's going to be a side of concern, considering that we know how good Sartak is as well, which is a lot of question marks, especially for today.
In these games, honestly, Sartak is not able to pop off, and that's been the main concern from their side. If Sartak is not able to play, then we all know he's pretty much going to be a major flop, and with that flop, even the team is not going to be able to pop off. We've all seen the good performances come through from the side of CJ on the map of Miramars, but Miramar is not going to be played today. You are going to be playing the map of Erangel, and if you're not performing on Erangel, you will be eliminated from this tournament. And right now, their heads literally on the swivel.
You know, for a second, I thought the MVP is going to be somebody coming from
Gen of Miracle?
Gen of Miracle, but okay.
Hey, there we
Viper is
go.
still on top. But joining him on the top 5 here, we have Aiden from Gen of Miracle, we have Sharan from Gen of Miracle, we have Sook coming from Gen of Miracle, 7, 6, 5. Well, we have 5, 6, 7, 8. Where's 4? Actually, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, great. Smoker. We've got all the numbers aligned.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff right there. So top players definitely filled up with Gen of Miracle. They managed to acquire 21 finish points, if I'm not wrong, which is insane if you think about it. And they were not even able to survive in the final few. They got eliminated in the mid-pack, getting 21 frags in the mid-pack, initiating a major comeback in the overall standings. Even you can look at the boys of Mid-T Tigers. Even they're doing pretty good in the overall standings now, getting 9 points out of this game. Joy Bangla getting 11 points. You've also got MTN right there getting 8 points. CJ as well, just getting 5 points. For CJ, oh, it's not looking too good. I see it's looking real grim.
Could you really blame any teams coming from 4th to all the way to 8th position here, considering the vacuum of points that has been garnered from both Phoenix and Gen of Miracle? Look at the stats here, the finish damage report. Gen of Miracle is sitting at the top here with the most amount of finishes in the game, the most amount of damage as well, and almost the other half of the lobby. And if you put 21 finishes, that's like 5 teams in total, minimum, that has been just completely shut down by Gen of Miracle.
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix Esports, Gen of Miracle definitely creating that vacuum, and maybe that's why the rest of the lobby is now starting to struggle. Looking at Mid-T Tigers, as I mentioned, for them, they just want to be around the top 6. They don't really want to bring in those flashy plays. They just want to be around the top 6. Mid-T Tigers still right underneath that 6th spot. Gen of Miracle is on the 6th. CJ, they fall all the way down to the 8th spot. Oh, the latter half of the board is really giving a tough competition. Then you've also got OC on the 10th, MDN on the 9th.
Yo, this is a crazy comeback here from Gen of Miracle. They are sitting on the 6th position with only 1 position points. Necro.
That is insane.
1 position points.
That is insane. Gen of Miracle just completely off the elimination points. They have been able to pull through all the way till the top 6. The upcoming game is also going to be the main dictator, though. Gen of Miracle now, they also need a decent game, at least in the final one. Cross that 45 points marker, and you will be around the safety net. Because we have all seen, in the last game, the cutoff surges up by a lot. Speaking of the previous round, in the last game, the cutoff went all the way up by 14 points. So yeah, rounds by rounds, I do understand competition shifts, but I do believe there's a high chance the cutoff is going to go the same way.
See, that's the thing, right? That's only provided for the teams in the bottom that actually pushes up as well. But considering that these 2 games, Mid-T Tigers has pulled a vacuum. Phoenix has pulled a vacuum as well, which again, Phoenix now sitting at top. They're pretty much guaranteed through into his round 4. But for Gen of Miracle to also suck up all those points, because now we have a battle not just with the mid-pack, we also have a battle with teams in the bottom as well, looking to try and push through towards top 6. So again, this last game, if somebody pulls another Gen of Miracle, the cutoff might just be somewhere in the 40s here, which again technically should be a little bit higher because of how round 3 we're looking for the top 7, now we're looking for top 6, and Gen of Miracle, how? Like, that is like 1 position points in your top 6. Like,
that is insane. That is literally my dream team right there. That's what I'd really love to see in a competition. A team just going ham on the lobby. But let's not forget, teams like Oblivion Core, Thunder Gods Esports as well, who still stand a chance. Even MDN Esports, these teams are heavy hitters. They can make a comeback anytime. So anything can happen, ladies and gentlemen, in the overall standings. But for now, let's move on to a short break and figure stuff out.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 here. You guys are watching the round 3 stages. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Fixers as we take you through the commentaries for today on the English podcast. And guess what? Last game here for Group 2 itself, and eventually we will see only 6 teams that advance in towards the next round.
Yes.
And a comeback has been made from Gen of Miracle. What is that?
That
What do
is
you think?
absurd. Not just Gen of Miracle, but even for Phoenix Esports. I think this is a conversation everybody was having in the green room, that whether they will make it to the top, and seems like sitting pretty well. I think they're all poised, ready to go. And even if you guys want to cruise through the battlegrounds, do check out the Royal Enfield collab. So we've got 2 amazing bikes. We've got a lovely spin. Go check that out. But you know what? We were all on the edge of our seats with what Gen of Miracle was actually pulling off. Because before this day began, nobody really had them in contention. Nobody really felt like they could actually do so well. So like the BGIS tagline suggests, breaking boundaries, they actually did that.
I think what was really impressive was the fact that there was like 4 teams down towards the military island. There was like a scarcity of loot. There was a lot of fights as well. General Miracle was just running around, hoping to find some way to survive, which in this case, the Blue Spartans was the one that fell short first. And even then, there was just fights after fights after fights. And even for General Miracle, the only alternative for them to survive was like, oh no, we just took a fight. We saw Joy Bangla somewhere in the bridge and I had to get out. But taking the hovercraft, crossing, and somehow winning fights and securing loots, that was the most difficult thing to do. And they somehow got away with it.
What I loved was they played like there was no tomorrow. But folks, a small gentle announcement. We've got some substitutions going on. We've got Igor going out and Vegeta coming in for Oblivion crew. And this is a very important point where we're actually making a substitute, because OC, they're in the cusps of almost getting thrown out of the BGIS. And at this point, if they're making a substitute, it better work out.
Yeah, it's got to work out here, especially now that there is going to be one final game here for each and every single team. And from Black Ravens, they're bringing back Devotee into play here to try and clutch things out as well. Because Black Raven, they had a pretty okay first game yesterday, but they only got like 8 points in 3 games. And right now, in this one final game, Black Raven Esports, the only way they make a comeback here is a chicken dinner with at least 10 to maybe 21 finishes, you know, if they want to be another miracle. Because Gen of Miracle literally got a miracle in that game where Staff of Loot, oh no, Zone is coming in, healings are not available, found a hovercraft, okay, let's hoorah, rush and cross the river, and somehow Oh no, I got caught in a fight. We got a knock. Okay, that's loot. Oh no, somebody's shooting away. Let's run away. Crashes the compound, goes in, takes a fight. Third party wins all the fight, and okay, I've got loot. Like, what is that miracle, man? Like, you get what I'm saying?
Of course, I mean, simply put, they played like there was no tomorrow. They blocked every noise around them. They were like, we need to go ham, and they battered the lobby. They schooled everybody. But folks, they still haven't qualified yet. One last game to go for all these teams, and let's find out who will be the deserving six. One last game that unravels all the mystery surrounding this particular group. Over here, one last wrangle. Phoenix Esports, lot of questions raised on Somraj and Co. They answered with a befitting reply and a beautiful chicken dinner. Can they continue this sublime run in Erangel? It's sort of a reminiscence of what they pulled off in the previous round 2. Even in that game of Erangel, they went bonkers. Of course, those little changes made. But now, taking a quick look at the flight path trajectory, skewed towards the western side, quite linear. And as of now, we've got two teams heading around the Sosnovka military base. So it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be round 2, and I hope the Blue Spartans know what's coming in for them.
Oh, this is going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in here, especially then there is a lot of teams heading down towards the south side again. But this time, instead of having 4, AstraZeneca has decided to bail on towards Novo instead. So that means Hell Matrix is going to get Novo for themselves.
Yeah.
Gen of Miracle going to get military base, which again, the team Blue Spartan, do they actually go for this? I think they're dodging military base, seeing that Gen of Miracle has had a successful game just now. Interesting, but Phoenix going to get Pachinki for himself. Nothing super crazy. Pretty widespread, but seems like we are going to be expecting company onto his original gangsters, onto his Primos. Maybe TDR is going to go for a crash down towards the southwest corner. But, ooh, guess what? Up north, Severny is going to be a party here. AstraZeneca actually decides to drop clash onto his Severny this time.
I see 3 teams dropping down over there. So that's going to be an interesting one. AstraZeneca not really having a great time around, but fortunes might change. Black Raven, courtesy to that one little change they've made. It's going to be interesting to see what they can conjure out of this game. Looking at how these teams are set up, Scam OP might just duke it out against Zeno. I hope he's prepared. I hope all these players have those weapons, and there you have it. Scam OP instantly snuffing out Zeno. And AstraZeneca again in a world of trouble. As for Devotee and Smokey, they've grouped up. Devil has a little bit of a flank angle. Scam OP deciding to regroup with his teammates as Black Raven. They're starting to take over.
Oh boy, tricky spot to be in, especially when the majority of the compounds inside 70 is on Black Raven. They've got 2 on top of the rooftops as well. That does cover a little bit of off angle towards AstraZeneca, but so that means AstraZeneca can't really rotate around here, especially this out in open here. And it's going to be a tricky spot to be in, but it seems like Black Raven Esports, they should be able to win this fight hands down, but they do need to make this a little bit quicker here, because on the far horizon outside of 70, all these gunshots are attracting MD and Esports to potentially go in for the third party. So either wrap it up quick or just loot up and just sit and do nothing.
And look at this.
Uh-oh. Devil, he doesn't have a helmet.
No vest either.
Ooh, Order. He's going to try and provide a little bit of assistance here. Uzi trying to jiggle his way through. Nope. Looks like he's not going to check upstairs here, so it needs to be a little bit careful. Smokey is going to be looking to go for an explosive bow. No connection so far. He did see a little bit of a corridor, but nothing much coming from him, I would say.
Yeah, really not a fan of his loadout, but he's got to make do with whatever he has. After those explosive bows, he just has SGS to work around with. And finally, the position flushed out, and Flanky goes in for the dive. Beautiful knock, and Black Raven absolutely pincering the players of AstraZeneca as Order just holds on to an angle, and now he's also given his position away. Devotee relaying all that important information, and for now, Flanky, he does have that Uzi to work around with. Just toying around with the spray. As for Beast, he's also surrounded. Flanky, he goes for the jump. Few shots connected. There you go. The knocks does come in. As for Beast, yeah, He's been put out of his misery, and that was a quick wipe coming in from Black Raven Esports. So solid in the performance initially. And look at this. This is lovely stuff. 4 points already secured, and they do not have any other option. They'll have to go all out, I see, considering they're on the 13th spot as of now.
Oh boy. Well, unfortunately for AstraZeneca, they will be the first team to be eliminated here from this group. Good try, and it will be the end of the journey here for round 3. Meanwhile, Team Blue Spartan now is going to be looking to try and gatekeep the bridge themselves. They are checking for maybe Joy Bungalow to try and set up a couple of ambushes, and they did scout out that there is no one, so they should be able to safely make it across here. As Team Blue Spartan also up in contention to try and make it to the top 6, but for them to do so, they need a chicken dinner at least for the 10 points, and even at least 5 to 6 points to overtake Gen of Miracle, who's currently sitting on the 6th position with 36 points. Once here, in this case, Onslaught Crew, who was sitting on top 3 to start of the day with 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, currently with 45 points, so they should 43 points. They should be able to survive this if they get like 2, maybe 4 or 5 points, I would say.
You know what? All these teams are still on the knife's edge. For Gen of Miracle, for Mitti Tigers, even for Chakka Jam, and for MDN as well. So 4-5 teams still in contention, and yet, you know, Gen of Miracle, I'm kind of curious to see what sort of an approach are we going to get to see from their side, at least in this game. Because, don't get me wrong, going frag heavy, getting a lot of finishes, instills that confidence. But again, BGMI, by its very crux, it's still a game of survival. They need to have that perfect balance, but a quick replay. And for Black Raven Esports, again, you know, they know it's their final dance if they do not perform over here, and they have a drop clash. In fact, there were 3 teams that were actually just hovering around Siverny, and it was MDN who decided, you know, 2 teams have dropped down, it's better that we part our ways. But for Black Raven, they were quite confident. The initial knock, 3 players already advantage over AstraZeneca, and all they had to do was just capitalize and get those finishes. But for Thunder Gods, I see they are still around the Primorsk area. Still well settled inside the zone, actually setting camp for Team OGs. So it's going to be an interesting scenario as to what happens next.
This is weird, considering the fact that Thunder Gods Esports has been fragging heavy for quite some time, but they just did not have this one massive game to actually bounce into as the top 6. And this might be a little bit too late, but even for them as well, they need a massive performance coming from them. But Phoenix seems like they are going to try and stop CKG. They found one. And the second one is going to fall as well. Stranger picks off legit, and just like that, CKG, their journey here for BGIS might be just over because of Phoenix Esports right now.
Yeah, absolutely. That's such a big setup. In fact, a setback going on for the players of Chakka Jam right now. Phoenix Esports beautifully setting it up, knowing that Chakka Jam might be traversing around. Quick rotation coming in from Pachinki, and Chakka Jam surely weren't prepared for this. As a result of which, are now on a heavy disadvantage. But for now, MDN Esports on a quick collision course against the players of Black Raven Esports. MDN, White, he's feeling slightly scared, slightly worried. But then again, Black Raven, they've got 1 man down.
Oh boy, MDN Esports. Wait for the slam here. They need to find opener to see one out in the open as well. Xenon, he misses the connection. He gets taken down as well. And now another to fall. Rage, the only man remaining here for MDN Esports. It just might be over for them. He needs to save the day, but seems like his teammates are all done for as Black Raven Esports is able to clean them all out. And just like that, Black Raven Esports, Devotee will find the last player from MDN Esports. And that is it for MDN Esports as well.
Black Raven at this point, they need some loot, I see. They need some meds over here, some replenishments, and they're good to go. But now the circle, again, taking another shrink. We can see it's a concentric one. Team OC, they're in a good position. Oblivion Core, they have to brew something around here. For Joy Bangla, however, they also have the forest area to themselves. As of now, Chakka Jam just survived by 2 players. And Joy Bangla, had they read the finish feed, if they have enough information, this is one of those fights where they could actually go in for a commit.
Tricky spot to be in. But as of now, Joy Bangla needs to wrap this up as quickly as they can. But seems like based on their positions here, they don't really have any reason to do so here. considering that the zone does favor them a little bit more. They can share the compound as well. CKJ, they have no reason to actually push this as well. So if Joy Bangla decides to try and take a little bit chill pill to try and focus on teams outside, it should be a good idea to work with here. But it seems like there is going to be a team that is going to be driving past him, and that's going to be AOC, Onslaught Crew, looking to try and get center control down towards the north side of the zone. And, ooh, Jet of Miracle, here we go. Are they going to go for the Grand Slam? And it seems like this game, they've started to get a little bit more passive here.
It's fine. It's all about getting that first knock and that first squad wipe. Again, you're good to go. I'm feeling more worried about Chakka Jam at this point, especially given how good they were in round 2. It finally feels as if they've met the match. And even for Sarthak individually, he could not really pop off. In the previous games, we saw it was just Wiz, couple of finishes here and there. As Phoenix Esports continue with their onslaught this time after the players of Black Raven, with Smoko giving them an entry, and there you have another slap on Scam's face. No answer. As for Phoenix Esports, they're surging with confidence right now, just playing around with the boys from Black Raven. As Smoker, another one to his tally. And Viper, he's gonna get another one, the last man in fact. And that's all she wrote for Black Raven. Again, another team that really wanted to go all guns blazing, but eventually was shut down.
Can we talk about that sick outplay coming from Smoker as well? Like, he got the first knock, knowing that, oh no, there's this guy upstairs, decides to climb up the window outside, played around the frames, and any random player who decides to push up, the first thing they will look will be inside, and for some reason comes back in and gets an easy pounce. But Gen of Miracle Sook, what was that? Out of nowhere, he takes 2, and now he gets the 3rd as well. What am I watching here for Gen of Miracle? And he gets the 4! Wow. He takes all 4 players. What a game play coming from Sook.
Absolute comedy of error in by the players from TBS. The blue Spartans have fallen. And it is going to be Sook who is going to reap the rewards. Gen of Miracle, not just a 1v4 from his side, but also those 4 valuable points. Currently still at the precipice. 6th position is what they are sitting at. 40 points collected. On 7th, we've got Mid-T Tigers, and they're starting to panic. At this point, Thunder Gods Esports right in front of them. It is an all-fledged work against the players of OC. As Vegeta, he gets dealt with. And for Oblivion Crew, they'll have to be really, really careful. For Sidhu, he's traversing around. Aryan, he's on the back lines. And he's also dealt with Team OG. Oh, they're going to be trying to steal a couple of finishes there. But Aryan, he's a dead man walking pretty much. How long can he survive? And there you go. There you go. Aryan, he's also out.
That is it for OC. Oblivion Cure out of the race here for the top 6. But my, oh my, can we talk about how impressive that was coming from Sook as well? 1 versus 4, Gen of Miracle
Beautiful.
Getting 4 finishes. But let's talk about the overall performance coming from Gen of Miracle so far. They started the day here in this last 3 matches with only 2 points in 3 matches. And now in 3 matches, they've gotten themselves 38 points in total. Now in the top 6. What is that climb here from Gen of Miracle? Like, what am I watching?
Oh, that's quite baffling, actually. Never really thought we're going to be witnessing such a beautiful comeback. But again, like I mentioned, this is all that BGS is all about. You know, breaking boundaries, just going all out. And these undergods, you know, they fill my heart with joy. And look at that clutch, you know. And at this point, you know, it's also the players of TBS to be blamed. You know, pushing in like that, no coordination, no grenades, nothing. Just going for a head-on slamming. And so just making quick work of the players. That's lovely.
Wow, so just manhandling them all the way
Absolutely.
through here. What a performance coming from Gen of Miracle. And with that being said as well, 40 points, is it enough to be safe here? As of yet, no. They still need a little bit more points and also placement points if they want to try and retain the top 6 here. They are currently the gatekeepers. And with that being said here, after so many teams being eliminated here, I would say that Phoenix, Gods for Reason, Hell, Matrix, and also maybe Original Gangsters are currently safe for the top 4 at least.
At least. I mean, 4 berths are already secured. it's a battle for the 5th and 6th position. But hold on, Phoenix. They've already risen from the ashes. And now they just want to burn everybody down. Perish them with their holy flames. As for Powerhouse, they haven't really lived up to their name. But Somraj, he's closed in on the players of Hell Matrix. Beautiful knock through coming in from Smoker. A drive-by at that, and Hell Matrix, they are left flabbergasted. Phoenix Esports, they're starting to take over, dictating the tempo of the lobby. As they are now looking forward on getting nice control over this area. It's going to be difficult, but knowing how beautifully Somraj is orchestrating all these fights and how beautifully Smoker has really stepped up to the occasion, I think Phoenix Esports, they've got a nice future ahead. But hold on, Jet of Miracle, they've got their eyes on the two players of Chakka Jam. Sarthak in a world of trouble. There you go, gets taken down. The trade does come in quickly, but that is all that Justwiz could do. And for Chakka Jam, their journey in the BGIS is over.
Yeah, it is over for them, but guess what? The third party comes in. Gen of Miracle in the 2v4 situation. Sharan needs to make the first play. That's the first 2 knocks! What am I watching? Gen of Miracle is able to hold on and defend against this, but now another party comes in, and then it's going to be Gods for a Reason trying to chime in, and Joy Bangla is going to be shoved to the sides here as Gods for a Reason is now engaging against them. Hitman finds the first knock through, but General Miracle, they need those resets, but no, they don't give them the chance. Gods for a Reason is taking 2 fights at the same time, and just like that, they eliminated both teams just like that. What did I just watch?
I have no idea what is going on. It feels like somebody's opened the Pandora's box, and all that's coming out of there is just bloodshed through the greener pastures. As now even Aladdin, he goes tumbling down. Biswa OG, he's got to save the day. G4R quickly just closing in. Ragnar from the right hand side as Biswa OG mustering some courage. That grenade primed already at the ready as Addy. He goes falling down. Ragnar really quick, but Biswa, that was a nice knock coming in from his side. He's going to quickly wrap up those finishes. As for G4R, they also find themselves in troubled waters now.
Oh boy, Original Gangsters. This is going to be their last chance to defend here. They're on the 4th position, and Gods for a Reason. Oh, Ragnar is going to be shot here from Biswa OG. That's going to be some points for them. But just like that, Original Gangsters, they are able to scare him off. We're down towards the last 8 teams just like that. And 24 players remain in this game. It's all about finishing on the top 6 here. And currently, Gen of Miracle is sitting on 42 points. And there's only 2 teams left to try and take away their spot here. And the closest to them is going to be Mitty Tigers with 35 points. And of course, TDR with 28 points.
Oh my god. At this point, Gen of Miracle really have a target on their back. At least for Mitty Tigers, all they've got to do is get 7+ points. Even a chicken dinner should suffice. And this is what I was worried about. You know, when you're going all out, suddenly you lose the idea of the whereabouts of the others and just tunnel vision yourself into a fight. And this is what happens, right? At this point, Gen of Miracle, they will be actually hoping for a miracle to happen. But for Mitty Tigers, looking at how they have positioned themselves, we've got Oblivion Core right next to them at the northwestern sides for Mitty Tigers. We did see they had a decent performance in the previous game. The first game was absolutely impeccable. But for now, it's going to be interesting to see how they make their next set of movements. Still having that northwestern side with OC near them, Powerhouse, a little bit inside the circle. And this is kind of interesting. Look at this. Only 8 teams remain, I see.
Oh boy. Tough game here. At least for the teams at the bottom. Mitty Tigers still needs those points. And all the top teams are still alive here to try and gobble up with these points. At the moment, Mitty Tigers goes down, and also Thunder Gods Esports goes down. It just might be over, and Gen of Miracle may have pulled the miracle run for today. But it seems like Original Gangsters, Spirit from Gods for a Reason is able to shut them down. As a solo warrior as well. It's interesting. But it's going to be Somraj that goes in and gobbles up that points instead. Denies it away from Gods for a Reason.
Yeah, for Phoenix Esports, I mean, they're playing without any shackles on them. So they're not really worried about. They're now just enjoying themselves, showing their true potential. And this is lovely. Again, you know, that change being made, and instantly you can see that impact You could see Smoker no more on that support role, right? He's the one who's initiating those fights. He's going head first. He's getting those initial knocks, and remainder of his teammates are just following through. So that is working out, and for Viper, the pressure has been eased up a little bit. They for sure know that they are marching in fact, cruising through to the next round. And for now, Phoenix Esports, they've got the players of OC right in front of them. And Viper, shrouded through the smoke, he's getting all the visuals, but a grenade coming at his way, and that is quick micro adjustment from his side.
Yeah, nicely done as well.
Yeah.
He was able to spot out the vision just because he was sitting on the buggy. And that's the beautiful thing about buggies, right? Inside smoke, especially for the secondary seat, it does give you that elevation to kind of peek on top of the smoke, kind of like a one-way peek, which is very, very, in my honest opinion, busted. It's broken. It feels really broken.
Hey man, it's a feature in the game, and if you can use it to your benefit, why not? And you know, it's just not those moments, right? If you talk about Viper individually, even in the previous game where they got the chicken dinner, the way he was positioning himself, minimal movements, lovely stuff. If he keeps on continuing doing how he's playing right now, I think we have a star in the making already. Too early to call out though. As for Hell Matrix, survived with just Krishna Jord. And the good thing is they have crossed that 50 points marker. Even for G4R, today hasn't really been that great of a day.
It's gonna be tough.
But this time they have 10 finishes.
I think they're pretty much qualified here.
Yeah.
So they're not really worried about doing too much here. But Minty Tigers though, this is just a very, very slow game for them. They do have placement points in place, so that's 1 point secured of this position points for top 8. But he still need at least 10 finishes. Or even the chicken dinner should suffice for them to actually push up top 6. Well, not really, but again, better safe than sorry, man. Huge game needs to be done here. Powerhouse, a little bit too late to qualify as well. Well, chicken dinner gives us 10 points, that makes it 25. And 19 finishes in this game would give them 29, that's 34 points. So they're pretty much out of the race.
Yeah. Next to impossible, but we have seen a lot of impossible things turn into reality. So still going to give them the benefit of the doubt here. But again, you know, statistically, they just need to wipe out the entire lobby, get a chicken dinner, and then we can think about it.
No, even wiping
Have you
out
still
the
done
lobby.
the maths?
Yeah. So wiping out the lobby and getting chicken dinner does not give Powerhouse enough point to break the top 6, unfortunately, at this stage of the game.
Oh yeah. So they are actually
Out.
pretty much out. But for TDR and for Minty Tigers, only a chicken dinner with nice amount of finishes will set them up. But Somraj, again, having a beautiful opener on the players of Powerhouse, trying to keep them at bay. Just denying their entry inside the circle. Phoenix, once again, beautifully setting it up. But this is all about Minty Tigers. And for TDR, who gets to be that 6th team, or is it going to be Chain of Miracle, who somehow just claw and scratch their way through? As for Onslaught Crew, there you have it. Karan with that spray, still to no avail as Spirit. He's been snuffed out. Stranger, he's got his number. But at the same time, Phoenix, I hope they've got enough smokes because they're deploying a lot of them.
Phoenix Esports looking to try to spoil the games here. At least for Minty Tigers, which in this case, they are looking to try and chime in as well. They're barely on the edge of the zone. And the ones that are getting gate kept right now is going to be Onslaught Crew, which in this case is going to be out in open. Spirit going to be on the zone as well. Phoenix did spawn him out from the south side. And Spirit, he is going to deny the points to the play zone. So that's pretty much officially done for Powerhouse to try to make a comeback without getting those points. Meanwhile, Phoenix still engaging against OC. On the sides, Minty Tigers still hasn't made their mark to trying to make a push here, but the nades coming in from OC is able to find Stranger. Viper almost getting knocked as well. Smoker needing to be a little bit afraid to kind of reposition. The smokes are being set up, but another nade comes in and it does clap onto a Smoker as well. Viper still in the front lines. He gets his mat off, and Somraj is actually right behind him, but again, right ahead, he gets ran over, and OC is going to push out on Phoenix now.
Oh my god, what is happening right now? Phoenix in a world of trouble as OC, they drive through, initially realizing they've got the opening. Viper, he had a lot on his plate and all he could do was just perish into thin air as Onslaught Crew still keeping their hopes up. As the dust settles, we've got the final 4 teams alive with Mitti Tigers now securing those position points. Spider Jot still on his knees, and there you have it. Pew Pew. Oh, before he departs, he is going to cause a massive blow to the endeavors of the players of Mitti Tigers. A team that started off this day on a beautiful note, a high fragging game, and now the pressure starting to surmount.
If Mitti Tiger gets a chicken dinner, they actually kick Gen of Miracle down to the top 7 here.
And 7 points.
And even then, if Mitti Tiger gets like 5 finishes right now, they should qualify as well. This is going to be a tricky spot here, but Thunder Gods Esports, they also may look to try and get a potential chicken dinner. But again, for them, they need to clean out the entire lobby, and even then, it's going to be a close call.
They just need 3 finishes, and even a top 3 position should be enough. Just 8 points to break past Gen of Miracle, and they're through. So they're letting all these teams fight it out. They are eyeing out on the chicken dinner. For the players of TDR, again a fight against OC in the making. Fragger just scouring through the lands, maybe trying to apply that bait and switch strategy, hoping that somebody catches it, and then somebody does follow up. But for now, it's a little bit of a standstill. It's all about all those grenades being deployed, constantly using that artillery barrage to apply that pressure. But still not outcome. This is what concerns me. But finally, Ruiner does have one. Ninja OP on his knees, and this is probably the cue that they were waiting for. Fragger instantly goes in for the dive, still just hovering around. Finally, the swing comes in. Ruiner still not exiting his vehicle, just driving through, hoping that somebody shoots at him. But that did not happen, as Karan, this time, he's going to capitalize on the situation with Fragger. A beautiful knock by Karan Jot. And there you have it. Mahavir does follow up as piece by piece, OC, they are getting dismantled.
Oh boy, Mitti Tigers, they just might be able to do it as well. Powerhouse going to be chiming in for the nades. OC looking to try and survive this, but Thunder Gods, they're down. Rune gets confirmed here as a couple of nades actually finds him. But right now, position points are in play. Powerhouse looking to try to get their first chicken dinner, which again, does not give them any chance to make it into the next round phases. But they're not finishing dead last, I would say.
Yeah.
With this performance. Thunder Gods looking for those nades here. It's up to Mitti Tigers. Can they get even more points? They need 4, 5, maybe 5 points here just to qualify. And even then, they're going to be snaking their way through. It's going to be a really, really close call, but Thunder Gods pretty much blinded by this prone here from Mitti Tigers. And they just don't have a nade. They've got UMPs. And Powerhouse is going to be driving around to try and scout them out. Eventually, Mitti Tigers, they need to find a play here. The sprays comes in. No connection so far. They're shooting him blind. And TDR, they should be able to pick him out. And Pew Pew finds the one in the back lines here. And Mitti Tigers, only 1 player remaining. Karan is able to find one. Ruiner is down. He needs to gobble those points. He needs whatever points he can get. It's got to be really close now for Mitti Tigers.
It is absolutely going to be, as even for the Thunder Gods, the pressure really acting on them. Karan, this grenade could seal his fate. Does not have any meds on him. Pressure at its peak. And for Karan, he has to hope that somehow PH, they decide to go after the players of Thunder God Esports. As for now, his position absolutely compromised. And not a lot of finishes. And that could be the end of the road. But for Powerhouse, before they bow out in their final dance, they did throw a spanner in the works of the players of Mitti Tigers. But for Thunder Gods, 8 finishes, still eyeing on that chicken dinner. Can they get it? That's the big ask.
It's going to be tough here. They need to get all 4 finishes and the chicken dinner. And even then, I don't think Thunder Gods has enough points to make it the top 6. A very tricky spot to be in here. Powerhouse decides to get a little bit of chip damage in. Mahavir dropped down really low as well. And Powerhouse, they are going to try and clean him out. But Chief John, he could not find the opener. He gets taken out instead. So Thunder Gods might be able to find the opener here as they go for those confirmation. But it is going to be a 1 versus 3. Mahavir down. And Avi is going to get confirmed here. And just like that, Powerhouse, they will get the final winner chicken dinner for this group respectively.
I mean, yes, this is a little bit of a consolation, a little bit of a saving grace for them, but again, it has been set in stone no matter. Even if they had gotten the chicken dinner, which they did, that still should not be enough to see them through. Had they done this in the previous game, maybe pulled off a Gen of Miracle, but yes, man, you got to feel for Mitti Tigers, especially these lads. We know them, they've been in the block, and they were doing everything right. Just that one little mistake where they got impatient, did not have their vehicles, just slammed in head on into that fight. They should have waited it from the backline, should have seen this through, and then maybe gotten for the bounce. Mitti Tigers could have actually qualified.
Yeah, it could have been very close in that regards as well. But with that being said as well, the biggest comeback here, Gen of Miracle. Wow, that is just really impressive here. 3 games, 2 points yesterday. Now in 3 games, I'm in top 6, baby. Should be. But we have to wait for the official results first. I might be tripping here, I might be wrong, but again, let's talk about the final blow as well. The only way Thunder Gods Esports and Mitti Tiger that could have qualified from this is that they gobbled up at least 10 finish points and also get the chicken dinner. But for Mitti Tigers, this is a little bit close for them. If they got the chicken dinner, they're safe. But if they did not get the chicken dinner, they should need about like 4 or 5 finishes in order to qualify. So it's going to be really close here between Mitti Tigers and Gen of Miracle.
See, the thing was, it was 7 points to level up and 8 to surpass them. And given they got eliminated at the 3rd spot, they're going to get 5 points. And last we saw, they had 2 finishes. So that makes it 7. So it really comes down to... I think they might have actually
They might have faster, right? So if it was a tiebreaker between them and Gen of Miracle, Mitti Tigers would win because they have a chicken dinner over Mitti Tiger, over Gen of Miracle, just because, again, no chicken dinners and they've got 1 position point the entire game. 6 games, which is just absurd. I don't know how, but what?
Still so difficult to contemplate who goes through, who goes out. We're just gonna hold our breaths a little bit. But you know what a game it was actually. A lot of individual brilliance also coming in display. We saw Smoker, man, that clutch, the way he was readjusting constantly, and the way even Sook, he was pushed by the players of the Blue Spartans, and suddenly just one after the other, just bam, 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 and instantly taking them down. It was, you know, all these players just playing their hearts out. But for Gen of Miracle, they'll have to take their learnings. If they crash out from here, I see that has to hurt.
See, that's the thing, right? For this past 2 games, we've been talking about so much about Gen of Miracle, but we kind of neglected our favorite grind teams here, Phoenix Esports, just because of the fact that they were sitting on the borderline on top 6 and almost 7 as well, almost getting eliminated here as well. That exact same game that Gen of Miracle that actually made one of the sickest comeback, Phoenix was also closing out the games and wrapping things up as well. And because of that, they were able to shoot enough points to actually take the #1 spot. And in this final game as well, they did the exact same thing. They played spoil sports for every single team in the bottom who's trying to make it into the top 6 and deny those points. And this vacuum of points that has been created by them, Gods for a Reason, and also Hell Matrix as well, has resulted in this awkward scenario of points where, oh no, who's going to go up, who's going to go down? It could have been a Mitti Tiger situation, it could have been a Gen of Miracle situation, but eventually it came down to just playing spoil sports, I would say, having fun.
Yeah, I think towards the end, at least for Phoenix Esports, that is what you would expect from such a roster, right? Led by Somraj, a former champion, making his mark once again. And this time, I'm really impressed with how Smoker has really stepped up. But, you know, of course, Biswa OG, he played really well. And in fact, for Team OG, I think they were doing pretty decent. They should have cruised through 5 finishes. This game should ease on the nerves. But for Gen of Miracle, again, Sook, he has been there, right? Even for Gods for Reason, Ragnar. Gods for Reason was struggling throughout the entire day in the 2 games, but this game they at least got those 10 finishes. Should be enough to, I mean, seal their fates. But this is it, right? This is what we wanted to witness. For Mitti Tigers, they've gotten 7 points. Now it all comes down to a tiebreaker, I see.
Oh wait, I think Mitti Tiger just might be able to make it.
Yeah.
It's wow. Okay, that's a bummer. We have to see. We have to see the official one here as well. Like, it could be 1 point difference.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. I think it's all about you know, the tiebreakers. But so that is where it gets settled. Really.
Yeah. But before that, let's talk about the finish damage report for this game as well here. Thunder Gods Esports was one of the biggest annoys in this game here, with the most amount of damage in this game. But unfortunately, points conversion wasn't in their favor. Could not secure the chicken dinner. And joining them here is going to be Phoenix Esports as well as Gods for a Reason, who, again, just tag third party anything that makes noise and just colliding on every single teams here, just denying those points completely as well. So that was a really, really good one as well. But let's take a look at the overall standings. Yes, it's going to be 1 point difference, and Gen of Miracle has actually made it through to top 6 with 42 points. Midday Tigers only losing out on 1 point before qualifying for top 6. Oh my goodness, Midday Tigers.
We're both tripping at this point. I for a moment felt like, both of them had tied up actually. But yeah, Gen of Miracle, that was a narrow escape. Now, they've taken their learnings. Now, look at the finishes, right? They've got the 3rd highest finishes, but still just a single position point to work with. I think this is their learnings. They need to go back. They need to know how to stay alive and add it with how good they have been in terms of their firepower.
Let's talk about how ridiculous this is coming from Gen of Miracle, right? In 3 games, they've gotten themselves 2 points yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in 3 games, they've gotten 40 points and they've qualified for round 4 based on this performance. So they've literally gotten 40 points in 3 games and is not even inside Rondo.
And even for Thunder God Esports, man, look at them. That has to be quite gutting, especially with how well they played their Miramar yesterday, and they were looking quite scintillating. This is a fall from their side, a little bit of a bounce back, but the first 2 games not going their way. Even Chakka Jam, this was also one of our favorite teams to look out for. And unfortunately, their run also in this edition of BGIS is over. For Powerhouse, man, they were pretty much dead last. And in the final game, they decided, all right, let's get a chicken dinner and ruin things for Midday Tigers. And that's the way of this game, right? But the top 5 players, Viper, 25 finishes in 6 games.
Yeah, this is just impressive coming from Viper as well. And obviously, we've seen moments of brilliance coming from Krishna yesterday's game. But this game, today itself, Hell Matrix, they took a little bit of backseat here. Didn't go frag heavy. They didn't cause a vacuum as well. But again, he is still going to be part of the top 5. Hitman also coming from Gospel Reason. We've got Bizba OG coming from Original Gangsters. But Sook making it was a list here just of today's performance. Gen of Miracle literally had a miraculous recovery and a miracle gameplay from that last game, because truth be told, I had no expectation of this team. Like, no one expected them to do well. I don't know where decided, oh, Gen of Miracle, you're drop clashing. Oh, wow, great. Yeah, sure. There's a team there. Oh, we're going to third party. Okay, they won that fight. Okay, sure, Gen of Miracle. But after winning that fight, tanking the zone, needing to rotate one of the most difficult rotations from Military Island, getting gate cap here in left, right, and center. But out of nowhere, oh wait, I've got 8 finishes. Let's go into the zone. I've got no smokes, I've got no meds, I've got nothing. Let's take a fight and win it. Let's do that. Win, 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 win. Oh, no position points, I'll still qualify. Okay, sure, bro, okay.
That's a way to go about it. We've seen teams also winning the trophy without getting chicken dinners in the past. Do let us know which team that was. But that being said, the matches for Group 2 is finally done. We're going to be heading for a short little break. Coming back, we will have the matches of Group 1. Moments of heartbreaks, and then we had moments that filled our hearts with joy. That was the case with the teams from Group 2. Now, welcome back once again, folks. You're watching the BGIS. It's round 3. It is time for the final 3 games for the teams from Group 1. And who other than Johnny to cast along with me for this one? And Johnny, man, before we get into the conversations around teams from Group 1, I mean, let's talk about what happened in the final game of Erangel, man. Powerhouse literally ruined the dreams of Mitti Tigers.
I mean, pretty much. Mitti Tigers, I think all they needed was just that one extra point. We saw their last player trying to survive and that utility being lobbed towards him, resulting in an early exit. He could have walked away with one finish as well. Because in the situation of a tiebreaker between Gen of Miracles and Mitti Tigers, it would have been Mitti Tigers placed on the 6th because they had that chicken dinner with them. But hey, if you guys want to grab exciting things for yourself, well, the Discovery Island is live and it helps you contribute to the overall prize pool of BGIS 2026. All you have to do is just simply play matches of BGMI. That's it.
Just head on inside the game, play a couple of classic matches. In fact, play a lot of classic matches with your friends. The more you play, the more you're contributing to the prize pool of this year's BGIS. And we thank you for your support for what you did last year. And we hope this time we break through the skies once again. But now, that has to be quite gutting for Mitti Tigers, especially, you know, the way they started the day off, got a lot of finishes, and then towards the end just succumbing to the pressure. I mean, for Karan and Co, I was expecting they should have gone a little bit more further.
I mean, they could have, but now I think there is still an opportunity that is left. Hoping that when the list of the rest of the best top 16 comes out, their name is going to be there as well. It kind of depends on how the teams from the rest of the groups in fact perform. And talking about the rest of the groups, the highlights of the matches yesterday from Group 1, it was an incredible day, I have to say, because everyone went into Rondo thinking that, oh, we're going to see something big from Kalinga Esports, but no. Kalinga Esports was one of the first teams to take an exit on Rondo, but they recovered quite nicely on the 2 Erangels following it up.
Especially with how Archit has been playing so well. But I think yesterday's day for Group 1 was all about how good Ultron Esports were. After that little bit of a fallout in the first game, I think it's just a Rondo effect on them. But towards the games of Erangel which we witnessed, I think I loved it. I loved every bit of it. Now that sort of sets the tone because, Johnny, we will be having 2 Miramas today. So there must be some teams still in the mix that could be Miramar specialists. We've seen LOLs in round 2, how they staged that epic comeback in that final game, before which they were absolutely struggling. Even for Team Telugu, teams from the Southern Circuit are usually touted to be very good teams, at least in Miramar. So hoping that also happens. But right now the cutoff is with rising underdogs, the threshold at 18 points. Where do you think it ends by the end of the day?
I think at about 38 or maybe max 40 points, because I think for this particular group, I have a little bit of a hot take. This is just a personal opinion that the competition is between the top 4 teams over here. Ultron, Godsent, Kalinga Esports and LOLs, because yesterday these 4 names ended up dominating quite a lot in every single match, because you look between the 4th and the 5th, there is an 11-point difference right there. And that just means that it's going to be very chaotic, because if you look all the way at the 16th position, one good game today from TSB Jaguar, if they get a 20 bomber, that instantly propels them in the top 8, I believe.
And we already have seen miracles before in the previous group, and hoping that something also awaits us. I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. But quick look at the top 5 players of this group, Johnny. Yash, he has been scintillating even for K47, especially knowing him personally. We know he's a great man. He's come out of retirement once again, and what a way to stage his comeback, right? Now, currently sitting at the top 5 players. I don't think when was the last time I saw this player getting 12 finishes, staying in the top 5 in terms of the overall fraggers.
Yeah, I believe he's also been IGL in the past as well, of a few of the rosters that he's
been on IGL, a support, he's done it all.
Pretty much, and he's good at every single one of the roles that you require within your team. This man is a BGIS specialist, because he always pops out of retirement every time BGIS is there, and then goes back onto a hiatus for the rest of the year. Hopefully this time we get to see him for the LAN finals.
I hope. Fingers crossed, because that would be surreal for at least individually for K47. And we do also have a couple of other old veterans making their way back into this BGIS and coming out of retirement. That would be lovely, winning the championship. Imagine what a storyline. But talking about the predictions, I mean, we've all gone very safe with Godsend. I think that's fine. Necro is a firm believer in rising underdogs, and I can, imagine where he's coming from, given I've seen rising underdogs even in round 2. The Miramar games are actually really good. So still at the threshold at this point, one good game, one chicken dinner. Yeah, they should be easily in.
Exactly. I think, again, because of the vacuum at the top, right now it's very volatile. As you mentioned, one good game. If you have that 20 bomber in the first angle itself, don't even wait for that Miramar to show up. That itself will get you a safety cushion inside of the top 6. But then again, you have to be cautious of the other teams behind you catching up. If things are similar to how things went for Group 2, before Group 1 plays their matches and the teams at the bottom start fighting it out to the best of their abilities today, then even Group 1 can take a very chaotic turn in the next few minutes.
I'm pretty sure that is going to happen, especially with how things have been set up. At this point, just 2 teams have earned their berth, right?
Yeah.
It is Ultron, it is the players of Godsend. Remainder, everybody's unsafe. Anything can happen. Let's find out as we charter through the greener pastures once again. Lo and behold, with bated breath, as we welcome the teams from Group 1 once again, as they are going to be jousting it out amongst themselves in what could be a deciding day which shall seal their fates. Only the top 6 folks do make it into the next round. And the flight path trajectory, Johnny, it's quite generic. This is a flight path trajectory. That's a dream of every IGL.
That is true. This is something that everyone prays for, and this is the one thing that brings the entire lobby together. It's quite rare as well to get a preferable flight path for all the 16 teams, but let's see how the early game is going to turn out for these teams. Because of this, are we going to have a few cheeky early drop clashes on our hands, or are we going to have what could be one of the slowest starts to Erangel on our screens right now? As of now, based on the few early exits we are seeing from that flight path, I think we are not seeing that many drop clashes, apart from Be-Like Skyline dropping a little too close to the players of Epic and Team LOLs.
And for Team LOLs, this is set in stone. We have seen even yesterday in the games of Erangel that they played, they love to take over that shelter area. And with Epic dropping down, Beeline, Skyline, what a fallout has it been, Johnny, for them. Especially performing so well in round number 2. And now really struggling for those crappy points. But the circle also in front of us. And this is one of the circles that we are quite familiar with. Even we saw a similar zone yesterday as well, in which Ultron Esports did manage to cement themselves in with a chicken dinner. Even for Kalinga Esports, they really went in, got the 2nd position. And for Godsend, let's see, can they get a chicken dinner in this one? Let's see. Let's find out.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, even on Erangel, they were quite impressive, securing a lot of eliminations for themselves. And I think that became the game plan for Godsend Esports after a phenomenal start to their day on that map of Rondo. On our screens right now, although it is going to be Ultron Esports, a team that sits at the top of this leaderboard, having secured 56 points in the 3 matches they played yesterday, but rising underdogs. Oh my goodness, now this is a dream come true. An early catch onto a player from 4 Eternals. And that's going to be the first finish of the game, secured by rising underdogs.
Look at this, you know, you're sitting at the 6th spot, given that you've already played a Rondo and still at 19 points. So rising underdogs, they have gauged the situation right now. They know that they have to breach past 30 in order to feel a little safe. But for TSB Jaguars, this is again another team that has had a disappointing run. 3 matches played with a Rondo and just 2 points secured. Of course, they'll have to pull off a rabbit out of their hat if they want to qualify. And in BGMI terms, get an explosive chicken dinner. 20 finishes and a chicken.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that needs to happen right now. If it happens on Erangel, then it's better, because at least as far as this map is considered, as I was saying before we jumped into the match, that if TSB Jaguar end up securing not a 20 finish chicken dinner, but let's just say 10 finishes and the chicken dinner, 20 points they get for themselves, that gets them to 22. And I think by the end of the game, 22 points will place them inside of the top 8, considering Vinny Vici right now are on that 8th position with just 14 points. There's no way that 8th spot is going as high as 22. So top 8 is going to be guaranteed for TSB Jaguar. But again, the only condition is that 20 points are required in this angle. Every single time TSB Jaguar takes an early exit, it makes that comeback opportunity a whole lot more riskier for the upcoming games.
And now, in favor of their side, you must say that they'll have to hope that the Miramar games actually go well, because we still haven't seen them playing those Miramars. So that is going to be interesting. But we were also anticipating, Johnny, that a quick early fight happens between the players of Team Telugu and Veni Vidi Vici. We've seen that on 2 occasions, and it was Veni Vidi Vici who did perform really well. And for Team Telugu, of course, Hexa has been one of my favorite players. He's been getting a couple of knocks here and there, hasn't really gotten those conversion. But then again, Team Telugu still doing decent, if not really good. Because look at this, man. This is absurd. Ultron sitting at 56 points already. If they just decide not to play any of the matches today, that shall still see them through.
Pretty much, I think for Ultron Esports, it might just be about building momentum for round 4, where they are going to go up against a few of the names that have been considered the top contenders to make it to the final. So, yeah, this is the time you use to polish every single mistake that you have made in the past and make sure that they don't happen again. And as you were talking about Team Telugu, I think yesterday was a decent day for them. 22 points in 3 games, not too shabby. Inconsistencies were there. And this time, I think, because of the fiasco of Erangel, because they were able to beat out Veni Vidi Vici for that Rozok Hill fight, but their rotation timing was a bit off, so now they just decide to play it safe. On our screens, Team LOLs. Also an interesting name, 33 points secured in 3 games they played yesterday. Today, starting off their journey smack center of the circle, out in the middle of nowhere, but will be able to secure a lot of loot off of this truck, man.
No, that's a gutsy move, if you ask me, because, I mean, this is one of those areas that is hotly contested. And let's remind our viewers that this is literally the epicenter of the circle. So if Team LOLs are really committing in, I mean, they've got a lot of cojones. There you go. TSB Jaguars already, the silhouettes are visible, and Team LOLs, they should be aware that there is a team keeping a close watch on every single movement of theirs. So it's going to be interesting how Team LOLs disengages from that situation. But for now, there's a little bit of a cat and mouse chase going on. We've got fake Esports being chased by the players of 1 goal. And since he's taken quite some damage there, eventually he's just deciding to disengage.
A beautiful cover fire provided by the players of Team Fake. And this could be problematic for the players of 1 goal as they try to swing out of the way. They have one of the players from Team Fake also in a very unfortunate position, but he runs for his life. RDOP managing to fall back, and now Ash has overextended. Does he have a vehicle to get out of here? Oh, he does. His entire team is falling on the flank, and Ash, he's going to follow up as well, puts a decent amount of distance. Yeah, that's going to be a clean escape. So a little bit of a conflict, but no casualties from either sides.
Yeah. The only thing really setting Team Fake behind was they did not have good loadouts there. I mean, a Bison and even an ASM, so really does not help their case. But for now, Team Telugu, they find themselves in muddy waters. One of their players already knocked out. They need to quickly get the revive. Should not have any trouble in doing the same. Hexa holding on to the doors, and this is again, where Team 2OP just decided to take this compound, and now they realize that, yeah, it's already been taken by Team Telugu, so hence they also decided to back off. It's all right. They'll just hold on to the Volcano Hill squad house for now.
Well, let's see. 2OP, they were able to find the opening in this fight, but not really in a position to capitalize on it. The distance between the 2 squads a little too much to commit for a 3v4. Reset comes through for Team Telugu. Now it's their turn to try and spray down 2OP. But the ridges working in the favor of 2OP as they find a way to rotate close to the center. It's still stage 1. Only one player fallen from the entire lobby. There's 3 seconds left. Stage 2 shift of the utmost importance. It is going to be a, well, all right, between Yasna and Shelter. Now that wave of teams down south, they are going to be in trouble.
It's going to be really interesting to notice who actually takes that eastern route also. You know, the influx is majorly coming in from the southern side, the southwestern side, with nobody actually taking the eastern entrance. And given they've already played a lot of Erangel, and hold on, I see Esports, they might be challenged by the players of 2OP as Utkarsh gives them that opening knock as he goes for another one, that quick secure, as instantly the port does come in. Jimmy OP, his position very well compromised. As the players of 2OP, they've got nothing to lose over here. Scouring through, making sure they've got some cover. They're doing their due diligence, Johnny. They do not want to overexpose themselves to get shot from elsewhere. But Jimmy OP, look at that. Utkarsh, beautiful knock coming in from his side. And Zip Esports, they are pretty much exposed.
Yeah, but brilliantly done by the players of 2OP Official with how they have managed to take control of these compounds away from the players of Zip. And it's an old wartime strategy. Take out the support first, and then the front line automatically falls. Story of how Zip lost 2 players, now down to 2. Not really the great start of the day. Ultron Esports on the other side. Oh, all right, this is going to be a fight of the heavyweights. As Ultron, it seems like, are in a conflict against the players of Team LOLs.
And another gentle reminder for our viewers that Ultron Esports is actually on the verge of pulling a hat-trick chicken dinner if they can get it in this one. So the previous 2 games that they played, they got 2 chicken dinners in that one, and this one makes it 3. So, yeah, 2 and 2 put together. But for now, Beeline, Skyline, going after the players of Veni Vidi Vici. They have got their whiff. They know there is a team hiding in the bunkers. So, of course, it's all about that opening knock, and it's going to be interesting to see who actually managed to get that one as Ghosty, who decides to come out of his hiding. Couple of bullets taken, and still to no avail, still no opener there.
We like Skyline have to be cautious here, because a few moments ago when we saw them positioned towards the entrance of that bunker, it felt like Kalinga Esports would have a line of fire for these lads. In fact, shots being fired from the distance as well, but it's Godsend right next to them now. We like Skyline continue to move towards the high ground. Scouting for information, they are made aware of the presence of the 3rd team in the mix. I guess a decision has been made to just go for the compound, stay in cover, stay safe. All right.
Okay.
4 seconds for the next stage of the circle. I want this to move towards the Yasnaya fields. All right, close enough.
All right, I mean, we'll make do with this. Would have loved it had it taken another northern shift, but given how the circle has been constantly taking those northern shifts, this was a big ask, even from our side. But for Beeline Skyline, the good thing is they haven't been eliminated yet. This is one of the longest games of survival coming in from their side. And now Epic Esports could be closing in. Rising underdogs. 1 finish already secured. Powali is trying to gauge where he's going to hold on next, the next pit stop at this point, as they have spotted the players of Team Fake. And Rising underdogs decide to settle with the garage, do they? Still inside the zone though, but no. They want to contest for the warehouse?
I mean, right now it's just intense paranoia for all of the teams that are moving in from outside the play zone, because it's an open field that you have to traverse through. And if you're moving in this late, then it's an automatic assumption that the compounds that you see are going to have players and teams within them. So if you try to go for a push, there's a very high probability you are going to lose a few bodies by the time you reach the concrete cover. And based off of that, I think Rising underdogs, we saw a call being made. They're going to use those ridges to play with, but it's the southern side of Yasnaya where 2OP spot out TSB Jaguar. Well, they are trying their level best to connect this spray, but haven't really found that much success. TSB Jaguar, they're going to continue to move along the edge of the northern edge of the circle.
Yeah.
The only problem is that if they keep heading towards the east, They are going to run into FFOD.
I mean, at this point, even for FFOD, they're trying to get an entrance for themselves. But for Ultron Esports, again, a quick wipe coming in there. As one goal again, they've been dealt with. No, not having caused a lot of impact in round number 3. Just 7 points out of 4 games that they have played. And probably for him, it was a solo squad wipe.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that growths are coming into action, which is absolutely incredible. And for Ultron Esports, I have to say, this team is a drop weapon specialist for some reason.
Yes.
Yesterday, they were just running around amok with the P90 equipped. And today, they found the Groza, especially with the buff to the 7.62 ammunition and the weapons. I mean, it's just more brutal than before.
You know, look, man, had the 7.62s not been too heavy, Groza would have still been one of the best weapons. You know, it's a big trade-off, actually, when you're going with 7.62. Then you have to compromise on your meds, on your resources, all of that. But for now, I mean, as long as they're getting a lot of finishes, who are we to even complain or even discuss about it? But for our viewers there, FFOD, beautiful trace as Abhishek opens it up, and suddenly TSB Jaguar, they find themselves out in the open. Fallen player, not even being able to scream and yearn for help. He knows he's been cut off from his squad.
Oh, they're going to lose another one. TSB Jaguar, there's a potential. The second man might fall as well. FFOD, they are in a brilliant position to just gatekeep this team. And this was something I noticed about FFOD yesterday as well. They're brilliant at catching people off guard. But this time it is going to be Team Telugu that could be caught off guard as 2 OP just go pouring in. And this flood, it is going to be instantly shut down. 3 players fall and 2 OP are in shambles. What just happened? Zyrade, along with Hika and Shanu, just destroy 2 OP.
Yeah, that was not a well-calculated push. And for 2 OP, even the players have realized that. And the final player just backing off. But Kalinga Esports, 2 big dogs fighting it out. And it's going to be another team. 4 Returnals coming in for the third party as Omega is still scared as 4 Returnals. They want to take a fight. Pasha OP already being taken down. A quick grenade knock coming in from there. Archit still alive. He needs to patch himself up though. A beautiful crossfire sets in as Kalinga Esports hold on. Has 6 finishes in quick succession. And Kalinga Esports still thriving.
That nade was thrown out uncooked. He just threw it. It wasn't a quick nade. It was lying there on the floor and it turned into a landmine. My goodness. Kalinga Esports, I think the setup to protect their stronghold was absolutely incredible and they made it work. But it seems like the teams at the top are just going to continue their top tier performance because even Ultron Esports, look at them, 6 eliminations now racked up. They've lost Honey, but still this 3-man unit can be quite deadly. They did manage to catch the players of B like Skyline off guard. Scepter, oh, he's going to stay alive. But he has been spotted out, and I think the spray down should come through. Yeah, there's 2 teams with the line of fire on this position. Rising Underdogs on the flank as well, and Team LOLs. I did not see this. What? What is that angle?
There was a quick snipe on the head. And there was so much he could do about that, right? He pretty much knew that, his days are numbered. But for FFOD, 3 finishes, 3 players still alive. And now on the northeastern edge lines. At this point, some replenishments coming in. They know that there is Kalinga Esports right in front of them. If they've kept account on their numbers, it's an even battle for them. But the big ask is if they're actually going in for the push over there. Just making sure. Just floating around the edges of the map. TSB Jaguar still scared to death, Johnny. They do not want to make any hasty moves. And even same goes for Vinny Vici. What are they up to, man? Beautiful Porsche.
Yeah. I mean, finally we are getting seeing these players with
Hold on.
the Porsches, but as epic as that car is, can the performance from Team Epic be the same? I guess the answer is going to be a simple no, but a trade comes through, Prince falls, but Veni Vidi Vici, they have the numbers in their hands in their favor. Is the last man alive from Team Epic, Skylar, fighting for his life. Alright, he gets into the hovercraft, looking to switch, but it's a big mistake. Skylar still has an opportunity, but the shot whiff. And the trade works out in the favor of Veni Vidi Vici. Tender, quite tender up, but not enough to go down.
And look at this. Still not out of the woods yet. Need to get that revives ASAP as the Hounds, they are coming through. Team LOLs were in the nearby vicinity, and they have always been those opportunistic sharks. Always on the hunt for any sort of third parties. And Team LOLs setting themselves up. Veni Vidi Vici protecting this hovercraft. As for Team Telugu, a finish on INF God. I think that would be the end for 2OP. There you go. EVE 2OP again eliminated. Not a good start, but for Veni Vidi Vici, that was almost a moment of jump scare. But now, taking a look at where the circle's headed at, it's towards the western shores. And for now, it could be anybody's game. And we just had a glimpse of that beautiful Porsche. You can also own it. All you gotta do is just head inside BGMI and spin that golden wheel.
Yeah, if there was a time for a cinematic shot, I think this would be it.
Yep.
Yeah, there you have it. We see
Look at the trailing lights.
driving in the open fields. And perk of having a small car is you can use your teammate as cover if they are in a hovercraft. I think that's what we see from the players of Veni Vidi Vici.
Yeah.
As that man is now stuck out into the open. I think his teammates are going to have to save him. Oh, this is risky. Tender, they don't have space to use for cover. And at this point, players split up. Veni Vidi Vici, I do not see an escape option, man. I think they are going to have to settle for just a few points from this map of Wrangle. Look at this, getting annihilated at the hands of TSB Jaguar. So the third party comes through. And it is going to be Kalinga Esports out of nowhere. Just squeezing and taking away all of those points.
Yeah, even for Veni Vidi Vici, this is something that could have been avoided. 2 extra casualties in this one as Tender. He's not happy about it. Tenderizing his opposition, or that was the intention. Unfortunately, no bullets connecting, and Omega is already closed in on the distance. Just waiting for the right moment as Zygrade already knocked out. Not a legendary Pokemon anymore. As for Heka, he's going to back off and hope that FFOD do not press matters, which to their utter demise, they are actually. Destroyer trying to close in on the distance, has taken heavy amount of damage, needs to patch himself up, but Zygrade, this time, he does find that opener. Genesis coming up with that quick trade. Shanu once again repositioning as that grenade does pour in through. Genesis does tank that damage, still alive, but for how long? That is the question, Johnny. As for Team Telugu, still trying to pinch it through, but it is none other than Ultron Esports coming in for the third party.
Yeah.
An MG3. Wow. All right.
Again,
Groza, MG3.
drop
Great.
weapon specialist. I think, yeah, we can give that tag comfortably to the players of Ultron Esports. And I believe, again, as we were talking about it during our pre-show for this particular group, look at that. Ultron, 8 eliminations. Kalinga Esports, 9 eliminations. The only variable inside of a game of BGMI that is split, that is unpredictably split between all the 16 teams playing a competitive lobby is finish points. And at this point, that variable is being controlled by the 2 teams sitting at the top of this leaderboard, which is going to result in the teams at the bottom kind of struggle and suffocate for points. Because look at FFOD, they just have 3 finishes to their name. Rising Underdogs have only managed to secure 1.
Oh, that's concerning. Maybe they just want to have a slow and a mellow start. I mean, at this point, it's all about, just securing around 8 to 9 points. You still are doing pretty decent. The teams that were below you, they have been eliminated. It's all about FFOD or if Team Fake can do something magical. But Zygrade, beautiful knock coming in with that AUG, quickly getting the confirmation secured. As for Ultron Esports, one of the players, Bones falling down for Team Fake in a world of trouble as LOLs also marching around with that MG3 and no mercy zone. As for JD, oh my god, that was a TK.
Yeah, that was a team knock, and Team LOLs might have to pay a big price for that, but it is also in a very unfortunate position. As you see, Kalinga Esports now are just looking to pile on the players of Team LOLs.
Ooh,
Kunal
nice.
also getting taken out, and I don't think LOLs is going to be able to survive this onslaught. Too many players to go up against. But kudos to Kalinga Esports, man. with how this team was playing in the grind. It was, yeah, he's out of ammunition. Just 4 rounds left for the AUG. But as I was saying, with how Kalinga Esports kind of became
there you go.
team that only played Rondo well, they have turned things around quite beautifully. Yesterday, succeeding on Erangles. In fact, today having a great start to the Erangle again.
Yeah, of course. And this is the improvement that we wanted to see from their side.
Yep.
Because everybody was just calling them a one-trick pony, just wonders in Rondo. And of course, their stats also supported that. But this time, I mean, in that little gap, they worked on a few things. And of course, it's a new team. So, yeah, the synergy finally looks to be there with Pasha OP spraying through Hitman. Right, he's surviving for how long? A little bit of a flank angle, and Pasha, he's going to punish him for that. And this is where, Kalinga Esports would be looking on doubling down. Because, yeah, there's no saving grace for Hitman. He's pretty much dead. He's been isolated from his teammates, but Rising Underdogs, they need to fight back.
Yeah, but I don't think there's an opportunity for them to fight back. They're stuck towards the southern edge of the circle. And Kalinga Esports have a terrain advantage available to just gatekeep this team and keep them at bay. Look at Omega. Oh, the return spray does not connect. Addy with a lot of added pressure on the players of Kalinga Esports. And at this point, KE, all they can do is just fall back. The shift of the zone does favor both these two teams, but without taking this fight, you can't really move out. And, alright, Ghost is about to be turned into a ghost if a single nade falls, I think 4 or 5 meters in his radius.
Yeah, and especially given that Rising Underdogs have to squeeze their way inside the zone, really is not helping them. And Kalinga Esports, this is starting to pincer them. Look at those flank angles that have been formed by their teammates. I think it is almost checkmate for the players of Rising Underdogs. But for Omega, seems like he did spot out the players of Team Telugu. Archit down to his final first aid. And at this point, Kalinga Esports, it's going to be interesting to see what course of action they take. In fact, they decide to go in on the players of Rising Underdogs. As Rising Underdogs this time, they have come closing in. No other options left. Archit, that grenade flung over. Still no value found. As Pasha is going to have another go at it. And this is pretty much just an exchange going on till somebody finds a knock, and then eventually will commit for the push.
Yeah, but Kalinga Esports, they have overcommitted. As we saw a few seconds ago, getting distracted by the players of Team Telugu, missed out on the opportunity to see the players of Rising Underdogs move forward. Pasha knocked out, Omega knocked out as well. This could be the end of the journey for Kalinga Esports, but this team was already there in the top 3 at the start of the day. They are in a safe position in the overall leaderboard as well, and with 14 eliminations in this game, they are going to get that safety cushion, and there is no way they miss out on the top 6 at the end of their journey in round 3. But for Rising Underdogs, finishing in the top 4 of this match with 5 eliminations, I think this is the safety net they were looking for when they started their journey on this map of Wrangle.
Absolutely. Same goes for Team Telugu as well.
Yeah.
Both these teams desperately needed those points, and they have secured it. For Kalinga Esports, I mean, they're pretty much just chilling, but let's also not forget, this could be the first hat-trick in round number 3 of the broadcast stage, folks. If Ultron Esports manages to get a chicken dinner in this one. A near perfect record going on for them in Erangel, and now they just won with the nature. Not moving a muscle, K47, imparting all that information. As for Rising Underdogs, they've done fairly well, given the situation they were in. But for Archit, cannot count him out. This is a player we've seen nice clutches coming in from his side, and he could be quite feisty with his knocks.
I don't think so, man. He has a level 1 armor and a level 2 helmet. Absolutely no way to tank any damage, and no utility as well. No first aids. I don't think they've seen him. He's gone complete prone with no backpack. So completely hidden. But yeah, while there's not a lot of hope for Archit, at least I don't have any hope for him to secure the chicken dinner. It's going to be a complete throw from all of these other teams. K47. He has a ghillie suit and he's hiding in a bush in the middle of nowhere.
That's poetic.
Yeah, it is going to be the kind of bush that Moses spoke to in the Bible, but this one is going to be armed with weapons and it does not like you instead of giving you the 10 commandments. So with Team Telugu distracted by rising underdogs, this is opportunity for Ultron Esports, as you said, to secure the very first on broadcast hat trick of BGIS 2026.
Ooh.
That nade! Oh, that's going to make your heartbeat go over 150 easy.
Yeah, surviving by a sliver there. And at this point, look at K47 just slithering through, closing in slightly from the western side as even Puali. And at this point, you got a feel for the players of Team Telugu. Feels like they're completely sandwiched out in the open, just hoping that they have enough smokes to survive. Oh, K47 spotting out Shanu. And now he's got that information on even Zygrade. So could be the difference maker there. Zygrade comes out of his hiding and that one grenade should be enough to deal with Shanu. But, oh, there you have it. Shanu repositioning himself as even the players of Rising Underdogs decide to close in. And Zygrade, oh, knocked out. But K47, look at his machine gun. It's already at the ready.
Yeah, but I think taking out Hika over here would be a better decision. But now takes shots towards Chanu. Now position compromised. Takes down Hika. Team Telugu facing the exit on the third position. And Rising Underdogs, this could be their opportunity to take down the players of Ultron Esports as well. But K47 finally gets punished. Finally gets shut down. Ultron Esports, another player lost. And it is a 1v1, which is going to be closed by the players of Rising Underdogs. Impressive way to close out this match, and finally I guess the safety net that this team was looking forward to has been gained, and Ultron Esports unfortunately miss out on their hat-trick of chicken dinners, but this leads us to a very precarious position now. All of the top 5 teams were also top 5 in the overall leaderboard.
Yeah, almost, because I think Rising Underdogs were on the 6th. Yeah, with this chicken dinner. So again, now the vacuum just keeps building up. That means that, we're not going to be witnessing a very high cutoff. I think that could be the case, right?
I think so, yeah, that's going to be the case.
But this is again a chicken dinner that has been flunked by the players of Ultron.
Yeah, pretty much, but I don't think they care about the chicken dinner anymore. They finished top 2 with like 10 eliminations to their name, so that is still like 16 points, which is more than the average of the teams. Is sitting outside of the top 6 right now, so they have a safety cushion. And apart from them, Kalinga Esports was there in the top 4. We spoke about Rising Underdogs. They were on the 6th position in the overall leaderboard before this game began. Team Telugu was on the 5th before this game began. And all of the teams that were behind them in contention were taken out super early because Zip Esports was one of the first teams to get finished off. Veni Vidi Vici weren't able to survive that northern shift of the circle outside of Shelter. Team Fake got picked off super early inside of this game. And other than that, the other teams that were surviving till the late game stages were way too down in the overall leaderboard. So I think it's just the top 6 doing too well as far as Group 1 is considered.
Exactly, and that is going to make things boring, which we do not want. We want somebody to stage an epic comeback in Miramar, hoping our teams from 7th to 16th surprise us, impress us. But in this game, it was Rising Underdog show. I mean, especially with how they carved their chicken dinner, Johnny, there was a point where we literally had given hopes on them because Kalinga Esports were constantly keeping them at check.
Yeah.
And then we, for a moment, felt like, it's the end of the road for Rising Underdogs, but then Kalinga Esports made those errors, right, where they kind of overexposed themselves, a little overwhelming in that point. And Rising Underdogs, I mean, kudos to them, man. They capitalized. Actually, they punished them for that, despite being on a disadvantage there. And they just built it up. For Team Telugu, you got to feel for them, man. They were pretty much sandwiched. But, K47, if you are watching us, you messed up.
I mean, yeah, maybe he messed up, but for Team Telugu, I think they should have calculated, man. You see that player counter when you're playing the game. Should have assumed that, hey, if we see a team on the other side of the ridge and they're not fighting anyone right now but us, where's the next squad? The only option left is going to be probably behind you. And I think they were just too focused on just trying to take down rising underdogs that they forgot that, all right, our backs are exposed. What if someone has just gone prone in the middle of nowhere and did not account for it? There were no smokes lobbed to cover up that position as well. So that might have cost it the game. But then again, Team Telugu is already doing well. So I don't think this takes away a lot from them. I think they're still going to be safe in the top 6.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? All these top 6, they have proven that they are better than this. They've already proven their mettle there, and the others are struggling too much. There's such a big skill cap that we can see over here once the overall standings do come out. But again, the MVP of this game, another returning player, Broly SSJ. 6 finishes for this young lad, 991 points of damage. I think this time he took matters to his own hands. Earlier it was K47, it was his other players, and now for Broly. So the entire team is looking too strong, if you ask me.
Yeah, every game they play, someone gets a drop weapon and then they just go berserk. This time Broly. Yeah, this one Broly had the first one, the Groza was picked up by him, and then the MG on K47. But we have the point standings for this game. Ultron Esports, they finished second in the match, but number 1 overall in terms of points, because my apologies, they have 18 points from this game. Kalinga Esports, they also have 18 points, all thanks to those 14 finishes. And then you have Rising Underdogs, the team with the chicken dinner, finishing with 17 points. Team Telugu was there right behind them, and then there was Team LOLs. The top 6 of the overall leaderboards were also the top 6 of this particular match. Well, at least in the top 5. The only ones that got taken out early were Godsend.
And this is a similar reoccurrence happening. If you have noticed, even in the previous group, we saw the players of, I think it was G4R, who were actually struggling in the first 2 games, then they eventually made up for it. But that's the sort of a leeway that all these teams have. They've already done majority of the heavy lifting. I mean, at this point, Godsend sitting at 48 points should be enough to see them through, because now look at this massive difference that has been set up. Team Telugu, Rising Underdogs, both at 35 points, and then on the 7th you've got Veni Vidi Vici with 19. So if any of these teams actually need to stage a comeback, a chicken dinner has to be there in the next game.
Yeah, it's 16-point difference between 6th and 7th. It is 17-point difference between 6th, 8th and 9th. And then I'm not even going to try and calculate how far away the rest of the teams are. That's going to be 2 amazing performances, or maybe just a 20-25 point match in the upcoming Miramar itself. That's the only way you get yourself inside of the top 6 with a little bit of safety cushion to work with, and then you again have to perform on the last map of the day. So this is about to get very interesting and intense. Because you have seen a few of these names in round 2. Which ones are we keeping our hopes alive for on the upcoming Miramar?
To be honest, I really want EVE2OP to qualify, man. This is a team that we have seen in the past. Utkarsh, one of those returning players once again. The way they're playing, and even for Beeline, Skylines. I mean, at this point, considering how good they were in round 2, where they were getting so many finishes. I think they had almost around 50 plus finishes, and now they're suddenly struggling to find their footing. This is unbelievable. Not in the right way. So at this point, I would just urge the players of Beeline, Skylines, or anybody of the 7th to 16th, whoever are your Miramar experts, specialists, whatever, just have a good game, get a chicken dinner, and we want some drama, we want some entertainment. Give me some masala, man.
I think, we haven't had any masala on Miramar ever since.
At least in this group.
No, ever since the grind ended. I mean, where did the Picardo drop clashes go?
We did have a lot of them in round 2, actually. It did come down to those final games. At least for Team LOLs, if you would have watched that match, we'd actually given up on hopes that Team LOLs are actually going to qualify. They suddenly pulled off a whammy, and wow, they were through, and now as a team, they're looking so much better.
Hey man, at least they don't have to stay in that same position going into the last 2 Miramar maps. This time they're already safe. But still, the other teams are in the fight. And again, as we mentioned, 16-point difference as of now between the 6th and the 7th position. The next Miramar becomes very important to try and catch up. And because of that, it is going to be an intense game for sure. But for now, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.
Incredible things are happening all around, whether it be the collaborations between BGMI, Royal Enfield, BGMI, Porsche, or be it the performances of the teams in round 3. Because Group 1 is off to a very intense start with the teams in the top 6 doing extremely well for themselves in the first game they played as far as the matches of the last day in round 3 are considered. But 2 more maps remain. Both of them are going to be Myanmar, and it is going to be extremely interesting and exciting to see if the rest of the teams can catch up. Well, joining me right now for the upcoming game, it is going to be Icy Baby 1-2. And after that game of Erangel, I want to know your thoughts. This was my question for Fixtures as to who do we keep our expectations from on the upcoming
I'm going to
Myanmars.
put my expectations all the way down low right now because, you know, today is all about a day of comebacks as well. We saw Group 2 making one of the surprise entry coming in here. So I'm just going to put a benefit of doubt. Game 1 was a little bit of warm-up here. But speaking of warming up here, if you guys want to warm up yourselves in-game with a little bit of a cruise control here, you guys got to check out the Royal Enfield. It is currently available. And all you got to do is just spin and hope you get lucky.
Hey, we saw some players got lucky with the Porsche spin as well. Hopefully you guys get lucky with the Royal Enfield spin before the players go ahead and try it out. And of course, while you're playing BGMI, do make sure that you're grinding out your matches as much as you can and contributing to the overall prize pool of BGIS 2026. But going back to the matches, as you said, you want to keep your expectations at the bottom. So that means you are going to have a lot of hope from TSB Jaguar.
I'm just going to put the teams at the bottom. Yeah, sure. Think about it this way, right? Like just now, you know, this team got 2 points out of nowhere, you know, for 3 games. Suddenly, you know what, let's pull a 40 bomber, get 40 points and qualify.
Hey man, that's what Gen of Miracle did in the previous group, right? I mean, they had 1 placement points, but so many finishes that they were able to push through. But talk about pushing through, and well, one of the players has been pushed out for the upcoming match. It is going to be Toxic from Veni Vidi Vici, who is going to be subbed out, and Shubham is going to be the man stepping in. Now, Veni Vidi Vici, also an interesting name to talk about, because yesterday the start of the day wasn't the greatest, taking a very early exit into the first map that they played, which was Rondo, but then later on, they were kind of able to recover, ending the day on the 8th position.
Well, all things considered as well, the way they played yesterday, they came, they saw, and got conquered. That's what exactly happened to them here. It's a little bit unfortunate here. I was actually predicting that they were going to make a comeback today itself, and things are looking a little bit shaky for them. So hopefully things are going to be better for them. But again, we do have another substitution as well. We do see Simon being subbed up here from Epic. They are going to be bringing back Karma Sus once more. And I think Karma was one of the starting playing force coming from Epic. They want to give him a little bit of a sitting time here, at least for Epic official, which again, they didn't do too well just now as well.
Yeah, they didn't do well yesterday as well. 3 matches, no placement points, 10 finishes in those 3 games combined. But 0 placement points in the entire day. Today, I think that is one thing that every one of these teams that is outside of the top 6 needs to work on. Because 2 matches to go, if you are able to survive and secure the chicken dinner, that's 10 points guaranteed. The other variable that you need to control is going to be the finishes. And in 2 games, if you get 2 chicken dinners with 5 finishes in each of those matches, that is 30 points.
Well, speaking of 30 points as well, 30 points is not enough to qualify. Like, that's for sure. You need to be in top 6 as well.
Yeah.
And I think even the previous group as well, it was a little bit of a very, very awkward start here, especially coming from UC. They were the ones that got the back-to-back chicken dinner yesterday. And it felt like they were almost at the cusp of getting eliminated themselves as well. So it could be a little bit shaky, but ideally you want to be in the 50-point marker to be called safe. And so far, I think Ultron Esports has pretty much set the benchmark. Okay, I'm safe right now.
I think Ultron, Kalinga, and for me, even Godsend Esports is safe because the way the cutoff sits right now, it is 35 points for the 6th position. Then the 7th position team is at 19 points. They still haven't crossed over to the 20s. So that is what makes it very difficult for, at least for me, to calculate where the end of the day cutoff is going to be. You're the maths genius.
See, that's the thing about calculation, right? Like, I know for a fact that they are going to be looking for a back-to-back banger, which, again, we've seen it happen today. I'm going to put my expectations so low that mathematically TSB Jaguar Esports can make a comeback here. They look for a back-to-back chicken dinner, and they're going to get 20 finishes per game. So that's a total of 60 points. You qualify.
I mean, if they get 60 in 2 games, then they are guaranteed a qualification spot inside of the top 6. That's not even a question. Hey, it's a miracle that we are hoping for at this point, right? Because otherwise, it's just going to be the top 6 performing the same way they have been since yesterday. But talking about all of these performances, it is time to witness how the rest of the story in these last 2 matches is going to unfold. Back-to-back Miramars, back-to-back slow games, but back-to-back opportunity for the rest to try and qualify. Let's begin with Miramar number 1.
Well, their second game here for Group 1. This is going to be match 5 for the total matches here, and it's going to be the map of Miramar. But their first time appearing in this lobby itself here, the map of Miramar. And the flight path is going to be coming in from the northeast corner, and then passing through San Martin, and then ending towards the outskirts of Prison. A pretty balanced flight path, I would say, here from the northwest. For every single team in general here. So nothing super crazy. We did see a couple ones coming from Group 2 in particular, but Group 1 I think it's going to be A-okay. But however, I am expecting a little bit of drop clash here right from the get-go. And interesting enough, seems like we do see early takers for Campo Militar. Ultron Esports actually heading towards Campo Militar. We have Zip also taking Toria Homerde, which is a drop spot which people tend to avoid. So I think this is a good call, especially if you want to be in a free-for-all situation.
I mean, maybe it can be, but for me, the most surprising thing is, as you mentioned, Torre Amuda, Campo Militar, the northeastern quadrant of Miramar, is usually taken by the teams that do not like to play aggressive. The most aggressive team in the lobby is starting from Thierry Bronca and Campo Militar, so I don't know if Zip Esports are going to account for that, but on the other side of things, we have OG going up against TSB Jaguar. And I see TSB Jaguar are winning this fight. It's the last man left alive and 4 points secured in the first fight of the game. TSB Jaguar, is this going to be the start of that comeback we were hoping for?
This is happening. This might just be happening here. I'm having a little bit of flashback here from the previous group as well. Are we going to see a miracle play once more? It could happen. I want to see it happen, but at the same time, I'm just going to give it a benefit out here. This is a little bit small.
You can't doubt. It's just blind faith we are going to have in the players of TSB Jaguar. They are going to pull it off. I know they're going to make it happen. Look at the swag that this team has. Doesn't even get into that car.
Okay, speaking of another swag here, looks like Team Lowe's are going to be expecting a little bit of a resistance here as Triple V comes in, but they were a little bit late here. Lowe's Gaming is going to be the one that cleans them up, and Jove actually takes them out with the M24. No armor, no problem. Just like that, Triple V, they got completely annihilated.
That's my weapon of choice, by the way, and I love seeing the snipers in action. The most impressive thing about that was he actually ADS'd in, and now the flex comes through. Of course, why not? You take out a bunch of players that did not have any weapons, and now
Armor
you show them,
well.
they had absolutely nothing.
That was just, my prediction has gone south here, and I agree with you. 7th position, 19 points, that's just a huge gap. And Team Lowe's is going to continue having those vacuum here. But again, TSB, can they do it is going to be a question as well, because as of yet, TTL is going to be the ones that is going to be gatekeeping here. Team Telugu on 35 points. And any teams in the bottom half here, in order for them to qualify, they definitely need a banger performance this game. And TSB Jaguar Esports, my money is on them right now. Hopefully. Can they get a 20 bomber is going to be the question.
Let's see, man. As people say a lot of the times that Rome wasn't built in a day, but Pompeii was destroyed in one. Let me remind you of that. And I think TSB Jaguar, they need to turn this map of Miramar into that fated city. But Fake Esports going up against 4 Eternals, and well, 4 Eternals aren't so eternal anymore. Chota pinned in that small little shack, all the exits compromised. And I think this is going to be an early outing for 4 Eternals as well. What is going on in this game of Miramar? The match has just begun. It's just been close to 4 minutes. And we are already seeing 3 teams eliminated from the game.
Yeah, that's the thing about drop clashes, man. First time playing against each other, that's about to happen. But 4 Eternals gets eliminated, and that's going to be 4 points in the back of Team Fake. And overall, we've seen 3 drop clashes overall. Are we going to see a 5th one? Is going to be the question as well. Well, I think that's pretty much it here, especially the early engagement so far.
But it's a southern circle as well, with about 40% of it in water. So for stage 1, I do agree. I think maybe we are done with all of these early fights. Maybe a mid-rotation conflict happening towards Laba and Aditya Impala, because that's where TSB Jaguar, 2OP, the players from Team Epic, and Be Like Skyline all are kind of clustered within about 200-300 meters of each other. So potential for a fight, but let's see how the odds are stacked.
I think as of yet, the teams are very, very happy to find out that there are 3 teams that has been eliminated as well, based on the finish feed as well. It does review that, oh, there's 1 team that's eliminated, 2nd team's done, 3rd team's done as well. That means 13 teams in this endgame zone. That means there is more space to work with. So they can take their own sweet time to actually rotate here. Even if you decide to go a little bit late, it isn't too bad. Like, normally, you kind of want to get center control rather right from the get-go. But hold that thought for now. It seems like TSB Jaguars Esports is going to be expecting company. And that's going to be Eve X2OP official going to be in play, as they are going to be checking every single corner here. Trixie does hear the movements as well. Here comes the pig. He's going to get the jump here. They trade 1 for 1, but he's going to get confirmed. And it seems like the dreams of a potential comeback for TSB Jaguars a little bit slow to happen.
Yeah, it's a slow comeback, but it's not over yet completely. Just look at this. The revive is coming through, and Adi right now needs backup. I think TSB Jaguar, they need to realize that all hope is gone pretty much unless they just start running face first into the opponents. And staying back is not going to get them anything. Look at this. Adi is about to get taken out over there. The nade fails to connect. There should have been some damage onto Adi. All right, no, he actually completely negates it. But now they have the players of 2OP pinned. There's 1 man on the outer vicinity, and he can be responsible for catching the players of TSB Jaguar off guard, but still standstill in this fight.
Oh, speaking of a standstill as well from the flank as well, TSB, they're getting completely pinned off. INF God's got the outsides completely covered as well. As they go for the wraparound, seems like they are going to make the push outside, and they do find 1. They trade 1 for 1, but Utkarsh is down. And TOP officials, they are going to look for a reset as well. But seems like TSB, they're not prepared to actually push out. And just like that, TOP, they're trying to bait them outside and get punished by INF God from the flank. But now they're just taking their own sweet time here. Botfire going to be going for a little bit of a bait and switch here for his team, but gets shot from the sides, and Adi picks up Pixel, and now he's going to go for the push-up. Jump shot comes in, he trades 1 more, and now Clown OG in a 1v2 scenario.
Yeah, not enough HP on him as well. And the players from 2OP, they realize they have the numbers advantage to work with. They're covering for each other as well. TSB Jaguar giving isolated fights to the opponent is how the players from 2OP actually end up winning this entire conflict. And yeah, this was supposed to be the game where TSB Jaguar could have potentially put themselves in a position of a comeback, but now that is gone.
Okay, that's pretty much, looks like we're not going to see a miracle for now.
Yeah.
All things considered, there's still hope for Fake, there's still hope for Eve 2OP official. They are the teams in the bottom fighting for the survival here. Triple V, also one of the teams that is the closest to the top 6, has been eliminated right from the get-go. So that means there is an opening But that's provided if Team Telugu starts dropping the ball, especially in these last 2 games from this group respectively. But for now, let's take a look towards the replay here and how things happen here. TSB Dragons with Esports here. Trixie, he had a great start with UMP. He went for the jiggle, overswung a little bit, but got traded off, which was very awkward as well because the players coming in from TSB, they just weren't prepared to trade immediately as well. And like you said as well, they gave all this isolated fights to 2 OP official and just got completely shredded.
Yeah, because the opening was a nice one, and I understand the decision that was made to swing for that 1v2, but I think what happened over there was he heard the footstep of the first player climbing in and then just instantly pushed it, not realizing that there was another man already inside of that room, ready to take his, trade his teammate out pretty much. But Team Telugu spraying down the players of Godsend Esports. In a situation like this, where you have the barrier for qualification so high that everyone else is just struggling to get anywhere close, I think the top teams fighting amongst themselves just makes it all the more brutal for the rest of the teams outside of the top 6 right now, because if Godsend Esports are picked off by Team Telugu, that changes nothing for anyone else. It's just Telugu just gets a bigger safety cushion to work with.
Exactly. But speaking of which, here, Rising Underdogs, they did get the previous chicken dinner. This propels them into the top 6, and they are looking to try and secure it as well. It seems like they do find their members coming from Godsend. It seems like they have one pretty much stranded here, as Zeus pretty much needs a little bit backup here. The smokes is there, but the rest of his teammates is not in position to provide any kind of cover fire as well, as Rising Underdogs does have the jump on them on high ground. And fortunately for these 2 teams, there is a lot of space and time to work with. Like I said as well, right from the get-go, 3 teams out. Now, actually 4 teams is out. So stage 2 means the chances of a potential third party is there, but less probability right now.
Man, this lobby is weird, and this game of Miramar is the weirdest match I've ever seen. 9 minutes in, we're down to 12 teams, 48 players already.
Ooh.
And the shift of the zone just moving towards, well, between Chumacera and Los Leones, middle of nowhere. Godsend Esports now about to be sent back to the gods at the hands of Rising Underdogs. But the trade did come through, so it was a 1-for-1 trade. But look, who shows up knocking at their doors for a third party? It is none other than Kalinga Esports.
Well, this is going to be a tough one here. I think for Kalinga Esports, it's going to be A-okay. But Rising Underdogs, if they want this safety cushion, they got to pull. They definitely start needing to pull the lead here, but seems like they've heard Pasha OP's grenades pin, and they are going to immediately back off. The counter nades is there, but Pasha immediately says, you know what, we're just not worth it here. Teammates are not in position to help me, so he is going to bail out of fight. And just like that, the disengage comes in. Zone is about to close in, about 50 seconds left. It is still stage 2, and they do have a decent amount of high ground to work with, so as of yet, nobody is having center control. Los Leones is pretty much completely empty, which is kind of surprising. And again, it is stage 2, so that means teams are going to be a little bit late to the zone, considering the fact that, like I said, 4 teams eliminated. There's a lot of space. You can take your own sweet time to kind of stock up on meds and everything. Getting center control is going to be a priority, at least for Kalinga Esports, at least for even for FFOD, maybe even Team Lows. But for Godsend, they're stuck right now. Oh, they actually got Zeus back up, which is good. Surprised.
Oh, yeah, even I did not think that was actually going to happen. I thought Godsend was done for as soon as the players of Kalinga also showed up in the back lines. But I guess that distraction was enough to pull the players of Rising Esports away from Godsend, allowing them to get a reset. But hey, I wanted to see the map, so there it is. Look at the cluster that's forming towards the south of this place. And you have Kalinga Esports, Team Telugu, FFOD, Team Epic, Godsend, Rising Underdogs, Be Like Skyline, Ultron Esports, 78 teams playing the center. And then you have Team LOLs, Zip, Fake Esports is still out into the blue. And towards the eastern edge, just exiting Los Leones is going to be 2 OP. So it is going to be brutal just surviving the conflicts and the assault on Minas del Valle Hill, and especially it kind of overlooks into the open space towards the center of the circle. So I do understand why the center is quite exposed, but hey, someone needs to move and take control of the compounds that are there for free outside of Los Leones.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, I do see Team Lows and also Kalinga Esports contesting for the same spot for that mountain terrain on the west side of the circle, just because it has one of the highest, I would say highest point of position to have high ground advantage, trying to zone off everybody from the sides as well. And it's understandable why these 2 experienced teams are looking to try and get jump into those spots first. So The question here is who's going to get it is going to be right now, because Kalika Esports is keeping Team Lowe's at bay from trying to dominating the lobby here before the next phase of zone. But again, even Lowe's, they're a little bit hesitant to hard commit to this. But before that, let's take a look at the replay here on how Lowe's actually completely shut down Triple V, which in this case, again, Lowe's, they were a little bit earlier than Triple V towards the drop spots. And Joes was able to get the one tap on the chest with the M24.
Full ADS in.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's difficult to escape, man. I love the M24. On the other side of things, looking at the current situation, FFOD building up pressure on the players of B like Skyline, but they do find a safe haven to work with inside of the circle, although they are being chased by the players of Ultron Esports. I wonder if they are going to be able to survive if a fight breaks out. This is going to be, well, quite an unfortunate start to the fight, as Junior STE is going to be the first man knocked out. Ultron Esports now have the upper hand in this 4v4.
Oh boy. It's going to be a tough battle here, at least for B like Skyline. Because Ultron Esports, they're here to just play sports here. They'll just crash anyone and anywhere. Whatever that makes noise, they are going to be looking to try and find this here. SK47 looking for a flank angle to try and find an opener. But this warehouse is a little bit tricky here, because the moment you get caught out in the open, you are going to get sprayed down. So looks like they are going to try and rotate past them, try and push inside the zone. Meanwhile, Rising Underdogs, in this case, Godsend Esports finds the opener. They get the revenge on Rising Underdogs, actually. Wally gets taken out, and Godsend Esports, they get the small little victory from there. That's payback for Zeus.
Yeah, that's payback for Zeus, but this time Godsend Esports, I think they are just going to go ahead and confirm this finish point. There you go. Yash is going to be the man who secures that finish for his team, but Rising Underdogs, they trade their player for a better position inside of the next play zone. And look at where they are right now, just behind the players of Team LoLs. If they play their cards right, I think they can use Team LoLs as basically a group of mercenaries clearing the front lines for them. But Rising Underdogs also need to be wary and cautious of Godsend Esports, because Godsend is going to be on a hunt now. Switching focus towards the eastern edge of the circle, though. 2 OP. Now there is going to be a lot of trouble for them, because 2 OP all of a sudden have been pushed outside of the play zone, and they have about 20 seconds remaining to clear up the front lines. They've seen the players of B like Skyline. They know Ultron Esports is on the flank. And once they have cleared or maybe scouted the position of the opponents up front, they themselves need to move out.
Yeah, exactly. But as of yet, 2 OP, they are going to be hoping to get some sort of information. And looks like Ultron Esports, they go in for the slam on B like Skyline. And for some reason, Broly is able to jump onto the second floor, and he should be able to push up, but instead he gets picked off. That's going to be a mistake here. And just like that, they crumble to pieces. They get shot from afar. And in one fell swoop, Ultron Esports is down for the count.
Man, that was a superhero entry into the fight, but I don't know what to call that exit. The moment their feet touched the ground outside of those vehicles, Ultron Esports were just sent back to the lobby packing. I think the only thing that Be Like Skylines do not like about that fight is the fact that they only get 2 points from it. But I think they're just going to be happy surviving, and now they know and are aware of the presence of both Epic and 2 OP official in the nearby vicinity. But it's still not going to be easy to prepare for those fights.
Oh, speaking of preparing for fights as well, I would say for Be Like Skyline, the Avengers won, because they actually avenged their friend, comrade. And Ultron has been defeated.
Yeah, pretty much. But here's a fun stat from this particular game of Miramar. Within the first 5 minutes of the game, we lost about 4 teams. Then from minute 5 to minute 9, we lost 2 more. And after that, from 9 minute to the 16-minute 40-second marker, we have just lost 1 team. And that was just Ultron Esports right now in a fiasco.
Yeah, this is so much space here, especially
yeah,
on stage 4 as
lot.
well. Like, I was expecting more firepower here, at least coming from Lowe's. But again, you know, this is a situation where stage 4 is a scenario where we do see a lot of teams trying to rotate in, and because 4 teams is out, it's just a little bit more to work with. However, Rising Underdogs, expecting company here, Hitman is all by himself, and Godsend Esports, they know for a fact that they are down low. Here comes a Molotov trying to zone help his space. He might get taken out, sees a little bit of an entry point here, but he's going to try and nade him from the sides, but you know what? Doesn't matter. Zeus is able to find the last player. And just like that, Rising Underdogs, they get eliminated here in 11th place.
Wow, now the floodgate is open for Zip, for FFOD, for Team Fake to actually go big in this particular game. Because even Godsend are going to be in trouble as Team LOLs. The spray is going to be good. And he finds an opening. LOLs himself is going to be the man putting down one of the players from the side of Godsend. And the other two lads are also extremely awkwardly positioned just behind the ridge, the flank. Also compromised at the hands of FFOD. Godsend over here, Icy might not have any escape options.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky here, at least for them. But with the zone pushing in as well, Godsend here, they have to send it towards Team Lowe's here. With now having the high ground, this might be the opportunity for Team Lowe's to do some serious damage in this lobby. But at the same time, Kalinga Esports also going to be looking to try and defend with Team Lowe's from the western push of teams that is going to be coming in here. We have Fake going to be pushing from the north side. We have Godsend. We have FFOD. This is going to be a very, very chaotic one here, especially from the west side. However, from the east side, only 2 OP official will be the biggest threat as of yet.
Yeah, pretty much, I think. I did not see when it happened, but 2 OP official have pulled off an incredible move. We do see 2 players moving out on our screens. If you are asking where the other 2 players are, well, they rotated along the eastern edge of the circle, moving down south, and found a safe haven to work with inside of this play zone. I was worried about 2 OP when we saw that they were pushed outside of the play zone and there were like 3 teams blocking their way. But incredibly done, man. They keep all 4 players intact and have a decent position to work with. Considering the remaining terrain inside of the play zone right now is completely exposed, 2 OP officials should be able to get some edge and some points in their favor from this particular match. All they have to do is just keep their heads down and play for the chicken dinner. They're sitting at 16 points, and we know after this match, well, the cutoff for the top 6 is going to be at 35.
Yeah, it might be a little bit low here, but Team Lowe's, it seems like they do find the members coming from Godsend. And Kunal is able to catch players here. Zeus is going to be the last player here coming from Godsend. And as it is going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in here, as shots are coming in. Zeus going to try and make a run for it. Kunal still holding those angles, trying to make sure that they clean out the backs before pushing in. And even Fake is engaged in counter here with Zip.
And Zip, they're sitting on, I believe, the 7th or the 8th position in the overall leaderboard right now. So it's important for them to be able to secure a 20-point chicken dinner in this game of Miramar and get themselves into that safer bracket. That 8th on the leaderboard. But Team Telugu also in a world of pain too. OP official, they found the opening. Hika knocked out. And Desync in the backlines, he is trying the level best to deny the finish conversion, but yeah, realistically, that's not happening. A single nade or a Molotov towards Hika, or even if 2 OP just deny Desync the opportunity to push for a revive, they get that finish converted. There you go. Hika gets run over. Desync on a run for his life. The shots fired towards his direction, but he does manage to evade and fall back.
Oh boy. This is such a stalemate right now for the teams on the sides, but Team Lowe's, they're still doing a fantastic job making sure the FFOD doesn't push up. It's 2 men against the wall. Lowe's and Kunal has to disengage here. His teammates a little bit far off. Kunal already zoned out, and Lowe's left all by himself to defend against this. He needs to find an opener, but the nade comes in, and that is going to be a little bit trade here as Freaky takes him down. Kunal, you abandoned your comrade, but you've got to cut the lid to save the body here. At least for Team Lowe's, they are a dominating strike. Now returns fire, finds a couple of shots in, but not enough to get a trade off. And FFOD, they creep up onto Team Lowe's high ground now.
Yeah, LOL's out of the way. But Team LOL's 10 eliminations secured in this game so far. FFOD, they've been struggling in their journey so far. Now finding themselves on the 7th position with 19 points to their name. But we all know it's just a big chicken dinner that can be the saving grace. But what a spray from Kunal, picking off 2 players from the side of FFOD, looking for the 3rd, as Genesis does manage to close in the distance. But he still falls because it is a 3rd party at the hands of Kalinga Esports from the flank. And now the last man left alive from FFOD, it's going to be Destroyer in the backlines. But with Kalinga Esports knowing exactly where FFOD is, does he survive? No! is the answer. JD versus All finds the last finish, and well, now the total tally for Team LoLs is 13 finishes in this game.
Oh my goodness, 13 finishes. They've used so much ammunition, but at the same time, they don't get the restock. It looks like they are going to push through into the zone. Instead, it's open fields. There's no space to go in. And as of yet, ammunition and an all-time low. And Kalinga Esports may look to try and punish this as well. But let's take a look at the North as well. Fake. Seems like they have been able to clear up Zip.
Yeah.
What happened?
I mean, this is the one thing that I wanted to focus on, because the direction that Team LoLs was moving in was a hill in control of Zip and Team Fake, and now both the teams have been eliminated by Team Epic Official, who are playing the northeastern edge of the circle. And what an incredible map of Miramar. It was a little bit off, it was a little bit awkward, but look at this, man. Stage 6, and we're down to just 6 teams, 19 players inside this lobby.
Oh my goodness. Team Lows now getting spotted out by Team Epic Official. The sprays are coming in from Lucy. But no knocks, no confirmations yet. They do have 4 finishes in the bag, but they've got a lot of problems here. Instead of focusing on the teams inside or the first here, they have to focus on the teams right beside them. And that's going to be Beeline Skyline, who's looking to try and push up on towards them. This time, high ground advantage inside this zone does favor Epic a little bit more, but that's only provided that they do not get contested. And as of yet, Venus looking to try and smoke up his teammates, try and push up here. It seems like the tandem push is coming in. Team Epic Official, they might not be prepared for this. Lucy is looking in the wrong direction now.
Oh, and the second spray does not really find contact, but Epic Official, they have to reset. Be like Skyline in the backlines, and Skylar is going to be the man kicking things off, finds the opening, spots the second player as well, running behind the smoke. The ping to the teammate, not there. And the punish is going to come through. Be like Skyline does manage to find a few trades for themselves. And Team Epic Official are down to their last man. Lucy is going to hope for a revive, but the man closes in. And it's Venus who closes things out. 6 eliminations secured by Be Like Skyline. But still, they are way too far away. Last man left alive for the team. They're sitting in this game with 18 points. Well, we are going to see what the total tally is going to be after the placement points are added in the leaderboard of this game. But yeah, I think the top 6 is not going to change till the end of the day, I see.
Yeah,
I'm going to say that now.
Yeah, it might just happen here as well. Unless Be Like Skyline, in this case, Venus gets like 5 more finishes and maybe like top 2, top 3. I completely agree with you. But for now, let's take a look at how the zone actually shifts as well. Seems like Team Telugu does have center control as of yet, but it is pretty much out in the open. And the teams on the high ground here, for Team Lows, for Kalinga Esports, they have to push down. So Team Telugu, if they are able to hold on, maybe some other teams are going to help them chip away at Kalinga Esports and also Team Telugu's offense.
All right, I'm going to take my earlier statement back, because 2 OP Official are left with all 4 players. They have 8 eliminations. And from here, if they're able to secure the chicken dinner, well, that gets them very close to that 6th position. So they just need a few more eliminations in order to topple over Rising Underdogs and secure the 6th position going into the last game of the day. And even before I complete my sentence, Kalinga Esports, Utkarsh is going to get picked off. Archit hits the floor as a failed push towards the players of Team Telugu does not really line up for Kalinga Esports. Pasha is there, waiting for Desync to peek around the corner, and Desync finally peeks, but whiffs everything, and then gets taken out to a preemptive Molotov. That was a hilarious blunder.
Oh my goodness, that was mistakes made, but at the same time, Kalinga Esports, 2 OP Official, they've crept up, they get a couple of points here, and they're looking to dominate, and PMWI from Kalinga Esports takes a jab at Team Lows as well. It seems like 2 OP Official, the biggest threat in this entire game here with 4 players alive. They may look to try and clutch things out. But Be Like Skyline Venus is still around here to maybe spoil the games for 2 OP Official, but he was scouted out by 2 OP right now. The top teams in a predicament right now, and 2 OP Official may be able to capitalize on this. PMWI, 1 man against the wall from the side of Team Lows, challenging them blindly in the smoke. The nades are coming in, but he is going to be spotted out. The nades are good. Does chip damage, but not enough to take him out yet. But this nade from T2 Gaming should be enough to connect. And PMWI should be down. Actually, he went down to the play zone. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think they got that point. Yeah, he did go down to the play zone, and then the last...
He forfeited straight.
No, I think they damage tick from the nade wasn't enough to completely finish him. The last tick of damage came from the blue zone again, so the elimination point went to absolutely no one. But for the side of 2OP officials, since they have all 4 players and have made it into the top 4, I think this is going to be an easy chicken dinner now from here on out, unless they make big mistakes. They only have to worry about Kalinga Esports and Team LoL's Venus. His position is compromised considering Shady is looking right at him and actually lobs out a smoke to cover up that angle. So they know where Venus is. They're going to try and finish him off before charging into the 4v2s against Kalinga Esports and Team LoL's. And well, there you have it, another finish secured. That is 10 points for the finishes from this game. Now, if they just get a chicken dinner, I think that should be good enough.
Oh, it's going to be close here as well. Team LoL's two players. Kalinga Esports, 2 players. And 2OP official, they take their fights unnecessarily here. If they don't play like a team, they might just drop the ball right here, right now. But Kalinga Esports has been spotted out. Shady knows exactly where they are. And Ukers has got them pinned in a small little corner. And all they need to do is just be waiting patiently here. But it seems like Shady, he's going to be driving around as well. Kunao's going to be able to spot him. Sprays are coming in. Shady gets tagged out pretty low, but not enough to get knocked here. But the positions are reviewed here, at least for 2OP official. They know that there are 2 teams in that 2 direction. And now Pasha is going to try and nade him off. Shady goes for a shot. He gets the connection. That's huge here for 2OP.
Yeah, it is huge. That was a massive risk taken by him, though. The buggy bait strategy being employed by the players of 2OP official. But then again, it's 2 different teams that they have to go up against. Now the charge comes through as Archit is put under pressure and he's going to be finished off. 2OP official still alive, still intact, firing at 100%. Team LoL's is the team that they have to take on next. 1 player from the side of 2OP official has been knocked out and 2 have been dropped extremely low. Team LoL's 2 versus 3. This is a winnable fight. This is a fight that they can potentially clutch out, but the damage of the blue zone, it is going to swing the odds in the favor of 2OP official. I think now maybe Team LoL's is going to be done for. There's no utility, not a lot of ammo, but they can just wait out the players of Team LoL's to just wait the blue zone to engulf them and just finish them off that way. Team LoL's the best they can do, I think, is just deny these points.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case as well. T2 Gaming, he's going to try and play for position points, but again, it is going to be top 2, and Kunal is going to be the last player left. The MVP with 7 players. Oh, in this case, 7 finishes in the back here. He spots out Shady, looks for the shot, but he gets tagged up, and he is going to deny the points again. And just like that, 2OP official, they will be the ones to walk away the winner chicken dinner, and that is going to be the comeback that they need to potentially break into the top 6 now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm mathsing correctly, but I think they are either going to be 6th or definitely on the 7th position, just about a point shy of rising underdogs. And again, all thanks to how awkward this game of Miramar became for everyone. If the pace of the game wasn't the way it kind of played out, with teams just falling at the very start and then every single zone of the game, we were losing 1 or maybe 1.5 team, a team just losing out on a few individuals from their side. I think 2OP official, they would have been in a massive trouble, because we know in a position like this, when the circle is between Los Leones and Chumacera, you have a cluster of teams present on the western periphery of Los Leones. This time it was just 1 team. That was 2OP official, and they took full advantage of that.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, this is the thing about playing for the first time in this particular map itself, right? Nobody knows where it's going to be dropped as well. It comes down to just teams being a little bit more efficient right from the parachute starts off, the moment, the timing to drop, and then estimating the meters before they hit the ground. It needs to be precise as well. Like diving in with those speed needs to be in that exact angle to hit those spots is going to be extremely crucial. And I feel like Team LoL's just was ahead right from the get-go and just denying Triple V right from the start. No weapons, no nothing. They just got completely shredded. I wasn't expecting to happen as well. I thought Triple V might have pivoted, but it came down towards just a lot of awkward scenarios here for all these teams.
Pretty much, and as you were talking about Team LoL's, I mean, this team has a massive advantage, and I love the fact that they're still try-harding, denying both those 2 extra points to the players of 2OP official in the end, because we saw Kunal just run back into the blue, getting taken out by the play zone itself. And as you mentioned, this was the team that kicked the game off with eliminating Veni Vidi Vici, and then also kind of concluded the game by taking themselves out by the blue zone.
Yeah, them and Kalinga Esports has a very, very good idea on where they want to position themselves in terms of macro decisions and terrains as well. You can see right from stage 2, stage 3, they immediately rushed for that same spot where Team Nose actually got the dip first. The only difference was Kalinga Esports, they made that call while almost engaging in a fight with Rising Underdogs, but suddenly realized that maybe we should just rotate away to try and get spot. And the moment they lost the first dips on those spots for Team Nose, they just laid low, take a chill, take advantage of the fact that Team Nose is going to be, like you said, mercenaries to help them out and survive towards the end game.
And I like the fact that you brought it up as well, them sharing that spot, because I think this is where the decision and the experience kind of came into play, because neither of them aggressed towards each other. Both of them just were hidden in those dips until the opportunity, or actually the moment came for them to actually move out. And both of the teams decided to move in the direction that they came from, because they knew the squads they were going up against and they knew who they had to run into. But let's start talking about the stats. We have the MVP of that previous game. It is going to be Kunal, who secured 7 finishes to himself and dished out 1,017 damage. So impressive performance from Kunal, and well, I think we have been singing a lot of praises for Team LoLs in general.
Yeah, the whole team is just completely revamped as well, because ever since we saw them here, especially here for BGI 2026 here, we realized that Lowe's was the star. The team wasn't playing as a team here, but after a little bit of practice here and there, it feels like the whole team is now a little bit more revamped. And I really like this decision coming from Team Lowe's, where they went for a 2-2 split, which normally you would lose fights. Kunal and Lowe's did the best possible situation to shut down teams from the south and also the north at the same time, which resulted in this huge vacuum of points. But TOP official, they won the winner chicken dinner, they got themselves 12 finishes, and they did get 22 points. So is this the comeback are we looking for here? Pretty close, because when we talk about miracles, TOP official started the day with 9 points, and now they've got 22 points. And they're so close to top 6, they just might be able to do it for the last game.
Man, 52 points between the top 3 teams. Everyone else gets absolutely nothing. Kalinga Esports, they, single digits. Kalinga was there in the top 4 of the game. They finished with single digits.
Well, they've got position points. Again, they were shut down because of Team Lowe's, right? They had the god spot.
Yeah, this was a brutal match for everyone. And as you mentioned, Team LoLs and 2OP official towards the end of the game got very hyper-aggressive, especially exiting Lost Units. So we do see the damage graph for these two teams being the highest. And everyone else kind of inching towards 1,000 points of damage. But now this is what I wanted to see. The overall leaderboard. Oh, and the fall 2 points shy of Rising Underdogs 2OP. But they've set themselves up for the last game.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be very, very close. I think Telugu has, Team Telugu has a little bit of safety man here, 38 points. I think the cutoff might not reach to 40 points.
They have 5 points of safety, man. What are you talking about?
Well, think about it this way, right? Only 2OP official is able to get 1 slot. Same can be said for Under. Oh, so it's going to be a fight for these three teams here. Team Telugu, Rising Underdogs, and also 2OP official for their 2 slots.
Unless Zip or Team Fake drop 20 or not even 20 actually, 15 points chicken dinner in the last game.
Yeah, that's provided if Team Telugu, Rising Underdogs, and 2OP official get eliminated right from the get-go.
That is
so
true.
It is going to be a tricky spot to be in here, but these 3 teams are in the hot seat right now from losing their potential chance of qualifying the round 4.
Hey man, this Miramar we lost 4 teams within the first 6 minutes of the game. Right now Zip and Team Fake are hoping that 3 out of those 4 teams getting eliminated again in Miramar early are gonna be Team Telugu, 2OP official, and Rising Underdogs. If that happens, I think Zip might as well just keep their heads down, go for the center of the circle, and just stay hidden until they make it to the top 2.
No, this was a very impressive game, however, to OP official, considering that circumstances that they did. You know, stage 4, normally rotating outside the zone, you would not be able to find space.
True.
But like you said, 4 teams right from the get-go, they got taken out. Somehow stage 4, I was able to find a warehouse, crawled my way. Oh wait, that's a spot. Oh, that team got messed up, that team got messed up, and let's find an opportunity to pounce. And they did.
I think that could probably be the reason for all the paranoia we saw in a lot of these teams. Because, yeah, you're looking at the compounds, but you don't see a team there. Exactly. There are no footsteps, and you get paranoid. All right, they are not here. They are going to be there over probably process of elimination, right? But then you realize, yeah, not enough players present in the lobby anymore. But that was the second last map for this particular group. They have 1 more match to go, 1 last Miramar to decide their fate and decide who in the top 6 gets a guaranteed spot inside of the top 4. We're going to find that out after this very short break.
Welcome back after that short break, and once again, I'm going to be your host, Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's Fixes, and what remains now is going to be the final game for Group 1. Fixes, after watching these games, I'm not going to lie, I'm just wondering, what exactly was going on yesterday? Why was the same performance not replicated yesterday?
Because there was no Miramar. I think just simply put, this is what Johnny and I were also discussing, that there are certain teams that expertise in Miramar. I think that was the case maybe with EVE2 OP officials, because they were pretty much languishing at the very bottom and suddenly realized that if we do not perform in Miramar, then our journey is over. Hence, a little bit of a catapult now has stirred things up. So we've got 3 teams realistically that can contend for the final 2 slots that remain. So I'm really excited for the final match.
To be honest, with the way we're really seeing a massive surge of points in the overall standings, anything can really happen. And hey, one more thing that really is lining up for you guys is also going to be the beautiful Discovery Island that's available inside of the game. All you need to do is just keep on grinding your classic matches, and while doing so, you're also going to be fueling the prize pool of BGIS 2026 all the way up to 4 CR. So what are you waiting for? Head inside of the game, grab those exploration points, grab free in-game rewards as well, and also contribute towards the BGIS 2026.
Of course, and of course, once again, thank you so much that you have participated last time in numbers, and we hope to cross the threshold, the benchmark of the previous year this time as well. So now coming back to conversation, so right now 2 OP officials have staged a comeback, rising underdogs. Necro, they dropped the ball big time, especially after how they secured the chicken dinner in Erangel, when they thought that they had their spirits high, suddenly falling flat with 0 points.
Yeah,
this is where they really need to have a hard reset, or at least secure 8 to 10 points.
That's definitely going to be a really rough patch for Rising Underdogs. And now looking at all the teams that are actually doing really good in the overall standing, speaking of Team LOLs as well, there's a chance they might just start creating that vacuum of points and really make sure that the mid-pack is going to start to suffocate for the points. We might just see LOLs go extremely aggressive. We might just see Ultra on Esports go really aggressive inside of the lobby, and anything can happen. So many things can be speculated, so many things can be brought up as well, but only thing that can really answer all the questions is going to be the upcoming game, which is also going to be the final game of the day. The plane's in the skies once again for the deserty lands of Miramar. And this time the plane, it's taken quite a weird flight path. We all are looking for an extremely aggressive start, but are we really going to get that? That's also another question that's currently popping up in my mind. And looking at the plane flight path starting all the way from El Pozo towards Los Leones, anything can happen. This plane flight path definitely does seem like it's quite balanced, but I would love to see a few clashes.
We would all love to see, and I think clashes are in making, because given the fact, this is something that you were also mentioning, that so many teams, at least the top 5, they've already qualified, right? There's no stopping them. They've done the heavy lifting. Now they can get to their shenanigans. So anticipating some hot drops happening around Picado, and likewise in the previous game of Miramar, where we saw so many of those early skirmishes, I would be expecting nothing less. So Ice, on Picado, we do have a little bit of first skirmish going on at El Pozo as well. Montenuevo seems to be occupied by the players of Kalinga Esports, and Los Leones, another big city. Let's see if we get to see some teams colliding against each other.
2 teams dropping right next to each other in El Pozo, and already do hear those gunshots too. And you also see a major cluster of teams actually heading around San Martin too. Just 2 teams right next to each other. There's one more team on the right side. That's going to be BL. But I guess BL is just going to be heading on towards Graveyard and Minas Generalis. Circle popping all the way towards the left side of the map, which also means ZYP, they're going to find themselves in the prime spot. They can take their time, loot up, they can also get their hands on the vehicle, and then think what they exactly want to do.
We've seen this circle even in the past, but look at this. Team Telugu, an early finish, and that's going to ease on the nerves. But for TSP, Jaguar hasn't been a great tournament, especially in round 3. Same can be said for the boys from for Eternals. With Ultra, Titan working it out together. Trixie slightly aloof from the pack with Shady. Close eye on the players of OG. And look at Botfire. Wow. That was a knock and a half. And Reborn, was it a knock from the skies?
I am not even sure. But whatever that was definitely impressive.
It was like a bang.
Able to get that knock, and now the confirmation still pending though. You will see the entirety of 2 OP officials just making that pounce. It's such a risky move as well, but still 2 OP official. They do not even care. They want all these elimination points that lie in the front because they know the enemies are hurt. Look at the way INF God is playing as well. He's got his hands on the shotgun. He's the one to lead the pack as well with that shotgun, but still, 2OP official, there's a lot of that pressure they're taking upon themselves, and eventually they find the second knock as well. Things really looking good and dandy for 2OP official, and for one goal, it's just going to be far standing. And I highly doubt he's going to be the difference maker.
Yeah, it's just down to Frash and Sins and all the players of 2OP. They have lined themselves up, and Frash, he's going to have a go at it. Eventually messes it up. A little bit of a parkour at display. And Frash, eventually he falls from the backlines. We also do see a couple of enemies around. But then again, 2OP official, man. Kudos to that confidence. Imagine just going in for that swing. And without even the casualty of a single player, still have all their players alive and have secured those 3 finishes. With Sins, I mean, he's just trying to delay the inevitable at this point. For 1 goal, their goal has failed. They won't be heading on to the next round, for sure.
Yeah, it's the only person standing. And the only way 1 goal could have actually qualified is by getting 40 points in just this 1 single game. That also means grabbing 30 elimination points, which is next to impossible. Haven't seen a lot of teams do that. Rex OP from 4 Eternals. Man's going back behind cover, popping that booster as well. There's a team right above him. That's going to be Jaguar Esports. And we all know pressure's going to be on both the sides.
Really? Do you think so? I mean, both are on 14th and 15th respectively.
Hey, maybe fight for the pride, you know?
I mean, at this point, it was all about getting ahead, getting through to the next round. And yeah, it's the last dance, TSB Jaguars. We also did witness in Group 2 where it was Powerhouse who got the final game chicken dinner. And yeah, look at them just having a gala time. 3 players hunkered down to that 1 compound, TSB, feeling slightly more comfortable. Especially with a name as TSB, witnessing them in round 2. Yeah, they just barely managed to squeeze into round 3. And it felt like in this round they did meet their match, their makers. Whatever the case is, they'll have to wait for the next tournament.
They indeed have to. Jaguar Esports. All the way towards El Pozo, still in this standstill. The longer it extends, the more problems are going to start to stack up. Someone needs to initiate the fight. My question is, where's the leftover man of TSB Jaguar Esports? I guess he's there in the back lines. I see Trixie.
Yeah.
But I highly doubt he can really do anything in that position. But eventually Rex OP gets spotted. And Trixie's the man to actually thread the needle as well. The moment I say so, he can't do anything. He's able to find that knock. Beautifully done, though. That was the knock. That was the Kickstarter that was needed. And now for Jaguar Esports, all they need to do is just push up close and personal. TSB Jaguar Esports, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight as well. And hopefully they're not going to be the one to put the full stop. But they still mess things up. And now the fight's down to an even Steven.
Yeah, Adil just pretty much baiting his own teammate. I hope he gets that finish. Yeah, there you go. That's more like it. For TSB Jaguars Esports, from the moment they almost started sweating. I mean, I had no idea what was actually Adil thinking in that situation. If you noticed, he let his teammate pass through. He did not even provide cover. The only saving grace was the fact that TSB at least had 2 players down. And for 4 Eternals, they've been put to rest. Their journey in this BGIS is formally concluded.
I mean, fixes once again.
Yeah.
These are the type of players that really gives you a clear picture of why we're not going to see them in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, the team synergy was clearly lacking. And yeah, these are those lessons that they've learned. And it's all right. I mean, could be their first time on such a big stage. Could be jarring for a couple of these teams. So hopefully we anticipate to see them maybe in the eventual tournaments that will happen after BGIS, if they get those invites or maybe through some other ways and means. But for now, Team Epic. Now this is again another team that you know, could potentially qualify Necro given where they're standing in terms of the overall standings. But then again, for that they need to have a double whammy. They need to go big. They need to get those chicken dinners with big amount of finishes.
Of course. They pretty much need a 40 bomber. That's the only possible way they can actually make a comeback. Which seems impossible if you think about it. But if they do go extremely aggressive, start winning every single fight, then maybe Jaguar Esports can still stand a chance.
You know, for Epic to actually qualify. I mean, for Jaguar, it's still a long shot. But there's that very thin chance where, Epic can make it. Given the fact that, yes, 2OP, Rising Underdogs, Zip, all of them drop the ball, and they somehow secure a 15 points chicken dinner, I think that could see them through. We
Let's
have
just
seen
say
enough
a 30
drama.
pointer.
Yeah, just hit a 30-pointer and they will be through.
Pretty much.
Uh-huh.
Godsent, today's day hasn't been that great. Yesterday started things off with flying colors, especially on the first map, Rondo. Managed to acquire 23 finishes. Of course, an iconic performance that was. And now looking at them, they are definitely struggling. These maps, not exactly too good for them. Probably off. Be like Skyline, those shots were taken against 2OP. And 2OP as of now looking pretty okay. Wanted to squeeze in the confirmation as well, but Junior was not able to land those shots. No proper visual as well off the opponent. Do not know where exactly the opponents are currently standing. And 2OP just backing away, trying to play it as safe as possible. Be like Skyline. You can see them just surrounding the entirety of the compound. For 2OP, it's probably one of the worst possible scenarios you've found yourself in. But where's the cavalry? That's my question. 2OP getting pounced on completely by Be Like Skyline. Junior once again tossing out those utilities as well, but that man in the front from 2OP, he's not scared of anyone. Straight up pushes out, gets the first knock, but that's going to be an instant trade with the utility.
Trades coming in from both the sides, but at this point, 2OP need their men back up. For Be Like Skyline, not a lot to lose on the line. And there you go. Junior quickly squeezes in that confirmation. And this is what we were anticipating, Necro. These teams down at the bottom, they're here to spoil the show. Here to spoil the dreams of the likes of 2OP. Another returning name back into the BGIS on the precipice of getting eliminated. But for Be Like Skyline, really not holding themselves back. I'm kind of curious to see where the other players are of 2OP officials. A little bit of visual there you can see. Just top on towards that Monte Nuevo region. What happened? I mean, why was that wild split even there to begin with? Like, look at Beeline Skylines. They're around San Martin. The other two players, why there's this disconnect?
That's a good question, and I guess they're the only one that really know it.
That would be a throw, wouldn't it?
Of course. Separation, disconnect between the players is always going to be a major throw. Especially when you still stand a chance to qualify. And they, of course, do. But they need a chicken dinner. Looking at the team on the 7th and the 8th spot, though. Triple V and Rising Underdogs. For Rising Underdogs, they're not even that far away.
Yeah.
Just a few more points they can instantly cross on. But they also need to hope that 2OP will be punished. And with the way 2OP has been playing, they're not going to be surviving for too long. They've only got 2 more men standing.
Exactly. They'll have to be quite defensive. But, the only saving grace for 2OP is that Rising Underdogs had a pretty bad game of Miramar before this. 0 points, so they would be anticipating that maybe Rising Underdogs mess it up. But, taking a quick gander at the map feed, I can notice that Rising Underdogs have taken the epicenter. They have got nice cover to play around. All they're going to do is just farm a couple of finishes, maybe some teams rotating around, and then eventually go for the flush. But then again, it's been a slow start. Sparring 2 teams, getting eliminated. Everybody having so much room and space to actually play with. Whilst for TSP Jaguars, executing their rotation, Zip Esports have kept a close eye on them. There you go, a couple of shots being fired at the direction.
Wow.
Still nothing really connecting.
Circle shifting on the right side as well. And now looking at Zip Esports, this is probably one of those fights that they're not supposed to lose. But Zip, they already dropped down a body. Not looking too good. Zip looking extremely vulnerable. And now Jimmy's got his hands on the utility. The nade was going to be tossed as well, but Jimmy now just pulls out the Tommy gun and instead hands out the death blows. Wants to get the confirmation first, and even Kalinga Esports, for them it's going to be target practice. From the back, just taking those shots. Jimmy's taken down to barely any sort of HP, and Jimmy could have actually got the knock as well, but he messed up. Should have kept on shooting in the front. Jimmy's taken down to barely any sort of HP. He needs to save the day for the fallen comrade as well. Jimmy's too low, and eventually the final nail will be in the coffin as well. ZYP Esports, they do survive this wrath, but are they ready for the upcoming circumstances?
For ZYP, it's still possible. They need a biggie. And this is where, 2OP They also decide that the only way they see themselves through is get a couple of more finishes. And this is a golden opportunity for them. Currently a 2-on-2 scenario where INF got another experienced player, but this time a little aloof as Manish. He catches that quick flank angle, and INF got is down on the ground, leaving bot fire in a 1-on-3 situation. Does have that S12K, and we have seen magic being conjured, and there you go, a single knock. But that's all she wrote as 4-2 OP. They are done and dusted at the threshold with 37 points. So the workout out for Rising Underdogs, for Zip. If for Rising Underdogs they at least get around 3 points, they're through. It's over. 2 OP really messed up.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Unless ZYP, they do something else. And you never know. They've still got 3 more men standing at ZYP. They can anyways pull off a major comeback. They're not too far away. Kalinga Esports now starting to drop the ball. Oh no. Looking extremely vulnerable. Second man as well knocked out, and Triple V getting the confirmation's not going to be too tough. Prince moves up close and personal, hands out the death blow. That's exactly what the man needed. 6 frags on the board. Triple V now starting to feel pretty confident. And as I mentioned, you've also got teams like ZYP, Triple V still in the race. Let's not rule them out yet.
Absolutely. Especially with 6 finishes, Venividi Vichy just oozing with confidence over here. And for Kalinga Esports, this is something that can really live with. Ideally, we've always seen that PMWI ICL is the one who gets picked off. Now he's the only one surviving. So it's going to be interesting to see how much far can he pull the bandwagon for his team. But for now, eyes on the next circle. Shift. Has it go towards northeast? There you go.
Oh my god.
There you go. This is where, Fake Esports should make the most out of the scenario. Even for B-Line Skylines, they've got their backlines clear as of now. If they can somehow take control over the Monte Nuevo southern compounds, that could be a really good position to play with.
That could definitely be massive. There's a warehouse right there, and even a house. If you can get your hands onto it, that can give you a lot of control of the game. ZYP on the move themselves, and for ZYP, they might just find a clean breach, I'm not going to lie. ZYP might just be the team to get their hands on that compound. And it should be easy as well, without even breaking a single sweat. But as of now, just scouting things out. If ZYP is going to settle with this compound, it's not going to be good news. They need to keep on moving. They need to keep on scouting. They need to spread their wings.
This is still beyond my understanding, Necro. Because when you take a look at the map feed, pretty much every team is clustered around the southwestern side. Barring Zip, who have taken control over the north. But look at this. Triple V's having spotted the players of Team Telugu. This is, again, alarm bell stalling for them. Heka being taken down, and suddenly Zygrade, they have to quickly close in. As even for the players of Ultron Esports, this time deciding to go after the players of B-Line Skylines. A beautiful trade coming in from Venus. As for now, B-Line Skyline, 1 man down, but still, they've got the numbers up. Ultron Esports also getting third-partied from elsewhere. Brawley not having enough HP to work around with, and Balu, he shall land the death blow. That being said, Ultron Esports, they are eliminated. But B-Line Skylines, are they cooking something here?
Exactly what the mid-pack needed. Top teams now start to struggle. Except LOLs, everyone. They're looking grim. The conditions not looking too good for them. Triple V, even they're once again going to be on the move. Unsettled. They just want to step foot inside of the circle in a safe spot. Looking at Prince, spotting out the players in the front. That's Team Telugu. Shots were taken, nothing found yet, and eventually a knock as well comes through. Exactly what Prince needed. Triple V, they're not done with the fight yet. They want to push up close and personal once again. They've already managed to thread the needle. Another knock follows up. It's like Team Telugu are completely lost. They do not even know what exactly is happening in the surroundings. Giving away the elimination points to Triple V, and for Triple V, it's a day with destiny.
Absolutely. Triple V is switching gears, and this is benefiting them massively. With D-Sig, one of the final players alive, and Laws. Again, that opportunistic vulture approach coming in. Always staying put in a good position and hunting on the weak there. For Laws having secured that knock, I don't think they're going to commit for the push. Of course, have a really good spot inside the zone. It's all about keeping their foes at bay.
Prince Tender going for that revival. The man's back upon his feet. Things looking good and dandy. Now just need to top your HP off, but still the position they've got, not a big fan of it. The HPs are now looking good. Everyone seems pretty solid. Team Telugu, there's just that one man still standing. And he's not going to be standing for too long. Team Lols as well on the opposite side of the spectrum, going for those shots against Triple V. But it's not going to make a lot of dent.
Just look at this, man. This is absurd. And Tender, nice knock, but the big ask is if Triple V are really want to double down on this. Maybe another knock and they decide to go for the paw. But as things stand, Kunal, he's going to exercise extreme caution. Prince is locked and loaded whilst on the map feed. Not a lot of movements being made. Majority of the teams have found their footing. Pit stop keys to hold on for now. Svenny Vidivici. The only thing I think holding them back, Necro, over here is that they're 3 men.
Yeah. Definitely it's going to be a struggle. Tender, though, still is looking for that last man of TL. Shots do find the connection. Now he knows there's definitely someone there. Tasting that flesh. But Triple V, they're dropping down bodies, but eventually they do get the confirmation. Luckily enough, both the players, once again, they're going to be back up on their feet. And they can even top their HPs off. 10 finishes already acquired. Triple V, they're on a tear. Prince needs to patch himself up first, though. He's actually moving up to an advanced positioning, which I'm not a big fan of.
And at this point, I still have my eyes gazed at the players of Rising Underdogs. Because a lot at line for them. Especially beginning the day with a nice chicken dinner. To getting 0 points in the previous game. This is where we are playing in a split. Certainly eyeing out for a couple of position points. Maybe that could be the idea. But Prince, he's got a hunch. He knows there's somebody on the lower ground. But that is a nice cover fire. Of course, from a different team. Got sent from the sidelines. Getting that knock. But again, for Rising Underdogs, they can't really close in. Given the fact that one of their own men is down. So it's a little bit of a trifecta going on where Triple V, they'll have to be very careful with exposing themselves. Because the moment that happens, another knock might come in from the players of Godsend.
Indeed. You cannot even overpeak that angle. Prince needs to maintain a lot of cautious. Now looking at that man just cross out in the open like that. Prince, he was not able to deliver that death blow.
Where are the smokes?
Oh, as I mentioned, the man needs to maintain utmost caution, but he still messes up. Was not cautious enough, but there we go, Tender. What a knock that was. Same mistake being made from Rising Underdogs. Did they not use smokes? Why did they not use smokes? That's my question. 11 frags already secured. Rising Underdogs not utilizing utilities properly is now really costing them inside of the game, but what a nade that was. Finding a return knock on Prince, but once again, for Triple V, all the players are going to be looking good and dandy soon. Utilities now being poured in, even from the side of Triple V. They want to find at least one more knock against RU, but it's going to be tough to find.
You know, at this point, RU are really in 2 minds. Whether they actually go in for the fight, because they're literally at the knife's edge. 35 points is where they're sitting at. They somehow need 2 position points at least, and a finish point to ensure their qualification. Team Telugu already being dealt with. Again, a reminder for our folks, 37 points is where the cutoff is at. And with the circle taking a concentric shift. Now for Rising Underdogs, like you love to say, it's a date with destiny for them. Do they have enough vehicles? Addy has been cut off from the pack. And with even the players of Gods, they're right next to them. And this is a team that has already qualified. So they're not going to be holding back. And look at them. They're constantly on the search. This is a moment for Addy. He could actually go for a knock and a finish, but still, this is the pressure speaking, Necro.
The man's waiting for the right moment to strike. Waiting for the opportunity to present itself, but I'm pretty sure Addy is just burning through a lot of time. The players are out in the open. That was your chance, but you messed up. They're out in the open once again.
Oh my God.
Oh no. Messed up the opportunity that was being served in a silver platter. And Rising Underdogs now starting to crumble under that pressure. The separation between the boys is really not panning out that well. And even the circle takes a shift away. Triple V still stand a big chance. They just want to claim that elimination point, put the nail in the coffin. But that's really going to be tough against RU. Triple V now want to move up close and personal, even against Team Lalt. But is it going to be a possibility? That's the question as well. Team Fake,
Yeah.
for them, at least the surrounding rounds now looking a little bit decent.
Oh, I mean, who's to blame? Look at him. And he's just getting picked off like that. He had so many moments where he could have made a difference there. But Triple V this time deciding to pour in on the players of TLG. Kunal and JD at the ready. Grenades being lobbed out. Ghosty taking a little bit of damage there. And now it is round 2. And JD versus all. Oh, that was a nice dodge. And for Prince and Ghosty, they somehow need to figure out ways to breach inside that compound. They cannot stay out in the open, especially with rising underdogs, who might act a little bit proactive there, but T2G Gaming with a beautiful opener over there. As even the players of Triple V, they're starting to feel the heat. A little bit of a trade coming in there as Ghosty, this nade could ricochet, but no.
Not tossed at the right spot. Ghosty handing out the revival because he knew his teammates getting ticked to death pretty quickly. Prince has been knocked out so many times. Another nade being tossed, but luckily for Prince, is not going to be the prey. Another one being cooked to perfection. Prince just backs away from that spot. Man's trying to constantly reposition himself,
Wow.
but what a way to shut down that player. Beautifully threats that needle. A knock already found against Team Lols, and now JD versus all. He's found himself in a real weird spot. The man in the back who wants to close in, which is tender. For him to close in, it's really impossible. He's also getting shot at from the sidelines, and that's going to be Godsent, just constantly peppering those shots. Prince, he wants to threat the needle. He wants to find another knock. Nate's been cooked, but this one's not going to be tossed well. There is still JD versus all, sticking that revival.
Wow.
And the push comes into the picture. Prince, this man is putting on a show. Another man knocked down. Team Law's now starting to crumble. What am I watching from Triple V? This is insane.
13 finishes already, and they seem to stop at nothing at all. But a little blindsided as B-Line Skylines from the sidelines are going to be delivering a death blow there. A quick revival for Triple V. As look at them. If they can somehow manage to get a couple more position points also, that might see them through. Currently, the cutoff still sitting at 37. Rising underdogs, they're already out. And JD versus all. He's also down on his knees. And with Triple V losing out on another man, it has to be Tender who got picked off. How do they get inside the zone? How do they survive, Necro?
Fixes the elimination points got stolen.
Oh no.
ZYP took them away. Triple V, they're definitely going to feel that stinger. Pressure. It's rising up even more. There's only a two-man squad available. The circle as well just taking hard shifts away from them. Be like Skyline. They are just waiting for the right time. 6 frags accumulated. They can still stand a chance. But they need a chicken dinner. So many teams desperate for a big game. Triple V, ZYP, be like Skyline. For Team Fake as well. But for Team Fake, there's only one man standing. And let's see for how long really that one man is able to keep that banner alive. Venus. The man's got the intel to play with. He does have to cover as well. But the circle, it might just take a hard shift away. Circle's no one's friend. And it's not going to have any mercy on anyone.
Oh, look at this. Even Scepter, he's been dealt with. T2G Gaming, all over the place. At this point, he's just wrecking Fireball. Every single direction. And now even Team Epic, they get their hands dirty. For B-Line, Skyline, they have to figure means of entry as Godsent. They've also been spotted out. Ghosty, oh my god! That was a spray and a half. Prince also collecting up 15 finishes for Triple V. 36 points is where they are sitting at. And are they going to pull off an impossible game? That's a big question. Triple V, they are conjuring something special.
Oh no, Prince knocked out. And he's also confirmed. Boy, oh boy. But definitely one thing is for sure. They have been putting on an absolute show. Absolute monstrosity. Ghosty now the only person left standing. 15 elimination points already accumulated.
I think they're
searching for a
qualified.
few more.
Look at that. They are guaranteed at least the top 6. And they have 15. They're sitting at 36. So 2 position points. And they're through. They might have. right?
I don't know. We'll find out. My question is, are the positioning points as well being calculated towards the total points? And I think they are. So right now they've got 36. You just need to survive a little bit more. A little bit longer. Team Epic official. Even they're taking those shots.
Even the zone is away from the players of Triple V. Ghosty, he has been firing so much. His position absolutely compromised. For Team Epic, there's no reason why they're playing it so slow. Especially when they needed a lot of points. At this point, Lord, oh my god, that was a big spray coming in. Just shredding through the opposition. But look at Ghosty. He's going to go in for more. One more finish, and that could see them through.
The man's on a tear. 37 points already accumulated. ZYP as well, they're still inside of the game. And ZYP, they need to fail in order for Ghosty to qualify. Team Law's tossing out those nades, and in the hope that nade's going to find at least something. But Ghosty has been eliminated from the game. Triple V, they get eliminated on the 7th spot. That's got to be heartbreaking. P-Like Skyline as well, taking those shots in the front. Another man gets knocked out and confirmed. P-Like Skyline, there's only one man left standing, and that too gets dealt with. Team LOLs now starting to be a real nightmare for the lobby. For all the teams in the mid-pack that are desperate for the points, they just need to be careful from Team LOLs. Fake in a lot of trouble. That nade's being tossed right next to him, and the man was still not standing up. The blue was also on the constant move, and ZYP, now they're the only team that actually stands a chance to make the comeback. They need a chicken dinner. 9 frags already accumulated. ZYP can do it! Another knock comes into the picture. Gusts, this man is not stopping. He's looking for a few more. He's definitely got guts to steal, as now another death blow comes into the picture. He's getting a lot of those knocks. He's constantly lining up those dead bodies, stacking them up on top of each other. He's an absolute monster.
Absolutely, as Zip Esports, they're also onto something over here. With Epic Esports feeling the heat as grenades after grenades, they are getting dismantled. For Zip Esports, it's the moment that they have been waiting on for long. And now with Skylar, surviving by the skin of his teeth there, right now comes out in the open as Zip Esports. They have done something special over here, or have they? As they secure the chicken dinner in the final game. And the death of destiny that you were mentioning about, Necro. Is it finally coming alive? Oh my god, what a final game it was.
I know, right? Zip, they got extremely close, and still the question remains, have they made it? Speaking of another team that was going to be Triple V as well, the question remains, have they made it? There's so many teams that could have actually stood a chance as well to qualify, but once again, it all really just came down to that final game. And Team LOLs, to be honest, they're probably going to be having those evil smirks on their faces because they eliminated so many teams in that instance. There was only 2 men standing for Team LOLs, but they managed to eliminate 2 teams that were desperate for the points, that were desperate for the positioning inside of the top 6. Looking at Zip Esports, pretty much just capitalized what was left in the front. They had a decent spot to play with. They knew teams needed to move out in the open. The positioning was something they capitalized on perfectly well. Just claimed all the elimination points that were out in the open.
You know, at this point, I'm starting to contemplate whether Team Telugu have even made it, because they also got taken down pretty early. Rising Underdogs, they were at the 7th, so that's a tough call. But Zip Esports, have they made it? Because if they make it, then 2 teams are really going out, and Triple V and Zip could be the last entrants for the final few spots that we had up for grabs. So a beautiful game nonetheless. Guts just ripping through the opposition, 7 finishes. But it was Jimmy OP who eventually gave them that courage, right? Those early finishes. Yeah, he got taken down before the 2 players were surviving, but still, he did his bidding. 5 finishes, not too shabby. So a complete team performance coming in, and Miramar, changing the fate for all these teams. Like, it was last moment drama. We have seen it all, man, at this point.
To be honest, even RU should be a part of the conversation, and with the way things were looking like for RU, yeah, in my opinion, things should have been a little bit different for them. That separation towards the city, the 2 players out in the open, RU were just being choked to death slowly and steadily, and then later on, there was another team just constantly pouncing on top of them. Even Triple V was just tossing those utilities, and Triple V was actually able to thread the needle as well. They were able to find one of the knocks, since RU was just crossing out in the open. Smokes were not being used properly, and that's why that knock actually came through in the first place. And then we also did see that trigger discipline moment for too long, and that's why RU ultimately messed up big.
I think this is a big fallout from the IGL himself. The call-outs were absolutely under pressure. They did not know how to respond in that situation. Of course, you're coming from a 0-pointer game, but at that moment, you're not supposed to be trying to do anything tricky, right? Just stick to the basics. Have all 4 of your players playing together, and they were not doing that. And even like you said, right, we were all confused. What was going on?
Yeah,
I mean, you're crossing the path. You know there's a team. If you do not have smokes, just wait it out, or maybe just ask your teammates to at least do something. They were hunkered down on the lower ground. Nobody was being proactive. What was going on? I mean, rising underdogs, they had nobody to blame but themselves.
Prince got knocked out so many times in that previous game, but he's also going to be the MVP of that entirety. He's going to be the MVP with 7 finishes racked up. Prince was definitely feeling himself. You move on towards Guts. Even he's got 7 frags on the board from ZYP. Really impressive. Tender coming through with 5. Even Jimmy OP from ZYP getting 5 frags on the board. And then you see 1 man from Epic. For Epic, yes, they were there in the final few moments, but they did not have enough elimination points. And that's the only reason why they're not going to be the one to qualify. Only getting 9 points out of that game. That's definitely a little bit disappointing. Looking at ZYP getting 25 points, they're going to be feeling and looking pretty good in the overall standings. Triple V getting 18 points, even they're going to be looking pretty good. But I'm pretty sure for Triple V, have they really qualified? That's another question that's constantly bugging my mind.
I think they might have, but I'm going to hold on to myself because with Zip Esports getting that chicken dinner, that changes everything, right? And for LoLs, they're pretty much settled. Beeline Skylines, they would have been hoping that had the format been slightly different, had we gotten a couple of extra games of Miramar, because this team was actually playing good in Miramar. But now it's the final report card. There you have it. Zip Esports, curtsy to that final game. They've made it through. And for Triple V, just barely missing out on 2 points. And same goes with 2OP.
2OP, Triple V, it's definitely going to be really heartbreaking for them.
Yeah.
I mean, watching these overall standings, man, it is heartbreaking for me. 2OP tried so much. In the final few moments, you see 2OP really giving it all they've got. In the map of Miramar, they messed up big. Took too many aggressive fights, and that's why in the final game, they were eliminated early off. Team Telugu, they barely qualify with 39 points, and that's going to be the cutoff for this particular group. Looking at ZYP getting 46 points in total, that's really impressive. Godsent 2 are going to move on. You will also see Kalinga Esports, Team LOLs, and even Ultron moving on towards the upcoming rounds. But all the other teams in the overall standings, they have been eliminated from the BGIS 2026.
Yeah, this has to be a gutting blow, especially for Triple V.
RU as well, man.
Yeah, man. For RU, I don't think I have got anything good to say about what they did. This is completely on themselves, Necro. Come on. You have to agree with me on that. I mean, they could have done so much better. All they needed was, just hold on, get 2 or 3 finishes, and Addy at least had 2 players in front of him. He was scared, but yeah, top 5 players, K47 leading the chart, 17 finishes for this young lad. Yash, of course, got set. I mean, they were not as good as they were yesterday, but still, keeping himself at the 2nd spot. But, having LoLs also into the mix of the top 5 players, I mean, goes on to show that, he's excelling at streaming, at content creation, and now at esports. What else can this man do? Take our jobs also. Tomorrow, yeah. On the Hindi desk, of course.
That's a whole different conversation, though. But still, yeah, for Team LoLs, they have been really impressive. Move the conversation on towards Kalinga Esports, though. And Kalinga Esports, we all thought that they might just be one of those teams that will choke, especially the first map was messed up, which was the map of Rondo. But now that transition towards Erangels and Miramar has been flawless. It's been incredible. Kalinga Esports able to get a lot of points on those maps as well. Now just gives a lot of hope for the upcoming future for that team.
Yeah, absolutely. For Kalinga Esports, we would like to take our words back because we were all considering them to be just that one-trick pony. It's all about the Rondo show, but they prove us wrong. But again, this is a team that, PMW IGL has gone into so many of these official tournaments, has played so well. I just hope this year's of BGIS must be good. But that being said, folks, we are finally done with the matches of teams from Group 1 and 2. We will be calling it a night. We'll be heading back to our hotel, just chilling. We'll come back tomorrow with 2 fresh groups. Till then, take care. Have a good night.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits.